Right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 23rd, 2026, and it is already a crazy one. Over the weekend, there really wasn't much. There was a big battle of escalation. Donald Trump was threatening to destroy power plants. Iran said they will close the strait forever, and then around 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific, Trump comes out and says he has been talking with the Iranians, and they are eager to do a de-escalation. And now he is not going to strike those power plants, and that sent the future surging oil touch down as much as 10% at one point, and then shortly thereafter, the Iranian media, they were like, no, man, we ain't do none of that. We did not talk to anybody. They denied it. They call it psychological warfare. They called it a psyop. So that had some reactions there, and then Trump just kept following it up, though. He said, yeah, we should have a deal in like 5 days. We're going to learn a lot more, and now here we are with everything. So we got an exciting day ahead of us, my friends. I hope you guys are all locked and loaded for it, but you know the deal. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the cult, the people here, not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, God bless you and thank you. It don't matter if you support the war or not. I mean, you are all entitled to your opinions, but I hope you can see, man, there's people sacrificing their lives, their time for a greater goal, and I think we can never take away the honor from any soldier. I don't know, go read G.K. Chesterton, what he has to say about the soldiers. But for real, man, freedom is so easy to take for granted. I'm honored that we even have it here, and thank you for all of those who have worked hard for it. I hope that we can repay you in some way, shape, or form, or throughout all of our communities, man, both not only here but outside in the world. So veterans, God bless you, your families. Thank you for everything you have given, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the church! Oh, it's game time, Chanadonia! Oh my goodness. Oh, good morning. Are you ready? Happy Monday. I hope you got rested up, baby. I hope you got rested up. So, yeah, we're going to have an exciting day. Headline sensitive. I mean, it all depends here. Again, Iranians even mentioned bonds, too. So, see if they mention anything here at the bell. Trump said he's going to give a couple of updates. But, again, he even put a 5-day window on all of it. But, please, we'll go over it today. But, yeah, war, all that. Remember, we're getting into the end of the month here. That's very important for any repricing. And then, if you haven't taken a look, I would look at global bonds. I'm telling you, probably one of the most important things right now. So, I'm going to be watching bonds, UNG, TLT, SNPS, DraftKings, Apogee, Biotech with approval, Trip, Delta. There's watch any of the travel plays, and then Trip had something with activist, and then ASPI, that is a helium play. Again, a lot of talks about helium and all of that stuff over the weekend. So that being said, we only have a minute. Oh, I need to go to the potty. I got to go, and then we'll be right. Get a little Jesus in there. Get a little Jesus in there. Game time.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, little bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song telling y'all about the crib before a second. Keep it real, it's not the reason they will care. It's the freedom of believing they will get to bring the win.
1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Let's see, bro, you're gapping 1.5. Again, you were up as much as 2%. Oil opening around down 7.6. My goodness. And then NASDAQ up 1.5, Dow 1.5, Russell 1.7. Yeah, the pop was off of the rumor. Or not, I mean, it was a Trump comment. He was pretty much saying that the Iranians were eager to find an off-ramp, essentially, and end the war and open up the Hormuz, so he is not going to strike the power plants. There's a couple of helium plays. There's just one that was gapped up this morning because they had news of what's it called? They like sped up a helium project, so it was both a headline as well as they're involved in helium. It was ASPI. Yeah, so we're gonna see again. There's a lot of talks about food, helium, desalinization, some of the stuff we've been talking about here, but like we've been saying, you need like a longer drawn out conflict. That's why this next week or so is going to be so critical. There was again even a couple of activist investors, Synopsys, AMD got a deal for like 10,000 chips. I don't know where tech is, but yeah, they've all gapped up about 2%. And then banks, again, you had the Bank of America Fund Manager Survey, and people chilled it out. And there's an energy conference today, so watch out for that. Again, USO on the low. So yeah, USO is about 7%. Again, oil was down as much as 10. You're still holding. I mean, Trump did, I think he's going to have one of those Fox Business things. Because again, that's where like 30 minutes ago, they said it was going to be about 5 days for everything to occur. Or Trump said 5 days he should have an answer. Which again, I do think a lot of this is just buying time. ASPI is also nuclear. It might be. I'm not too familiar with them. Let's see. And then UNG, those are all up, and then they got smashed. So yeah, UNG was even up at like 1270, almost 13 pre-market. That killed everything energy related. The fertilizer plays are going back and forth. TSM, Broadcom. Does seem like tech is taking this a little bit better to start. And Russell is up by 1.9. So yeah, I think the bonds are the biggest issue. Like I'm saying, again, every time the bonds get to a level, you get these shenanigans. I've been saying this all since last year, and that was the thing on Friday that really kind of was like, whoa, global bond yields all around the world, they're not responding well. So this next week or so, how it prices out, how we really find out if this is short-term or long-term in terms of this conflict, I do think it all relies on the bonds. And then dollars down. Dollars only down by a quarter. Again, watch TLT as well. That's what we had up. I have this in the top right here. So yeah, I'm gonna keep up the bonds. We'll keep oil in the bottom left. Who else was it? Gold. Again, gold is negative on the year, man. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Iran denied it right away. They called it he called it psychological warfare. It's psychological. They said the only way we get a deal is if you stop this psychological warfare. Like, so if you guys think, like, if, you know, a lot of people say Taco and Trump, if you think that's annoying, imagine if you were Iranian IRGC leader. So, yeah, again, Microsoft, Big Tech, Broadcom, chips, they're all literally straight up off of the gas. Ay. What is that? Is that 90 on crude futures? Holy shit. That's so high, but it seems so low after last week. So, yeah, that was a big one. Fastly. Oh, yeah, I forgot about those. Fastly and Net. They were leading last week. Fastly's the one catching a bid for now. And then GLW. Then Palantir and the military stuff. They're up 4. IGV back to 84, so that's a good level. I think Palantir is going to be leading that one a decent amount. And then Qualcomm and that Apple on the low, or is that the Apple inverse? All right, I think we can move to the today chart. So 658. I don't know if you guys want levels. So pretty much you are higher than where you got all of Friday back. So you're at that like Thursday pin level that we had, if you guys recall. Again, Thursday was a weirder one. You also had a lot of rumors back and forth on Thursday. So yeah, but then you're about another 2 points away from filling the gap. And then otherwise, if we start coming down, you are going to be back in Friday's range. So I think, again, be on the lookout. You're going to get you're going to get a lot of back and forth in terms of these headlines and Iran saying this. I would look for an Aragachi statement. Again, the financial minister, that's who they link to it all. But even on Thursdays and Friday, depending on what would happen with the gas fields and all that, Aragachi would kind of come in a little bit lighter. So, but whatever they say, you're going to be playing off of that. Chevron, Exxon, they're all down. XLE is finally getting killed. Not too bad, though. 0.8. Staples are up. They started a lot more, but they already gave it up. High ticker's actually kind of balanced. Again, a lot of these smaller and like medium to bigger size tech names, those are the ones that are moving up right now. Let's see, Dow Jones. My things aren't loading. 4 names red on the Dow. Most of them energy related. NASDAQ 92 in the green. Holy shit. 8 in the red. SPY 435 in the green. 60 in the red. I did not watch the Tesla conference. I heard about the chip fab, which I believe is pretty cool. But yeah, I didn't end up watching it. Dude, silver, I mean, silver is what, down 50% now from its highs, but I think the more shocking part is gold. So again, gold has been down for about 9 days in a row, and now it's still, I mean, a very high price. I remember even 4,000 would be a crazy price, but yeah, gold is negative on the year, which is kind of wild considering how many people are positioned with commodities and then how it started. Oh, those apples hit 100 if you had the order set. Oh, fuck. I forgot about those. It's at break even, Habibi. Not bad. Yeah, so you still have the same bid. Damn. I had an order on Friday, but it expired. Oh, yeah, right? You had that big pop. Habibi. Oh, yeah, well, keep that in mind. They're actually up right now by a penny, 30%. You guys want me to sell them so they go? I think I might. I'll make 30%. Very small. Oh, no, it filled me at 5. Nice. All right. Well, I got 50% on those. So you remember that little God candle play on Friday I gave you? So if you got the extra time, those hit, but small. I mean, super duper small. Yeah, I thought those were going to be dead. Thank you for letting me know. No, I sold them all, so that should help you guys out. I hope it does. All right, SPY still up 657. Let's get to the today chart. Now net's starting to go again. Fastly started. So remember, that one was on fire last week. Iran, all those are doing good. Again, Bitcoin was actually doing good too. Now Bitcoin's even starting up. So if gold is shocking. Natural gas companies fall, tracking next drop in global energy prices. We're having a VG. What was the other one? LNG. That was the big. Do it, Josh. Do it. So yeah, those after those comments on Friday or Saturday when Trump was like, we're going to hit the power plants, LNG, people were going to get hyped on that. Again, they were up this morning all until the comment. Remember, all these comments came in at 7 a.m. Eastern, so 4 a.m. Pacific time. So literally that video I posted last night, the futures, nothing was moving. Everything was kind of holding that higher pin. It literally was not until just, a couple of hours ago? So literally 2.5 hours ago is when we got the first Trump comment. And then we've been playing this back and forth with the Iranian stuff or their rebuttals saying it's not true and everything else. Roku, Datadog, again, I feel like it's all tech. Again, staples are still near the low that they were at on Friday, but it feels like tech, software, those are the ones really going. Again, software's up 1.8. That's a very quick open. Again, about 90% of the market is in the green to start off. I mean, again, this is not a small move. It's, again, SPY was up 2. You're only up by 1.5 right now. Yeah, TLT's just holding the gap up halfway, though. So, again, I do think bonds are moved slower with all of this. I think this was a plan to just slow it down. But, yeah, you are going to... I do think the bonds are the big takeaway from all of this. Gold is heavily shorted. I mean, a lot since it went crazy, but I think it's just the dollar. It's dollar and oil. So unfortunately, like, gold was looking very good, and silver at the beginning of the year. I mean, silver had more of an industrial factor to it. Alibaba on the high. Again, we got a lot of China headlines last week too. But I do think just, again, the dollar move was way too big. Oil at 100. I mean, sadly, it paralleled a lot of what happened in the 70s. So, like I said, I mean, if gold comes down, or excuse me, if the dollar starts to come down and then oil comes down, I think gold has, again, it's already moved $1,000 from the high. But until then, if this situation persists, I mean, gold does seem to be one of the bigger losers out of all of it. Nike 52, not just do it. Now it's Josh do it. I feel. Well, I get a deposit in a week. Isn't that funny? Let's see. Where are our hitters? Kimberly's like that $100 level. Tap went down a little lower. So probably either Tap or Nike. I like Nike because we already own some of it, but then also Tap too. But yeah, dude, Tap or Nike's moved what? $10? $17 since that little high in what? February? Habibi. A Nike. MPC. Watch any of the other energy plays too. Again, XLE starting to bounce a little bit. Again, oil's down more than the actual energy sector itself. VG came back up. That was again, that was one of the LNG plays. Yeah, even LNG came back. Next is the one that's lagging. The rate hike odds, they moved a little bit, but I know people are not really expecting rate cuts too much yet. You had Fed Moran come in, the guy I was telling you I was disappointed in, because I was saying I don't know why he was advocating for a rate cut, but he was saying his reasoning was essentially that if you have inflation slowing down demand, it would slow down inflation. I don't necessarily agree with that as quickly as he would and say cut, but yeah, that's what you got there. But I don't think you're going to get Trump on Iran. We have had strong talks, so Trump is talking again. I don't know if I don't think it's a true social. It could be an interview. Oh, is he live? Yeah, leaves for Tennessee. Yep.
We'll see where they lead.
Okay, so here's the verbal confirmation
major points of agreement.
of everything he hyped up this morning. Take a look. Bonds are reacting. They've been kind of more pinned than anything else.
Communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say,
yeah, he says
perfectly.
If they carry through, we will end the conflict.
If they carry
major
through with
points
that,
of agreement.
It'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone, because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes.
Baba in China. See
and
if he
it
changes
goes well,
the
we're going to end up with settling
calendar.
this. Otherwise, we'll just keep
Remember,
bombing
he said he
our
didn't
little
want to
hearts
meet
out.
until they get this situation.
Speaking with Mr. President.
And SPY hit a high on that. At least
top
intraday,
person.
not
Don't
higher
forget,
than pre-market.
We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is
bro, he's hammering
most
the algo if they want to make a deal. We want to make a deal
tough.
too.
We've wiped out everybody.
We'll talk today probably by phone.
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to
at
be
least
running
acknowledging
it,
they did
and
not
they
talk
seem
to
that based on
Mushtaba.
really fact, because things they've said.
That's what I'm saying.
have
Watch for
taken
Aragachi.
Mr. President,
Again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
So they talked to a
I don't want him to be
Iranian top respected leader.
Okay,
Have not
I don't want
heard
him
from
to be killed.
Ayatollah.
President, you've deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular
We
country.
spoke
but
with somebody
perhaps
from
we'll
their
be able to
soccer
solve that
team.
problem.
He
Mr.
seemed
President,
like
you
he
deployed
seemed
ICE
legit.
agents
To be
American
honest, I
airports.
couldn't.
Newsmax,
He seemed
sir.
like he
You've
could have. He
deployed
had
ICE
some
You're not doing
weight.
a very good job.
Oh, Bradley.
Deployed ICE
You're not
agents.
doing a good job.
And the
Did you hear
peace
me?
peach.
Okay, go ahead.
The off-ramp peel.
Taking CNN over Newsmack, you believe it?
We'll give you a word once
We're
the other
looking for
peach
all
on the
of the
screen
things that we've
stops
been
talking.
talking about. We want to see
It's more
no
mango.
nuclear
Mango,
bomb,
Josh.
no nuclear
mango.
weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want
No enrichment and want
the
the
nuclear
enriched
dust. We're going to
uranium.
want that, and I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that.
Costco
Yeah,
and
we've
Walmart on the
agreed to
low.
that.
That's interesting.
Uranium before you can
Yeah, yo,
We
the
want no
staples
enrichment,
and like big
but
box
we also
stores are
want the
dropping.
enriched uranium. Where, if this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
If the
Mr.
war is
President.
ending, do you still need $200 billion?
I might.
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very
Holy
inflamed
shit.
world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it. Let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well. I've requested. Now, you know, I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, you know, murderous criminals and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've
Again,
requested
more tech
that they
and
take
chips.
off the
SMH
mask. I
on
don't
the
like
high
it
right now,
for
too.
the
A couple of
airport,
financials.
and I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr.
Why
President,
do they
ICE.
wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country?
The people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there aren't many. They're people that want to come into the country, or that people want to leave the country, go into maybe their home country. So I didn't think it was an appropriate look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street trying to find one of the 11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe Biden led into our country.
Elon Musk, sir.
Last
Elon.
year you gave a $10,000 bonus.
Getting ASML
Last year you
chips.
gave a $10,000 bonus to Tuesday workers. who kept
software.
showing up to work during the
Again,
shutdown. Will you do
financials
that
as
again?
well are
Well,
trying
it
to
could
pick
happen.
up.
It's amazing. They're people
Not
that
the
are
index,
really,
but a lot of
really
like
loyal
the
and
mid-tier
great.
ones.
And it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats. It's just so you know, all this money was approved. Everything was approved. This is done. The Democrats went in, and they want to have radical left lunatics come into our country. They want to have drug dealers.
LMT
they want to
and
have
defense
murderers
stocks
come
on the
into our
low.
country. They want to have
They're
open
taking a
borders,
knife.
and we're not letting it happen. That's what this is all about. They don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. They don't want mail-in ballots. They're so
Uranium.
corrupt. What they want, the only thing they want is mail-in ballots. So we also added, as you know, into the Save America Act, and it's called Save America. It's not the Save Act, but we added no transgender mutilization of our children, and no men in women's sports.
Elon Musk, sir. If these talks go well, and you reach
I don't
a
think he's going to be a newsmax.
if these talks go well and you reach a
I don't think he's
ceasefire
gonna be a
agreement with
Newsmax
Iran,
long.
do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think.
All right, you're back to open, so that little extra boost from the Trump comments. Trump cannot guarantee a deal on Iran.
I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and you know I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's
your
all I do
missiles
is
back.
deals. My whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen, and why wouldn't it happen? So, tomorrow morning, sometime their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth
Trump
of money.
says they called. I didn't
And
call.
One shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So They called. I didn't call. They called.
Gum,
they
power
want to
plant.
make a deal. And
Sorry,
we
I
are
watched
very
One
willing
Piece.
to make a deal.
My
It's got to
bad.
be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Have they offered to reopen
Don't
the
go
border?
well, sir.
Yeah, TOT's Clive,
You said you wanna
that
get
responded a
the
little bit
enriched
more.
uranium. How are you
Again, they
going
were the
to
lagger
get
from the
the
morning.
Are you gonna- It's
More
very
chips.
easy.
Chips getting
If
bid
we
left and
have
right.
a deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Can I ask you, the Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil that was out to sea. You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible.
But Iran is
And
making
we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather
Again,
than
uranium
keep it
stocks
there,
are going
I
up.
would rather see
He
it
did
go
make
to
a
the
comment on
system.
the
Any
uranium. It's
small
hitting the
amount
wire.
of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system
Oil
be
on the low.
lubricated.
USO's dropping more than the futures. You're not, again, 84 was the low
where's the
of the
14
morning
billion?
rumor.
It's the inflated price. They get $14
You're
billion
$4 above
from
that
the-
right now.
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Mr. President.
The Marines from California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive, is the intention to police the strait or take cars?
What are you talking about?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego last week, at the end of the week.
San Diego.
Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I'd give you that? It's a crazy
They
question.
love that line.
Mr. President.
All right, SPY's coming back to the high again. Chips have been leading it a lot. NASDAQ is up almost 2%. Russell's already up 2.5%. Even Dow is up 1.8%. SPY's actually lagging. That's probably
It's
because of the drag
devastating.
on oil.
These people were let in by
Again,
Biden.
oil's about to
we're
break
getting
through.
them out. We're getting them out
If
fast.
it goes
That's
below,
why ICE
again,
is so important. They're doing
84 is
such a
that
good
low
job.
you want to see.
This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy, and his border czar, Kamala, who never saw the border, never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there. This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden, and we have others. We're taking them out by the tens of thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang of radical left lunatics, some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
About hitting those Iranian power plants. How is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting Ukrainian power?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand. All right? But
Gold
it's a
is
lot
starting to
different.
climb
You're
up.
talking about a country that has been evil
Still
for
down a lot.
47 years. They've been horrible.
Honestly,
Death
the more
all over the
believable
world.
people
Not
feel
just
about
us.
this, or if we
Look
progress,
at the way they
gold
attacked
should go up.
unexpectedly
But
all
then
of
again,
those
you'll probably need
countries
oil down a lot more.
surrounding it. It was not supposed to be. Nobody was
And then
even thinking
TLT's still
about it.
climbing.
But they wanted to take over the Middle East, and they wanted
Yeah,
to knock
Fastly
out
and that-
Israel permanently. And if they had a nuclear
Fastly
weapon, they
premiums
would have
came
been
down.
able
They're
to
not
do
$3
that.
million.
Mr. President, talking to
They're still
Iran?
up, but not like they were that one day.
Remember Joe Kent was leaking?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you
Oh,
never cover
leaving. I
this,
thought you said
if you
leaking.
look at
I
his
said,
truths
excuse
or
me.
whatever he went on.
Okay,
his
SPY
actual
new
truth,
high intraday.
if you look at his truths or his statements, he was all for everything.
Yeah,
all
we
of a
still, you still
sudden,
got a long
he
way to
wasn't.
go. Oil. So again,
He
oil
was,
comes back to
a
84.
man that
SPY
I
could
met
probably go up another
At Dover, he came and his
100
wife was
points,
killed.
just under that.
He remarried
So keep that in
fairly
mind.
quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again, and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him. He was pretty heartbroken, pretty. But
Secretary Wright
I said,
says
you know,
U.S.
it's a
wants to
shame.
get
He ran
oil
for
into
Congress
Asian
twice.
refineries and
Call
have
him
little
up, give him
downturn
a
as
job in the
possible.
White House. Smart.
Oil
They gave him
supply
a job
problem
in the
is
White
most
House,
intense
and
in
this
Asia.
is what he
You have
does to
Secretary
me,
Wright comments
you know?
too on the
Being
side
a
of
nice
this.
guy doesn't pay off too much.
Mr. President.
Think of it.
Six-
He
six-
loses twice in Congress. Ran not very good campaigns.
What would that price
Should
be?
have won. but he loses
667
twice.
on the SPY.
How do I get
if
him?
oil keeps
I
coming
have
down.
my people
If
call
you don't
him,
get any
'cause
bad
I didn't deal
headline
with
on
him
any
for
of
the
this
most part.
shit,
I saw him a couple
that's
of times,
kind of your
but I
target.
never dealt with him at all. I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me on that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for
S&P
Congress,
up 2 now.
pretty badly and tough, and it was
SPY is
devastating.
lower. SPX
And I
is
know that
2.
he lost his
A
wife.
little bit of a gap.
So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. And what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat to get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN or maybe
Again,
signed
you still
up
got
with your
90%
division
of names in the
Newsmax.
high.
I don't know, but probably signed up with CNN or somebody. But if you look at his tweets, X's or
Oh, Qualcomm,
truths,
I think there
whatever
was a
he
headline
uses,
in the
I don't know
morning.
because I don't follow
It
him.
could be that
What
AMD
he
got
said
the deal.
is
But there's
100% he
something.
agrees with me. All of a sudden he leaves.
Secretary
I never
Wright,
knew he had
markets
a
do
problem.
what markets
Now,
do.
I hear they're looking at him for leaking. That's possible. But just so you understand, just to put it to rest, he lost twice badly. He also lost his wife. He's remarried since. He lost his wife. I felt badly for him. So I told my people, reach out to him, give him a job at the White House. This is the thanks I get. Any other questions?
You said Iran was not an imminent
CHT
threat,
police
that's what the
raid
intelligence
offices in
showed.
Taipei.
An imminent threat.
Raided
I think
the
that
staff.
Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers,
Yo,
now that sent them back.
CHT
But if
down
we didn't hit them with the
2.9.
B-2
They're
bombers,
getting raided
they
in
would have had
China.
a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month. And if they had a nuclear weapon,
There is no
they would have
cheapies
used
on
it
that
as soon
one.
as they got it.
If you obliterated their
There's
nuclear
one in
sites
September.
last
I'll
summer
leave it
with your
for you.
strikes, then how can
See
you
if you
argue
could
it's
get
an
at the
imminent
last
threat now?
trade on that one.
Oh, we hit them so hard, we obliterated them. But that
They
doesn't
raised the
mean
ass,
with the
nobody
right
bought it.
equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success. But if it wasn't, they would have had. If we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2 bombers, which are unbelievable. We just ordered 22 more of them, modern version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers,
I don't think
they
this
would have
one's gonna
had
hit.
within 2 weeks of that attack. That's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is
Well,
working?
what I'm doing today, really, this was a little bit before, set up
Oh, that's
a couple of
September
weeks
one.
ago.
You got
This was
good.
before we
Yeah,
had this
that's whoever got that 30.
situation with Iran take place last
That's only
night.
on a cheap
And by the way,
one,
they're
but
just
I
not
don't know if
communicating. When
that's
they
gonna
say, I'm
hit.
sure
And it
they
just
don't
fucking bounced
mean that.
4%.
When somebody says, "Oh, I
Wright
didn't know you,"
started
we were
moving
talking
last Friday
night,
afternoon.
and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering
SPR
we blew
stock
up.
started moving
In
last
addition
week.
to their
Or last
Navy,
Friday.
Air Force, every division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communications. So they have no telecommunications. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
If you're worried about the miscommunication,
Well, we think all we can do is think. Look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't
VG
seen him
did
there
go up.
either. Something is going on with him. But regardless,
Honestly, the
I don't
LNG
consider him
companies didn't
really
do
the
it bad.
leader. But they do have some leaders left because we blew up group number
Broadcom,
one,
Fastly.
group number two.
I
a lot
don't
of group
consider
number three,
Khomeini's son the
But we
leader.
think we have people that are very
That's what he just said.
representative of the country and will do a good job in representing.
Elon Musk is offered to pay.
The video on the high now, too. That's going to lift up the SPY.
DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE because they stepped in so strongly. They'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country. These people are the most destructive, sick people, the Democrats. They want, and they're fighting for this. They're fighting for men and women's sports. They're fighting for transgender for everybody. Everybody go out, get your kid a nice operation, and change the sex of your kid. They're fighting for, no, think of it. They don't want you to do voter ID. You walk into a booth. In California, if a person who's doing voting, an official, asks you for identification, they're subject to being arrested. What's wrong with this country? So we're fighting it hard. And I think they should, because the Democrats are being blamed for the shutdown.
He hasn't
and
confirmed that he's dead. He just says they haven't talked to him in a while.
That's why when I announced yesterday about ICE, the Democrats called. We want to settle. We want to settle.
Trump will send
and
National Guard
people,
to
don't
airports
settle.
if ICE is
don't
not
settle.
enough.
Because
That's
we have
for the
something
staffing.
bigger. Only
Coal
settle
plays are on the
if
high
you get
now.
the Save
That's
America
like the first
Act,
set of energy plays.
voter ID,
except for those like
and
LNG,
so important,
VGs.
proof of citizenship, etc.
Yeah, nuclear's still
very
going
much.
up. You hit another high again. Just pre-market levels are kind of what you want to keep in mind.
Mine. That was mine.
Can I ask you?
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea. First person I called was Tom Homan. I said, what do you think? He said, I think it's great. Then I saw today there was some masks on. I didn't think the masks were appropriate. I put out a statement and I asked them, would it be possible to take off the mask? Because they should wear a mask when they're dealing with the murderers.
Trump said there are 15 points of an agreement with
There's
Iran.
many points of agreement with Iran right now.
I got the text headlines are a little faster.
15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
They have agreed to no nuclear weapon. To with whoever he's talking to.
Arresting illegal migrants at airports.
That's why the Democrats are going crazy, because they've allowed, by what they did, and hold up, we put ICE, who are
Rivian's waking up after they had a lot of headlines last week.
I mean, they really are a
CHPs
high-level
are
group of people, and they love it because they're able to now arrest illegals as they come into the country. That's very fertile territory. But that's not why they're there. They're really there to help.
Are we talking
eBay
to Iran
high.
directly?
Did y'all hear about eBay cooking?
Medical purposes?
Remind me about that,
They
but
have.
I don't know if
Thank
they're just
you.
reacting to the
Thank you.
vibes today.
Who's gonna be in control of
China's
Be
going up
opened,
too,
very soon,
K-Web.
if this works.
How soon? And who's in
Immediate.
control of it? Will
Immediate.
Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be in
Me
control
and
of
the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime.
They've agreed
They're really
to
starting
no
off. There's
maybe
automatically
joint
a
leadership.
regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected.
Strait of Hormuz will
And
be open very
maybe
soon
one
if
of them
this
will
works.
be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out. We are doing so well in Venezuela with oil and with the relationship between the president-elect and us. And maybe we find somebody like that in Iran.
Are you considering any more options to lower the price of oil while these talks?
The price of oil will drop like a rock as soon as a deal is done. I guess it already is today. No, we have a very serious chance
saw
of making
that
a deal.
10%?
That doesn't
You see it?
guarantee anything.
Look.
I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm not going to come out here in a week or 2 weeks and have you all say, oh, you said. I didn't say anything. All I'm saying is
I didn't say
we
anything.
are in the throes of a real possibility of making
Just
a
a
deal.
possibility.
And I think,
I didn't say
if I were a
anything.
betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything.
If I was a betting man,
they
I'd
want to
bet
make
for
a deal very
it.
badly.
Are
Thank
talking
you.
to them
What
directly?
changes would you like to see in DHS under Mark Wayne Mullen?
Well, he's going to be fantastic. He'll make his own change. He's
See if
already
people
given me a list of
respond to
people
that
he wants
one.
to bring. He's a fantastic guy.
If I
think
was a
he's just the
betting
right
man,
guy.
I'd
You all
bet
know him.
for it.
He's a very open, smart guy, very successful actually in business, which people don't know. And he's a friend of mine. I think Mark Wayne is going to be fantastic. Thank you.
Are these
Thank you.
direct talks for Iran?
on the plane crash that happened there
Terrible.
last
They made
Terrible.
a mistake. It's a dangerous business. That's terrible. Thank you.
It's a dangerous business. Those flying airlines, it's a lot to fly. All right. Well, that's your first.
Thank you guys. Thank you, press.
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you. Is he going to come back? That's a first talk. Again, everything was True Social. Everything was text in the morning. Then he had a Fox Business interview, which they're staggering out. But that was our first time getting to hear from him. I mean, markets liked it a little bit. And then again, he said he spoke with somebody. We still don't know who. They said in the morning it was that Witkoff spoke with Aragachi. But again, Iran has still been denying that. So you're still playing that back and forth. He was talking about opening up the Hormuz if they did a joint operation and all of that. But I mean, here's the thing, though. I know, we could even make our jokes, and I think the jokes are pretty funny, to be honest. I've been having a lot of fun. I hope you have, too. But I think one part that a lot of people are making a mistake on, and this is why they keep saying that they haven't spoke to Khomeini Jr. Well, just think about it. I mean, it's not as... I would argue that the Iranian government isn't as cohesive as you would think it is, or comparing it to even the United States or anywhere else. I mean, again, they're going through a gigantic ass conflict, so there's definitely a lot of room for either miscommunication or the fact that, you know, it's not as it's fragmented right now. So it can mean a lot of things, but for the most part, I do agree with the sentiment. And I do hope you guys are hearing me, okay? Please listen, because I think this is important. I do think this is buying time, and I think it's buying time for the bonds. That's why I got TLT up there in the top right, but like I'm telling you, it is. This is all every time the bonds were the scariest thing on Friday. You know, everybody's worried about the conflict, the power plants, all of these other things, but I'm telling you, man, especially even like the private credit, but globally the bonds are going insane. So every time there's I think you want the bonds move a lot slower. The bonds aren't high as high, they're not as low, but it's they're gonna react a little differently. But if you get another blowout like you did on Friday, I do think it would make a lot of the other objectives and goals a little bit harder to accomplish outside of the war. So keep that in mind. Spy just touched VY. Oh, we got a Mr. Hananalin, and we had the Peach, baby. You know, I got the shout out to Peach. I didn't get my horn in there, but thank you to both of you. Good morning. Good morning. Do. Wow, Habibi. So yeah, you said you're gonna get some more updates on it later today, but then again, wait till those the Fox News headlines come in, because he did some interview with them this morning, and that's where a 5-day. He said something about 5 days coming in, and then we might be hearing from Aragachi later today. That's who I'd be looking for. And just remember, Aragachi was the first guy the other day when we had the escalation with the gas fields, and the gas fields started going a little crazy. And that was the bigger issue last Wednesday, Thursday, that we heard Aragachi, and he chilled it out a little bit too. So, you know, that's who you've been hearing from the most. You've heard more from Aragachi and that's the financial minister, than you have heard from anybody else really at this point. So we are going to see. But so far, again, you tap VY. This is pretty much right where it started. You had that little tap right there. That's where this all began. Again, if you are, just keep in mind the pre-market levels. Still, SPY is a little bit lower. SPX is right near 2%. NASDAQ is up NASDAQ came down 1.8. It's the Russell is up by 2.9. And then Dow, 10-year at 5 is game over. I agree. I mean, I think even if it got bad, it might go above 5, but the effects of that, it just starts to crack a lot of things. And then, I mean, the craziest part, this is what I was saying by Friday, is that just everybody, bro, the gilts, the German bonds. I mean, we could bring, everybody's already seen Japan. But yeah, the global yields, if you pull up a 5-10-year chart on global bonds, I mean, it looks horrendous. So that is what I do believe is I do believe as we are entering now this final, I've told you guys, watch this week. And then as we get into the beginning of April, this is where we either reprice or not. This is either going to be an excursion or an exclusion. It's going to be a one-off. If they somehow find an off-ramp in the next 2 weeks, then a lot of the initial pricing in will hold true. Otherwise, if we have to reprice beyond these, that this is going to be really long, drawn out, have God knows what sort of outcomes conflict-wise, then yeah, that starts to hit bonds. That's where again the helium plays and food and everything else starts to come into play now too. So I do think this was a, then what they called it this morning, again, over the weekend too, you escalate to de-escalate. Because again, he just threatened to blow up the electricity. I was telling you that would change the whole landscape of all of this. So now walking away from it, it's giving you this reaction. But yeah, we have about a week or two to really see how this starts to play out. Secretary Wright to be 1 million. He said the stocks hit on Friday a little bit. Yeah, I think it's just trying to buy time, because again, oil was, like we said, remember I was telling you on Friday, even last week, anytime oil above 98, it went straight to 100. It was even doing that even with the lack of headlines through the weekend. But yeah, it's like this got oil below the 98, got it below 100. It stopped the bonds from doing the death spiral. So we'll see. But then again, everything, you're going to either have to pay it back on the back end, or this is going to ease some things up. But yeah, we're entering in the home stretch of whether or not we figure out if this is going to be something long and drawn out or not. The war stocks, they have other things. Remember, like the big beautiful bill. There's a lot of money that was going to defense, and then they're still talking about that $200 billion. But they did chill out a little bit. Yeah, LMT. But even like go look at the LNG stocks too. They actually even held up despite the big drop. But some of them just started to drop right now. Energy's at breaky. Energy is actually up by 3/4. Damn, that was a big gap down. Habibi. Oh, eBay. Yeah, there was like a beta that got released. Some people are talking about it, but eBay's coming. I don't know. Let me see if this hit the wire. But I saw this over the weekend. They're trying to come out with eBay cooking. So like you could buy food from like people making food in their garage. U.S. warns EU to pass trade deal or risk losing favorable access to LNG. I don't think that's hit the news wires yet. But yeah, it's like a beta where they're trying it out with some people, where you could buy and sell food on eBay. Like you could, like a restaurant, like where like food items. So I think it's called eBay Kitchen or eBay Cooking. So yeah, but we'll see. You believe that one was fake? I was gonna say, I don't see it on the wire. I'm gonna say that'd be kind of insane. But yeah, I don't know if that one is true. eBay Cooking. Yeah, I don't think it's been confirmed or denied. TikTok Temu collaboration. It'd be kind of, again, we were just talking about the kitchens, or the local laws allowing people to make kitchens in their backyard. There was 2 oil tankers that went through today. They were Indian LNG tankers. There was another headline over the weekend about like even letting Iranian oil get sold. So there was a previous shipment of Iranian oil that already got like loaded up, and they allowed it to get sold, believe it or not. So even though you're fighting with Iran, they just allowed a sale of Iranian oil, which may sound surprising. Again, it wasn't too big of a deal though. Again, it chilled things out kind of, but like I'm saying, the weekend news was very, very very bland beside the whole we'll blow up the power plants. And then again, this is all within the last 3 hours or less. So again, at about just over 3 a.m. So again, it's literally, everything was very calm and chill. It looked like it was going to be kind of boring last night when you looked at the futures. But yeah, this all came out off of True Social a couple of hours ago. And then we've already heard Trump about 2 or 3 times in a couple of different settings, with one of them being the one we just listened to. Can I tokenize the land parcels and let you buy are you talking about the farm? You liked that idea last week. I don't know if I can. Probably be hard. But it's expensive to make separate parcels. We'd have to, like, unless I did it digitally. But yeah, bro, the city is a little hoe. They want they want 100K for every lot split. And then it still takes like 18 months. Autodesk. Yeah, Autodesk, I think was it AMAT running? Dude, a lot of these software names are still up there. Again, your Fastleys have been ripping too. I don't know if that's higher than last week. No, yeah, they hit 2759. It's there though. Again, premiums are like 300% here. Now they're up to like 100 after just one day of all of that. Italian exit poll shows Meloni facing narrow referendum defeat. Bristol Myers. Pfizer had drug news this morning, but yeah, biotechs are actually going down. CXT. Oh no, the other one was CHT, the one that got rated. Elf on the high. Again, China plays. It was weird. Costco and some of the big box retailers didn't do good. ASPI, that one's still holding from the morning, holding the gap up. Palantir leading, so watch IGV. And then ServiceNow. Farm. No, we just need to grow food. That's been the thing that's been getting people hyped up on some of these food properties or these farm properties. Food, a well, security, you know, AI deflation mixed in with war. Off-grid is booming. I think it's hilarious. FPS, GEV. All right, high tickers. Data Kelb, Habibi. Callous energy attacks causing chaos in region. Again, you have a energy conference in Houston today. So, again, I think that might be, that's EU Callous, but you might start to get some headlines from these companies. Well, we'll wait till, you know, we got a long day ahead of us, boys. Just keep that in mind. That's why, like, again, I think we're going to hear from Aragachi. We're going to hear, I mean, again, Iran denied everything very early in the morning, but Trump is kind of, you know, overwhelming the, nope, we talked to him. We did. That's what, we'll see. It's a good deal. We're talking to somebody. Not, I don't know where the leader is, but somebody high up. Big guy. Tall guy. He's tall. I believed him. So, yeah, we're going to find out. But this is still very all of this stuff is very fresh. I mean, just keep that in mind. I mean, the market would look completely different without that just 2-3 hours ago. So, yeah, we still have to hear from that. Again, even if we go 7 hours without hearing anything, you're going to still play that after hours game as well, too. It's all week. Oh, downstream conference. Yeah, there's even a Wall Street Journal CFO conference as well. So you might get a what's it called? Some guidance from certain companies too. Visa, Zillow on the high. I saw a pump article on real estate companies. I don't think it was Open Door. There was another one, I think Compass. And they were saying that the stocks, like some of these companies that own real estate, after the legislation, they're valuing their properties at like a median of 285 versus the current median of 445. But yeah, and then there was a real estate headline that said, I forgot who it was. They're saying real estate's, I think it was Fitch. They said the real estate's going to be flat this year. And then TLT actually might hit a new high. SPY is still going up. So, again, Trump started talking around here. Right when he was over, we tapped VWAP, came back to where we started, and now you're going back up. Surprisingly, oil hasn't moved as much. So, like I'm telling you, 667, that was the pre-market high when all of this stuff came out. So, again, this was the rumor in the morning, or, again, Trump saying that that they want to do a deal and all of that, and the Hormuz would open. Oil took the knife. SPY knifed up, and then now SPY's working up a little bit more, but oil hasn't really reacted here. And then bonds are kind of in the middle there. Secretary Burgum is speaking one of the days. Nice, good info. Yeah, wait for the guidance on that. Any of these companies, that'll move. Again, XLE is not doing too bad. RVTY, SPY on the high. Whatever RVTY is, Logitech. Again, you're broadening out here. I want to still say it's 90%. How long? We've been here for what? Just under an hour now? Dow Jones, 3 in the red. It's not even energy anymore. J&J, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, 27 in the green. NASDAQ, 90 in the green, 10 in the red. And then S&P 500, 448 green, 52 in the red. And now Boeing, and then Baidu, more China as well. China is still weaker than Friday, but they're starting to catch intraday bids. U.S. is holding talks with Iranian parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. Sources say the Jerusalem Post. So that's a different name than Aragachi. We'll see. Good info on that. We'll see what that means. Again, depending on who it is, that's going to let people know whether or not this weighting is like legit or how much you could weight these comments. Spot silver rises 3%, 69. Gold's pushing a little bit. So again, as the market and people are digesting some of the positive momentum from this whole idea of this calming down, it's going to go up. So again, though, like if you need a real off-ramp for gold to go up. All right, well, now you get your attack news. Israel says they struck a member of Iran's IRGC Quds force in Beirut. Yes, we still are under the 200-day. But this is where I'm telling you, all the shenanigans kind of make sense. And I know the momentum and people, again, the last time you dropped below the 200-day was literally Liberation Day. But no one's talking about the bonds 200-day. I'm telling you, the bonds have been well above there. That's why I do think that we are, as we're entering in the end of the month, beginning of the next, the bonds, the volatility of the bonds, it's all kind of lining up here. That's why, sooner than not, you're either going to get a resolution or a more aggressive reprice on a lot of other things. Yeah, that's Beirut. At least it's not Iran, but that's the Lebanon stuff, but we'll see. Because like I'm saying, part of it, they're having talks. I mean, one way to watch all of this stuff escalate or de-escalate, it would be, a more aggressive attack in either Israel or Iran. So watch, in Korea's up 6.5. Habibi. All right, bonds too. So SPY's slowly hitting a new high. Oil has not moved on all of this. Kremlin hopes that situations surrounding Iran will return to peaceful course. TASS news agency. So Russia says they're hopeful. And soft, man, IGV after that little sell, man, got back to 85 quick. Home builders on the high. Now Intel. Real estate stocks chilling. Financials too. Again, if that could catch a nice bid. The low ticker is frozen, you guys. So again, oil's not the one moving. I mean, I bet you maybe SPY will stop going up on the final oil candle down. But yeah, SPY's just ticking away. Bonds have got an intraday lead. Bonds are trying to catch up to where they were in the morning. That pre-market spike. Well, yeah, literally nothing has changed, but then the rhetoric. So again, this whole weekend was extreme rhetoric with the power plants, and then the shit didn't really move. And then even this morning, it's all talking. But you do have, this is at least your first sign of a less aggressive talk than we were just getting a couple days ago. The problem, and you could see it in pricing and a lot of other things, is that we just are skeptical. People don't necessarily believe it fully, or as we've experienced over the last 3 weeks, you know this could change in a heartbeat. You know that they're both the admin and Iran. You're not getting the full scope of info right now. So yeah, but that's why in the meantime, it's going to be 7 out. The next pivot point is probably going to be a reliable or a more reliable update from Iran, or we're going to see, again, even if the ships do start moving, stuff like that. But we are entering in the final the final stretch of all of this. At least, again, I've been telling y'all, end of March, early April. This is where I think we arrive at the moment of truth. So yeah, but this is just to start off the week, man. Welcome to Monday. The bonds have to just tell you everything with both the economy, inflation, demand destruction, and then accomplishing everything else financially. But not only just in America, but everywhere else. That's the problem, man. Everywhere else. That's why I'm saying, like, I know a lot of people think this is Iran, United States, and it is, but at the same time, like, dude, look around the world. The last time the gilts were this high, you had a little mini financial crisis with the leadership. Last time gilts were this high, or Germany was this high, you had a lot bigger conflicts with Russia, Ukraine. You had 9-10% inflation, even higher over there. So it's just like all around the world, right? Then Japan. It's like you have very high. The global bond yields are blowing out. So it's like war is a big issue. But then if you had the global financial system showing bigger cracks with that at a more vulnerable time with higher energy and the prospect of demand destruction and high energy, it's not too favorable. So I do think just global bonds are showing a little bit more stress than not. Fastly 52, Habibi, yalla, Habibi, yalla. All right, the Fastlies are back up to 200%. Habibi, I tell you, man, this one, very wild. Now it looks like the chart. Yes, it does a little bit. Today was big though, like that last time that bounce happened, it was like a little slower. So this was pretty aggressive. But yeah, if you guys remember, this is what I was telling you. We were just talking about this on Friday. I was saying to all of you, I don't want this downside. I don't really care about it anymore. Again, you either got to hit it, we got to play other plays going up, but this is the one. So depending on how these next couple weeks play out, if we kind of get an off ramp and then that off ramp goes to shit and a power plant goes up, you're probably going to get one of these. Otherwise, this didn't have to happen. That's what I was saying. You could have dropped way more, or maybe we drop and come back up and never come back down again, or at least not for a while there. But this is the one I would pay attention to. So now with this little bounce, it's getting up, but we're still not like, this bounce was quick, but it's not, you're back to Thursday pretty much. You filled the gap. You're back to the Thursday level. I mean, really, you got to kind of get up to like, what, 670-ish? Get back up to the Monday, pretty much unwind all of last week. Because remember, last week started off good Monday and Tuesday until those gas fields started blowing up. Did he give us parachutes? I don't know, man. That comment about if I was a gambling man, I was the only one. But I mean, again, it's playing out in terms of both the timeline, like this next couple of weeks, but then I just like, this is a kind of a playbook from last year. Anytime the bonds have gotten here, you have had some bullshit. Whether it's bullshit, whether it's creative, I mean, call it whatever you want, but every time the bonds have gotten within these last couple of points, with the long end near 5%, every single time you have had some pivot, some plan, whatever it may be, some rumor, I don't know what. It's been so many things. We've done this like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, the TLT danger zone. I mean, I've been saying this for over a year now. So, yeah. The comparison chart again. And yeah, well, this comparison is just last year. So remember, we were in the box last year, again, in the blue line. This is pretty much where you had a very there were some gaps between, 2025 and end of 24 leading into 25. But, you know, there was some gaps there, but essentially we stayed in like a big range for like 6 to 8 months. And then we finally broke the 200-day, and then you got the tariffs and then Liberation Day. So with the war stuff, we traded very similarly. So now we're going to see. But like I was saying, for like any big major things, that's why I'm telling you this repricing end of this month leading into April. This is kind of what we want to focus on, more or less. It doesn't have to come down. Things could be different, but yeah, that's what we are kind of waiting for. U.S. ambassador to EU. Signs are good on parliamentary U.S. trade vote. Would be economic malpractice to reject U.S. trade vote. Chevron CEO. Oil market trading on scant information. The Velo figure. Aren't those oil names? Again, bonds are still climbing. Bonds are doing a lot better. Again, whatever figure, that just got a little pop. And then fertilizer plays on the high. You haven't even heard from Besant, but yeah, usually it would be Besant. Or again, policy shift, a trade deal. All of those things would happen at this TLT danger zone. So I think the food, the wheat plays, the helium, the desalinization, a lot of people were talking about those over the weekend. That's again, the next week or two. Essentially, if all of this stuff fails, all of this turns out to be untrue or there's no deal, and then a power plant gets blown up, and now we're like, okay, this is going to be a multi-month situation, if not longer. That's when I believe those plays start to hit. That's when the Hormuz is now closed or restricted for a much more extended amount of time, and then people start repricing things. So that's why I'm saying these next couple weeks are very critical. VG is starting to wake up a little bit more. Actually, VG is launching comparatively up to, considering how bad natural gas has been. AXTI. So again, low ticker got a couple. Qualcomm on the low. You guys were asking me. I mean, SPY chilled out. Bonds not as much. Oil a little bit. But again, oil moved a little bit less throughout all of that. SPY and bonds got a little bit more relief. WMB. Staples could get a bit. Staples extremely weak still too. Staples aren't going to react till there's like actually an off ramp. Again, more natural gas plays are going up. Yeah, they all kind of got a candle. I don't know if that's off of the EU trade deal or if that's off of the, what's it called? I don't know if that's off of the EU trade deal or if that's off of these, the energy conference. Again, SPY still above VWAP. Let's switch this to a daily. Favorite food play? It's probably going to be wheat or the fertilizer companies. IP, PayPal, PGNY, some candles down. Some bigger candles down. That's starting to drop. And then Illumina. These are all bio. I don't know PGNY, but Illumina's biotech. Isn't Progeny a biotech? UNG is like the actual commodity of natural gas. So like USO, just like oil and like a oil company are different, natural gas companies and then the actual commodity are different. It's like Bitcoin and then a Bitcoin company. Yeah, Progeny is a biotech. Illumina and Progeny. I mean, biotech's kind of been weaker here. %2 on Good Talk seems rigged. So I mean, again, I think like where are the taco people at? Like, you know, this is the whole plan was escalate to de-escalate. I think that is the simplest way you could explain what's gone on here from the weekend and then the last couple of hours. You know, again, he was just saying over the weekend, even though the market didn't react too much on the futures, maybe they didn't believe him as much, or they thought it was a bluff, which maybe kind of came true. But he was saying, I'm going to destroy power plants. That was a big one. And then by the time a couple hours before the market opens up, then they're like, hey, we actually talked to them, and now we might actually have a deal, and then we're not going to attack the power plants. So escalate hard, so then they could offer this de-escalation. But that's why, too, it's just like, this does seem like all of it. Is there an answer? Is this a real off-ramp? Not yet, not at all. But what really ends up happening is this just bought you at least a couple of hours or maybe a couple of days. Again, I mean, even the Iranians said, psychological warfare. You want to make a deal? You stop this psychological taco. Is that what you call it, a taco? Is it Taco Tuesday, Monday? Stop this psyop, this taco psyop. Say what you mean what you say. Nobody talk to you. How you say this? So yeah, they were getting pretty mad this morning. Like I'm saying, man, some of y'all are frustrated with the back and forth. And again, this is a frustrating market. The volatility, the choppiness. It's frustrating if you let it be. But at the same time, like, I could only imagine what some of these Iranian leadership who disagree, what they are going through with all this. Because again, they're instantly coming out, and then they're going back and forth, and then they're saying, we didn't stop the psychological warfare. No. What bullshit? I didn't talk to you. You're talking to me now. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. It's a good deal. Maybe they'll give up everything. Stop it. So yeah, that's where we are right now. It would be terrible to destroy the power plants. I've been saying that since last week, 2 weeks ago. Remember, I was telling you guys, like, the infrastructure. I said that would change the whole entire landscape of this conflict. I think it would be the point of no return. That's why it was surprising he said it. Arguably more surprising that the markets didn't react from the futures. Again, oil and stocks are practically, you know, unchanged. But then, yeah, then pulling that off the table and then introducing this idea of a ceasefire. I agree. It's like the tariffs. Whether you hate the guy or not, you should understand how the negotiations play out. I'd say the only difference is that this is much more higher stakes, I would say, for sure. Because like I'm saying, I mean, a tariff is a tariff, you know, destroying the power plants in Iran and throwing them to the dark ages and, you know, destabilizing a region would be, like, insane. But, yeah, I do agree, though. But, like, yeah, that's why I've been saying, though, this power plant thing is not, it's not a small deal. So Boba Youssef. Yeah, oil up a little bit. Again, whatever, a couple of these biotechs are dumping right now. All right, and SPY's starting to chill. What time is it? About 1 hour in. 1 hour, an absolute gassing across the board. That's the other part. I think you're correct on that. I don't think Iran's internal communications. It's just like I'm sure people are assuming, you know, that they coordinate like, you know, other nations that are more developed. But with everything going on, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of fragmentation in the government and communication right now too. Secretary right live? You mean Secretary wrong? Is he at the energy conference?
Well, if you look at the military camp.
All right, I forgot I could play him on here. Give you some visuals. You can see Sam Altman's dad. He's not really Sam Altman's dad, but
Iran's ability to project power to its neighbors. You saw like their attempts at longer-range missiles. This
I've never seen Sam Altman's father, but
to remove the greatest
sure it
threat
looks like
to peace in the Middle East. the greatest
I'm gonna
killer
go to the bathroom.
of American
Follow me on
soldiers over the last
Instagram.
2
You had
decades,
you could
and
see
the
the
campaign's
go to
going
my
well.
Instagram
So when the
video,
campaign's
and
going
you could
well,
see the video I
other side
posted
is
last
thinking,
night.
maybe there's
You could
another way to
see
achieve the
where
same
the
end.
futures were at,
What I love
and
about
then
President
just think
Trump,
about
he
it.
sets
That
a bold
headline came in
objective,
3
but he's
hours ago,
always open for
and that's
negotiations.
kind of everything
If
we're
there's a
responding to
better,
today.
simpler way
But I'll
to
BRB.
get the same place we want to get, we're all ears.
But do you think that we can even know who to negotiate with? It's entirely possible we're speaking with people in Iran and other people in Iran who claim they're the real leaders, because we have no idea what's going on, that we're negotiating with different groups about different things, and that's going to impact the ultimate outcome and the price of energy.
There has been quite a bit of turnover in their energy leadership. So I see where you're going there, Brian. And that's one of the things we'll learn in these dialogues. Who is in power? Are they in power? How is it working? But again, always open for dialogues. There seems to be legitimate interest. If we can get to the right place, we'll do it. But we're going to find out who the leaders are and what their authorities are.
So the president said the price of oil will drop like a rock, and it already is. The price of oil is down a lot today, but we're at 89 and change. We're not at 59. We're not at 69. If and when we get a real resolution to this war, whether that's today, tomorrow, or months from now, Mr. Secretary, what are your various scenarios for the price of oil? Because the CEO of United Airlines just said they think we're planning for the possibility of $175 oil.
Yeah, I think that's a business leader being very careful. Fuel costs are massive costs for all the airlines. I think he's being prudent and planning ahead. We certainly don't expect that scenario to unfold. I think that's highly unlikely, but that's what you do when you're leading a business. I think, fortunately, we went into this conflict, thanks to President Trump, with just massive American oil production, good relations with our neighbors overseas. The Saudis, for example, pre-positioned almost 100 million barrels of oil storage out of the Middle East before this conflict began. They didn't know exactly what the plans were, but obviously they could see tensions rising. They positioned oil overseas. You know, the previous administration wouldn't even talk to him or engage with him.
So it's a lot, but it's only one day of global production. I mean, that's kind of what we use every day.
Yeah, but it's not the what matters is the degree of the interruption, right? And this is a large interruption. You know, round numbers, maybe as much as 15 million barrels a day. So 100 million barrels I look at as a week. That's an extra week beyond global stocks, beyond floating storage.
Maybe IRGC is using AI to negotiate, maybe.
You're right, it's Sarah Eisen in the studio.
Claude,
President Trump just
make no mistake.
that,
Tell me how to get the
under
best
these negotiations, we could
here.
see a scenario where the U.S. and Iran jointly control the
How
Strait
do I
of
get
Hormuz?
Trump to say he's not talking
I'm
to
curious
us?
how
He
that
keeps
would
saying
work
he
and
did.
what the plan is.
Well, look, these are early on in the negotiations.
You're totally right.
Don't want to get ahead
I'm sure
of the
that could be
president
frustrating.
there, Sarah. But
let's go through a
clearly
couple
the
of
world
scenarios
has seen
to make sure you can
allowing
communicate
Iran
who's actually
to control
communicating.
the Strait of Hormuz, as they have on and off for decades, is just an unacceptable
What do you mean? What is a psyop?
We need to have an
What do you mean? Why don't you
with
say
some assurity
psychological?
that you can have
I say
free flow of
psychological so they
shipping
don't know
traffic
I
in
use
and out
it.
of the straits. Not just for the United States, but for all the Gulf
You
nations,
know, so what
certainly
do you
all the
mean?
nations of Asia and Europe and around the world.
Have you tried calling it a psyop?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That could get you traction with the younger audience and understand what's really going on here.
Control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Psychological operation.
Well, the country's still going to be there, but we need to be in a position where their ability to threaten the Straits of Hormuz is either gone or dramatically reduced from where it's been the last few years, the last several decades.
So if this war were to go on, and let's all hope for we all want a speedy outcome, okay? We're seeing a sale from the SPR. Some of that's already been delivered, very quick.
Yes.
Okay, but with the previous administration's sale from the SPR, there was some worries that the functionality, is the SPR broken? Is the mechanism for getting stuff out broken? Could there be another release?
IP stock keeps going up.
Drain it, by the way.
Okay, high ticker's
Could
running
be
there,
another
right? You're
release from the
bouncing above
SPR
VWAP.
if needed?
Again, watch. This time oil's a little higher.
Could be. I think that's highly unlikely. Two things on that. They did damage the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 2022. So we are drawing from only 3 of the 4 storage caverns. That is unfortunate. Also, they sold the oil, took that money, put it into the federal budget, and spent money on their Green New Deal to further drive up the price of oil. We're doing something very different. We're not selling those barrels. We're trading.
I don't even know if the
We're
AI would
trading
snitch on them.
a barrel for delivery in the near term for over 1.2
Fucking
barrels
Alex
of oil
Cart
for
pops
delivery
up.
back to us later next
we
year.
figured
so
out
we'll end out with a
was
strategic
that we could read
petroleum
everyone's
reserve
AI
that has more
based on the
oil
water
in it
usage.
at the end of next
And we
year
noticed
than
the
it does
water
today.
American
usage
consumer
in
probably
the
doesn't
village in
care about
Iran.
the price
I'm
of
like,
oil,
oh my
but they
God.
care about the price of gasoline or maybe heating oil if they're in the New England
Qualcomm
area.
on the low. Again,
You've
more
got the audience
biotechs,
right
dude. A
now.
lot of
CNBC's
biotechs on the low.
Huge audience.
Solar
You can speak to
on
them
the high?
directly. Gasoline prices back to 2022 levels.
Couple of
They're
solar
at $5.56 in
uranium
parts of
still up?
California and Washington State and
Kimberly,
Hawaii. What is your
yalla,
message
Kimberly, yalla.
to the American people right now about what we can still do
My
to
name
bring
is
gasoline
Sam.
prices
I
back
need more
down,
money.
back down?
Good song, bro.
And there's things we can do on refinery
U.S. is holding
efficiencies.
discussions with Speaker Ghalibaf, the parliament. That headline's hitting now. Good shit.
But my appeal to the American people
didn't really
is
react,
we've had
but that-
47
that's
years
like
of
one
threats
part
from
of
Iran,
info
which
so
have
far.
artificially
Who we're
raised
talking
energy
to.
prices for decades. We're going through a short-term period of disruption right now, but the long-term benefits will be enormous. Think of years ahead and decades ahead for you and your children. You're going to see a much better world. You got to get through a few weeks of disruption, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate those disruptions.
Well, you got every major oil and gas producer in America, some, by the way, in the world that are in this room today, tomorrow, Wednesday. This conference, so critical. I'm sure you've got meetings planned. Feel free to share some of that information if you would like to. Are you going to ask them if they can or will increase production if called on to do so?
Oh, absolutely. The American oil and gas industry is extremely patriotic. In fact, we've had people reach out to us. Look, we're a patriotic industry.
It is oil above
if there's
90, I mean,
things
just
we
at
can
88.
do to help the United States, we'll do them. And
Again,
they are
even as
doing
the
them.
SPY and bonds
this is
moved, the oil kind of
turnaround
stayed pinned
season
there.
for refineries.
Again, the low was
People are
84,
doing
which is
less
kind of
turnaround,
crazy to
keeping
think
the
about.
refineries running
You know,
at
if this
higher
headline
capacity
had
than they
truth
normally
or
would
if
in
this
the
does
spring.
develop,
People are
I
looking
mean,
and
dude,
bringing
that's
creative
1-2 days away
ideas
from
about how to
oil
grow
below
their oil
80.
production.
That's
Chevron's
fucking insane.
already grown
But yeah,
their oil
so
production
we'll
in
see, but
Venezuela.
This range
So
is
the
still
industry
very
is
wide on the day.
rallying to the
84 to
cause as well.
101 on the futures.
It's like you read
Just
my
in
mind
6
because I was
hours,
going to
12
wrap it up by
hours.
asking you about Venezuela. Where are we on Venezuela? I know it's a different type
Right,
of
we'll
crude
ask
oil.
industry to increase production
Diesel
if we
fuel, by
want.
the way, a major issue. Maybe talk about whether or not we're going to limit diesel fuel exports. Feel free to address that as well. And then where do we stand with Venezuela today and in 1 year from now?
Yeah, so Venezuela, right before the U.S. intervention, was producing a little less than 1 million barrels a day. And today, Venezuela is more like 1.2 million barrels a day. So that's 20% growth in less than 3 months. That's pretty tremendous. And I think it shows how much upside there is in Venezuelan oil production. So excited about that. And of course, when a lot of our refineries were built, Venezuela was the biggest exporter of crude in the world. So we're tuned to that Venezuelan Marais heavy oil crude. So more of that heavy oil into our refineries absolutely helps produce more diesel fuel on the heavy end, but of course jet fuel and gasoline.
Is there a
as
price
well.
of diesel where we would limit exports or block exports of diesel?
You don't want to interrupt the free flow of energy trades. China got right out front and said they're blocking exports. We refine more oil than we can consume. If we blocked exports, we'd have to turn down our own refineries and produce less oil and less refined products. That wouldn't be productive for the United States, certainly wouldn't be productive for the world. We do have some ideas on diesel that we can bring extra diesel to the marketplace, and I think we'll see that happen before too long.
Just south of here, I'll wrap it up, just south of here, ExxonMobil and Qatar Energy have a joint venture called Golden Pass. They're going to be exporting liquefied natural gas. Qatar Energy's the biggest natural gas LNG plant in the world is now offline, and it may be offline or partially offline for years. Does that impact at all Exxon's plans south of here with Golden Pass?
I got a lotto for you.
That'll be on in the next few weeks, if
handle
not
it.
the next few days. So no,
Next
all
few
of
days.
it- yes, that plant is very close to being operational. These are long, multi-billion-dollar, huge projects. But yeah, Exxon and Qatar Energy are great businesses, very savvy in LNG. But yeah, you'll see continued growth from U.S. LNG to fill that hole. That's President Trump. President Biden had a pause on LNG export approval. Think of where the world would be today if we had a Harris administration still throttling American oil and gas production. Think where the world would be without that LNG. American LNG production is growing rapidly and will continue to grow rapidly to the benefit of our country, to the jobs in this country, and to the benefit of the world.
Like you said, though, I know some of these plans have been put in place for years, and hopefully the plans now will
not
lay
the
fruit
recommendation.
For the future. For that, we'll leave it. U.S. Secretary of Energy Christopher Wright, really appreciate your time, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be here. The future for energy in America is bright indeed. I can guarantee everyone that.
Well, maybe the price is down today, but still
I would not go too big on that. It's a pure lotto.
David,
it's a pure lotto based on
in the world
any
of
right these back and forth on the
all
rumors.
Day today, all day tomorrow. A lot of big guests. Back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you. Brian Sullivan at CERAWeek. Much more on the latest in the war.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So yeah, other than that, he said he doesn't want to block exports of U.S. oil. Remember, that was part of the headlines we got last week with the export controls. Celsius on the low, Revolve, Urban. The lotto play was only for the locked in, my friends. I don't want to. That's it. I gave you one on Friday. Those kind of hit. I got rid of them at 50% this morning. Oh yeah, maybe I'll give you guys one once a week, or if there's more easier ones. But something like that play, I don't want to. It's very low probability, so I don't want to expose you to it. I'm gonna assume the more advanced people are aware of it. Dude, isn't that another biotech? Dude, these biotechs are getting washed. And then LYV, UA, again, I just had Celsius on the low. Korea. Well, yeah, I mean, again, they said they're already focusing on getting energy out there. It just sucks, though, man. You don't want Korea to play out like any of these other ones. It's the problem with all of these is that you're like after they do these little like sell-offs, it's like silver, gold. I mean, we'll see what happens with oil, but we've watched. And then again, Korea is the other one. It's just a matter of they're either going to get trapped in this box or they could go up. But ever since like gold and silver did that, they didn't really go up. He'll be able to manage USA escape? What do you mean escape? Escape? You're locked in. It's on the lock. Well, I told all the locked in chat. So again, I mean, assume you guys are locked in, but yeah, I don't want to repeat it anymore. My name is Sam. Jeffries. A couple of drone plays going up. But watch the banks too. That's the other part of all this. That's where the bonds start to get a little scary. But yeah, I mean, if energy does flow to Asia, I mean, they should do better. And remember that proxy trade, the back end, like the correlation between Korea and oil, it has been extremely high. So, I mean, if you go to 84 lower on oil, I do think Korea will benefit. The question is whether or not Korea goes nuts again. If Korea, let's say oil chills out, will Korea go back to this every day going up 5%? You know, again, I think it did get oversold on some indicators after the last 2 weeks. But, I mean, remember, dude, silver was extremely strong, and then that's it, bro. After, because again, silver had the same thing. You had a more volatile box. It doesn't look as tight as Korea, but then yeah, it's still. I mean, it's been what? It's been 2 months. I still think that's phenomenal. You know that? Even then, silver's at like what, 60, 70 bucks an ounce now, and then gold. I actually have not looked. I haven't looked at silver. I've looked at gold. Again, back to the fours. Yeah, gold at 4.4 after being at just above 500. Yeah, silver's at 70 bucks. It's just still insane to me, but yeah, the last like 9 days of gold and silver have been terrible. There's Fastly, Habibi, Lin Energy on the low. Isn't that an energy play, or am I tripping? Yeah, Fastly keeps going. See, that's crazy though that you have more premium on. Okay, they're coming back. They're near that price. Trump working with hedge funds to keep the oil prices down. So I don't know. I've been I guess maybe I'm too pigeonholed, but like I think all that matters is bonds and the dollar, because that's what they have jurisdiction over. That's what I keep saying. You know, a lot of people, it was crazy when we heard those rumors about that. And then was it Israeli official says that U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and Kushner are negotiating with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. So now Axios is picking that one up. So Tyree, you dropped that headline like an hour ago. Then it got picked up another 20 minutes ago. And now Axios is running. Axios had a lot of leaks over the weekend. Axios was kind of talking about this 15-point plan over the weekend. So yeah, but that's the story's developing here throughout the day. They're saying that if your question was who the hell are they talking to, they're saying it's this parliamentary member of Iran, Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf. So yeah, like I'm saying, a BIF and a PSA. Well, yeah, but I think it's the bonds. I mean, that's the simple thing that they have control over. So I think it's more likely that if the Treasury or the government was manipulating anything or getting involved in it to try to, keep things a certain way, it would be the dollar and bonds. And that's why I'm saying, I mean, just look at the bond. BIAF is up 50% at the high. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, it's kind of crazy that bonds are up where they are. Israeli official says mediating countries were trying to convene a meeting in Islamabad with Ghalibaf and other officials representing Tehran, and Witkoff and Kushner and Vice President Vance representing the U.S., possibly later this week, Axios. And then Iran's source says Iran intends to establish a new legal system in the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait one, what is it? They're going to make Sharia shipping? I'm sorry. Well, yeah, that's coming out now. IRGC source says Iran intends to establish a new legal system in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, no, the private credit stuff, I mean, remember last week they were just saying that not systemic. The Bank of America fund manager survey, 67% of them, when asked, well, if you ask any fund managers what the next systemic issue would be, they all said credit, but then the amount of credit defaults is still very, very low. So that's why, too, like I'm telling you with the bonds, I do think that if the bonds get out of control globally, then I think it's that situation's still alive. So for now, though, there has been easing the last, 3-4 days in terms of that. But I do still think, all of this stuff's kind of tied together with dollar, oil, and if bonds do break out, if bonds get really, really wrecked globally, we're going to have a problem. But for now, most people are saying it's not a systemic issue, but if there was going to be a systemic issue, it would be the bonds. Again, I hope you guys are following. Welcome to banking in Wall Street, but that is kind of how this story's been playing out. My name is Sam. Dizzle, PSN. Where's NVIDIA? Where are the big dogs at? NVIDIA just pinned at the morning gap. SPY's still holding up too. Again, oil slightly down, but not anything too crazy. The strait is international waters, so no one has rules over it. I mean, I think a portion of it is under, Iranian control, and like it's just small. It's just small, and they're near it. So regardless of the international rules, it's either going to be they make things difficult or they make things easy, both for their sake too. So again, like they have money to move too, or oil. But yeah, it's not I don't think that's too much of the concern right now. A couple names are going up. Senior official contacts underway for a meeting between senior Iranian and American officials in Islamabad. I think Reuters is picking this up now. Later this week. As part of the contacts for the summit in Pakistan, the possibility is being considered that Vice President Vance will be the senior American representative. So this story is developing right now. Again, other people are picking up on it. Again, they're saying this parliament member and a couple of others are going to meet in Pakistan. Israel knew the mediation efforts by several countries were underway to initiate talks, but was surprised by Trump's statements that these contacts are progressing and that there are apparently agreement on 15 points. So now we at least have a name. Whether you believe it or not, I still believe it's a good idea to remain skeptical, but you at least have a name now. Again, who are we talking to? We thought it was Aragachi. I mean, there was Witkoff and Aragachi comments earlier, so that kind of contradicts, but they're now saying this parliamentary guy. We gotta get used to his name. What is it? Muhammad something. Muhammad Bagher Ghalibaf. We'll see. I mean, if oil could really drop, it'll be good. UNG's actually taking the first stick down on that. RCAT, XP, Sprouts. Wheat is on the low. Actually, a lot of the longer drawn out plays are getting clapped. So again, UNG and wheat first. I don't know where the fertilizers are. They're not moving, but oil's still kind of staying pinned around 88, but SPY's starting to climb up. Bonds aren't catching a bid just yet. Watch the dollar too, because again, dollar even dropped a lot intraday, 0.5%. I don't know how much pull the parliamentary guy has. That's the problem. It's either that or again, what's his name? Aragachi. But then again, if this guy if he's able to make a deal and then swing other people, again, you're just I would remain skeptical, but we at least have a name now. We can at least, again, and that might not even be fully true yet. Because like I'm saying, I mean, we got that first report there almost an hour ago, and now Axios and Reuters and everybody else is picking up on it. But take a look. Oil's dropping now, and the rest of everything else. Again, all of these longer repricing plays are declining, and now bonds have a stick as well, too. See, dude has been there for 20 years. All right, well, you're hitting a new high. All right, I got one more for you. Would you like it? In these, you got to just be careful. Again, these are all lottos. But again, that first one's already working out with it, so. But yeah, simple. These are all just going to be off of this speculation back and forth. You know these guys, man. You should be very prepared. NVIDIA has developed a server rack MGX ETL that could run chips from competitors like AMD. The parliamentary guy. We don't know. Oil's dropping now, though. So, again, $2 more. I mean, SPY still has 5 more points. Bonds are breaking down. Surprisingly now, the only thing, dollar and oil have not hit their lows from earlier. So that's where we are with this. But again, these details again, I think more people are going to hype up the fact that there will be some meeting this week. Again, give it a little bit. Still need to confirm more of it. But essentially, if there is a meeting, then yeah, that'll kind of be the idea. People are going to start getting optimistic about a meeting. But then again, see what if anybody, that's like you guys are saying, who's this parliamentary dude? He's been there for a while, it looks like, but at the same time, with Mushtaba or Aragachi, if they kind of downplay him, that might show you kind of the division within Iran. Or we're going to see if they even support it and back it. I mean, essentially, so all of these headlines, give it another 10, 20 minutes, because like, think about it. Every time there has been a headline, Iran has been very quick to confirm or deny. So again, Trump said that stuff this morning. They're coming out saying no. So now we're finding out who this person is. People are saying a meeting at the end of the week. I mean, give it another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if Iran say, that's in the psychological warfare. What you saying? What you talking about? No meeting. So yeah, let's see, my friends. A raw Israel official, U.S. is holding negotiations with Parliament. Yeah, it's hitting Reuters now. Again, that was slow, dude. That's been going around from everybody kind of talking about this. Very interesting. This is the fake bump. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you guys are unprepared. That's why, I mean, you know, as long as you keep the emotions out of it, don't get so, like, back and forth, but like I was telling you, we talked about it a few times today, but you know, all of Friday I was just telling you guys, I didn't want that downside, even though it felt like escalatory. It's like I don't. That's it. Just the easy one is gonna be if this fails. So if this rips and rips and rips, you guys, some people might get mad about it, but at the end of the day, it's like, if this ends up failing, that's going to be the easiest move out of this whole fucking thing. And then again, depending on you'll know based on if we have to reprice or not and how kind of all this plays out. So yeah, I mean, we got a long year ahead of us, man. Factor in even the midterms too. So, you know, just I'd vibe with it. Again, like I've been telling y'all, I would remain skeptical. You don't have to be so, and above all else, whether you want to be a believer, be a skeptic, doesn't matter. I mean, just protect yourself, you know, and don't put yourself in a position to get thrown off sides, and just understand. I mean, with the dollar, the bonds, and oil, you're going to be more volatile and bullshit than not. So get ready for it, baby. Get ready for it. ADM starting to move up. Yeah, ZBs, they're big, bro. Isn't there like a mini one /T10Y? But yeah, it's in like, I think it's like 75 a tick, but you could, or 200, but it moves pretty quick. It's crazy. And then bond volatility, that's what I'm telling everybody, man. So like, you know, I keep telling you guys about the bonds, even look at the bonds thing, but you know, after Friday, I was even talking about this on Friday. That's why I was like, dude, this is weird. Okay, there you go. IRGC, Iran Security Spokesman Committee. Ibrahim Rezai says Trump lying or talking nonsense. Rules out talks, says only force will be understood as strikes and oil price surge shift momentum. So you got one person from the, again, oil's not really responding on that. Security Committee spokesperson Ibrahim Razai says Trump is lying or talking nonsense and rules out talks. It sounds like he's responding to the morning headline, though, not responding to the, everybody saying this parliamentary guy. It's a tautological cipher. What do you mean he's a lying? He's nonsense. Nonsense, a liar. Who is this guy? Well, this guy, so the same guy 16 hours ago, he was saying that the Razai guy, he's a parliament spokesperson? He says the battle continues. He rejected negotiations. Yeah, this might just be a battle of parliament, or they're using it to make everybody, to make parliament fight and see who's going to be willing to defect or not. Because it looks like the Razai guy is also part of parliament, but almost 24 hours ago, he wasn't saying nonsense, but he was saying we reject all negotiations. He seemed like more of a hardliner. They're fucking with us and just playing the market. Yeah, you're getting close. You know, that was closer than some of the other comments I've read. I mean, you guys don't remember the same shit happened last year? Not only like the market moving, but again, a lot more people got mad at me because remember how much the market dropped without even a single tariff? And then how everybody got panicked. You had higher inflation expectations last year that I argued were manufactured than you do right now with oil touching $100 every other day. So yeah, I mean, a lot of this, the fog of war, and then, you know, this roller coaster of emotions. That's what I'm saying. Is don't let it get the best of you. Don't let it get the best of your pocketbook. And the advice I was even giving people a couple of weeks ago, look ahead. If you could look ahead and, think about it, the future of economy, demand destruction, inflation, and then factor that in even to the midterms this year, it's a lot smoother and easier to read and not get clapped by it in the same way. But yeah, I mean, again, you've got a crash course in this last year, I would say, of how these headlines, the back and forth, this happened, this didn't happen. This time it's just different because it's war, but there is a lot of similarities when it's all said and done. Yeah, Chad Vix, YouTube hates us, but then don't underestimate, you have a whole nother set on the locked in Chad, on the real-time stream, so it's kind of appropriate. A lot of volatility has brought in some locked in people. And I told you I have something else for you today. I don't know if I should tell you guys now, though. And then SPY near the high. Oil on the low now, 85.85. That's crazy, dude. Again, 84 bucks earlier was still just like, again, we were just knocking at the 90s and the hundreds. So yeah, you've been, I guess, beginning of March, the first week you were in the 80s. Again, when we rapidly got past the 80s, so you kind of saw how quick that fell. So again, SPY's still working up, but this has been more oil. Bonds were kind of going, but then SPY's the one slowing down. Watch the dollar. You said that guy is just Iranian Hegseth. We will not stop this war. No negotiations until complete obliteration. Yeah, exactly. Trump woke up, paused tariffs. That was that. And then again, though, even leading into it, you saw the hype once everybody downplayed stuff, and then everybody all went to one side, and then that's it. If you're a locked-in member, go to the other chat so you could actually take advantage of the benefits there. Otherwise, if you're still in this chat, I mean, it's the same thing for everybody else. How are you? You're in the other chat. What's going on? So you got guys in the other chat who said they're locked in the other chat, and then the guys in the locked in chat are like, wait, how do I get to the other chat? It was a so yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. If you're there, well, you go to the channel. So one of them, if you go to the live, you'll see the one everybody's watching, and then there's a members only time that says real time. So every day there's 2 streams. So if you're on the locked in, you have access to this one. Right? Oil prices will go down if Iran war ends in 5 days. Google president concerned we are not full throttle on energy. In U.S. race to expand AI. Well, no, I mean, maybe XLE is held up. So XLE might go down if there is a ceasefire, but it may not go down as much as, it may not go down as people would think. Because again, they've all made money, sadly. You know, like that's what people have been talking about, where more people are, they have made more money off of this than not if you sell oil. Remember, we had those updates the other day, but the Warsh thing, it just depends on this this Piero thing and whether or not they actually keep investigating Powell. But even Trump said it on Friday. Remember, was that like near the end of the day? Trump was saying that he is going to that they still are going to keep looking into it. So that would unfortunately delay his confirmation. All right, oil tapped right near the low And then dollar is starting to tick up a little bit. UNH kind of flushing a little bit. And then Snowflake ripping out of nowhere. Israeli source says take Trump's announcement with grain of salt. Sky News. You just figured it out. Yeah, okay, so you guys are on the locked in. Yeah. I thought y'all were just playing with me. But yeah, there you go. I'm glad that helped. So yeah, if you did buy the locked in, I mean, go to the real... You could go to both streams. I'm just saying, one of them's real time, and then, you know, in the morning, you'll have the news here on the real time stream. And then you'll also have the watch list too. Your long wet wipes and papers, kind of the same. I'm long on diapers and beer. That's been one of my favorite ones. Well, Trump even said that. I mean, Trump was saying, he said, I didn't say anything. I said it's a possibility. It's a possibility. And yeah, like I said, though, too, man, if you are, I don't think the locked in is for the, what's it called? I don't think the locked in is for the more beginners. I think more advanced, if you know what you're doing, you'll get the most out of it. Google president, we are not full throttle. TTE Energy Bergam says France total to redirect $1 billion of offshore wine leases to natural gas production. And then too, don't please and if you guys are gonna like get like political or like you want to talk about more off-topic stuff, use the other chat for that. The locked in has rules. I don't know if you've noticed. So yeah, I took off the rules this month on the normal chat. I haven't really banned. I banned a couple people. You guys have got to see those. But yeah, if you're on the locked in, I would read the rules and do not break them. Okay. It's a beautiful thing, you know. Gated community has a little bit more. You got some rules and regulations, covenants and restrictions. The pizza crisps were on sale at Costco, bro. Good luck, bro. I haven't ate the whole bag yet, so I've been doing pretty good. You're broke. Someone give you the lotto play. That's what I'm saying. You know, whether it's locked in or stream alerts, none of them are gonna save you like that. I don't want them used like that. So yeah, it's like if you're broke, I don't think you should get a lotto play. I think you should build up a budget and learn in the meantime, build a long term, and find a way to actually get in the game properly. But you know, if you're playing the emotional slippery slope, it just don't really work out too well. That's why I say, you know, more advanced. I feel like that's kind of more of a beginner view. I mean, go make your rounds in the stock market. Go try a couple of things. You'll realize what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You got to really develop your strategy and budget, and you'll find out what makes the most for you. I mean, again, I like short-term plays. I mean, I just took my lottos, but you got to keep them small, and you got to put them in a place where, you know, a wise man once told me that money that you need is cursed. You know that? A Chad told me that. I'm not the one who made that comment. That's not a Josh Answers quote. I'm telling you, man, somebody in the chat literally said it. They were like, money that you need is cursed. So if you're like, I'm broke, I need a play, I need the money, just like money you need is cursed, dog. I'm telling you, it's so true, bro. Get a long term. I got it. Well, no, get a long term and then set a budget for even the short term plays. And then, you know, you got to build yourself up to it. But that desperation or thinking you need again, bro, those even from last year, man, we've had a lot of these short term plays. There's also been great midterm swings. And I'm telling you, if you get yourself in the right mindset, you're not forcing it, you got the budget to be able to react, and you're paying attention, it's going to line up for you. But if not, like, you know, it's if you treat it like fucking DraftKings or Polymarket sports betting, it's going to backfire. And, you know, it's just then that's just the game of flipping the coin or rolling the dice. Locked in is different than the normal membership, yes. U.S. releases total energies from, wind, not wine. That's why I didn't get that one. Wind. Israeli officials believe U.S. and Iran could hold talks in Islamabad. They're reiterating that again. So again, you guys are getting the full story, right? So nothing happens over the weekend except threatening to destroy the energy facilities. Iran says they'll threaten to close permanently. Then 4 a.m., 7 a.m. Eastern, Trump is like, yo, we're negotiating. We actually might have a deal to open everything. And then Iran says, no, we don't. We never talked. And then Trump came on early in the morning, pretty much reiterated everything he said. And then as of the last hour or so, we are hearing about a scheduled meeting of a parliamentary member in Iran. And they are setting up a meeting in the next couple of days to discuss these off-ramps. And then now people are going back and forth. And then you even had one Iran parliamentary member said, no, it's nonsense. Fujitsu plans to send 1,000 people to major NATO countries. That's the Iran headline. Micron is dumping. Not too bad, but it just keeps printing the low ticker. All right, man. Just see if oil, the next candle on oil, or oil's just going to stay pinned here. We're going to hold the same range. But dollar hasn't gone down on any of this. What time is it? About to be 8:30. Have they done daylight savings yet in the EU or UK? I don't even know. I think it's next week. So here we are. How did the 10-year get slashed? People more bullish? Yeah, I mean, again, if oil's going to drop, they're going to be less worried about economic damage and or mainly inflation. So, but it's very temporary, and it's very small for now. So that's why I think bonds are moving a little slower. You need more decisiveness. I mean, again, just since the war started, TLT dropped, what is that, 5%? You went from 4.3 to almost 5? It's pretty crazy. So yeah, that's the same way it messed everything up with bonds, same way it could kind of fix it. But now, I mean, again, the bonds just did all hit a breaking point globally, or they're knocking on the door. Again, whatever's with Micron, I mean, down $8 in the last couple of minutes, and then UNH still dropping, and now Lyft. And CNC too. Healthcare is not doing too bad. Again, the biotechs though, they weren't too hot, even though the index is up. Interesting. And energy's not bad. Burgum, is he talking at the thing right now? I thought he was going to come later in the week. But yeah, he said Total Energy is going to put that money into oil instead of gas. Oh, I think Trump is going to go live again. It's for a Memphis Safe Task Force roundtable. So it might not be that crazy, but yeah. So you guys know how that's going to play out. He's going to open it up with 5 minutes reiterating everything he said this morning. He's going to talk about Iran, tell you how they don't have a navy anymore, go through that script, and then it's just going to go back to a roundtable. All right, well, you're right. Again, VWAP is climbing. We've done this a couple of times. I mean, we had the first big gap up. You had one solid move in the first hour, and then as Trump was talking, and then we've been playing this back and forth. Again, oil's a lot lower, but again, I mean, last time Spy was here, oil was like $2, $3 higher. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I had UNH. I don't know what's going. It's UNH and CNC, but it just seems like it's just them. Iran has 2 main demands to end the war: guarantees against future attacks and compensations for losses, according to a Turkish force. Source is the Middle East Eye. That's coming out now. Again, they've been saying that's the more hardline approach, though. I think. I don't know if I don't think Trump is going to give them money. I think best case, Trump is like, I'll let you get 10% of your oil money. I think he'll allow them like revenue from oil to make up for it, but I don't think he's going to give them money. Yeah, I think the compensation is bearish because that they're asking again the future attacks. That makes sense. They've asked that too, but at the same time, I think asking to be recouped damages, they could come up with a crazy number. And again, I just don't think Trump wants to fall into the same category as Obama and giving him money. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I think maybe some oil deal and give them some sort of revenue or royalty off of oil or allow them. I think that's how they'll navigate the compensation. But I don't think I think asking for money and giving money is both bearish and won't happen. They're saying trillions in reparations. Yeah, that's insane. I think it's a plan to divide Iran more with their parliament. I think they're going to one of the parliament people is a hardliner. That one guy we heard from, Rezai, and then the other Mohammed guy, I think he's more down. And then meanwhile, Mujtaba is nowhere to be seen. And then Aragachi, I don't know where he fits into it, but I think the plan is to start pulling people from the parliament and get them to look like they're negotiating or actually negotiate. And then meanwhile, you're going to have your hardliners. And then depending on who could work out the better deal, you're either going to split up parliament or they'll all fall in line, or maybe that's where your new leaders emerge. But again, it kind of seems like a long shot for now, but we're going to find out. I do. But then I'm saying, I've been saying this from the beginning. Everybody is acting as if this is a well-coordinated machine, and I don't believe that at all. I think Iran is really fragmented right now. Like, they don't even, again, the other day Mujtaba was even saying he was saying, well, I didn't support these attacks. Aragachi commented on how other people were kind of doing their own thing. So I think I think the US is trying to take advantage of that. Google it. All right, we'll see if big tech, you might get your burst there. It's kind of, yeah, Google's on the high. Google's up 1.6. Iranian television about senior leaders. Trump is a liar who requested negotiations, but Iran did not respond to the request. Iran yet to respond to proposed talks between VP Vance and Iran Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf. Wait, so they acknowledged it. Interesting. So Iran TV, they said they haven't responded yet to the parliament guy. So maybe the oh my gosh, I don't even know. So yeah, they're denying the first part of overnight. They're saying that's a lie, but then they're now acknowledging the second part of this parliament meeting in, where was it, Islamabad. They said they haven't responded yet, but then again, they are acknowledging it. Like I told you, you'll hear from it. They've been quick to respond to these. So more fog, but yeah, it's a psychological operation Monday. They say, good morning, happy weekend, psychological warfare. So yeah, they acknowledged it. They no confirm or deny. They just said that they haven't responded yet. So everyone's aware now of this whole parliament meeting, potential meeting, Vance, all of that. The best API sources, as many as possible. And then the chat. I mean, even this chat, like, take a look, whether it's locked in or not. There's headlines in both of them. But yeah, I mean, my news source, I'm getting pretty much all of the sources. That's the general idea. And I even have one that scans through Twitter just in case. Twitter's been a little dog shit as of lately. But yeah. And then too, even like, it's easy to get financial headlines, but as of lately, I mean, again, there's just a lot of bullshit with the war. So that's another thing you got to watch out for. Iranian television, Trump is a liar. Trump was just humiliated and backed down from bombing infrastructure due to fear of a decisive Iranian response. That is why he backed down. I tell you, psychological warfare. Have world leaders talked this much during conflicts? Kind of. I mean, this is the part that I think people forgot. You remember how many times Israel and Iran would go back and forth, even the Saudis with Iran, and then remember it's just all a show. They would all be like, we're going to attack, and then they would evacuate everybody. We will show you our strongest might, and then they'd make sure everybody was evacuated, and then they'd attack. It was all symbolic. So this talking in, like, preemptive strike, or not preemptive strike, but like telling what they're going to attack. They've been doing this for decades now. So, and then again, I mean, Russia, Ukraine, you kind of got a little bit of that, but I do think that was a little bit different of a conflict. But even in the height of it, you remember, like, every day we used to get headlines on Russia, Ukraine, as it was starting, and then the invasion, and then you'd have the propaganda, and then remember the back and forth, peace deal, no peace deal, all of that. True Social? No, I just have a bot that might click a button and it pulls it up. I could usually tell based on the market, but I have a bot that auto-populates that one. Iran Foreign Ministry states there was no discussions with USA. Indications. Friendly countries sent messages indicating request talks to end the war. Iran didn't respond. IRNA. Iran Aragachi says no talks with USA. So he's usually the one that de-escalates. See what they say about the the meeting in Islamabad. Iran Foreign Ministry, Aragachi says Strait of Hormuz conditions to end war did not change. It's funny they said fear of decisive response. I would be more afraid of just fucking blowing up all those facilities. I'm playing with OpenClaw. If you configure it, it's powerful. Bro, I've been telling y'all since fucking 2 days after that came out. It's crazy, man. It's gonna be wild. It's crazy with all the war stuff. You know, it's like we haven't really talked about the AI developments, but AI is still, again, we had an interesting inflection point this year. So I do still think y'all should play around with it, and you could, you know, have a purpose. As long as you have an idea of automating something or doing with what you are working on, it's going to be good. It's easy to waste time with it, and some people you could create kind of like, you know, brain rot, mindless stuff. But I'm telling you, if you find a way to put it in your workflow and use it for things, it's a very, very powerful tool. The what's it called? Manus. So that's the Chinese one that Meta bought. It's pretty good too. It's easier, but it costs money. That's the thing that sucks. It's hella expensive, like especially if you want to do shit. But it's like a much more user-friendly, easier one than Clawbot. Like zero setup, and you could have it do. It's like a more trained Clawbot out of the box with it's with more memory. Like you don't have to install all that shit, but it's super expensive comparatively, because you could let the other one get expensive, but you know, but like, yeah, Claude is good. I mean, again, pretty much you take your OpenClaw and you give it the brain of Claude, or you give it the brain of Gemini, and that's kind of how you could get it working. So it's, again, the bot is just like the way it's executing it and able to like kind of automate, organize tasks, use a browser, and then, you know, kind of build this bot and personality. I don't know if you guys noticed, Grok is even using bots now, or they're using agents. So if you go ask Grok a question, it now has multiple agents going through it. How do you suggest OpenClaw from scratch? Just play around with it, dude. Again, like I'm saying, try to think of a task of what you want to use it for. That's the best way to be productive with it, so that you don't just waste your time. But like, as far as like setting it up, watch a couple tutorials. It's really just a couple of clicks. I mean, I would think about safety as well. I would not install ClaudeBot, OpenClaw. I would not put it on a computer with all of your personal info and files. You know, that's kind of the downside, the security. But yeah, that's all you got to do. And just, it's easy to install. There's a lot of tutorials and videos out there. But like, have an idea of what do you want it to do? If you could answer that question, then start talking with it, start talking with your whatever brain you're going to give it, Claude or Gemini, and then, you know, come up with an idea and then have it do that. That's what I'm saying. If you know what you want it to scrape, if you want it to get real estate listings, if you want it to organize, if you wanted to edit videos, if you wanted to bring you videos and organize certain stuff for content, if you wanted to scrape certain news, if you want, again, you could even make one just like we talked about, True Social. Say that's the first bot you want to create. Have a bot that gives you a update every 5 minutes or every time there's a new post on True Social. You know what I'm saying? Have a specific intention, and then that is the best way to be productive with it. Otherwise, you will spend hours on it just fucking around. Or you might just create stuff that you'll learn and you'll know how to use it and you'll be familiar with it, but you may not have that. Explosions reported at U.S. bases in Kuwait. Well, that's what, dude, I think. All right, so what do you guys think about June? I could block off June for the farm, because again, I'm doing the quarterly bookings for the events, so I'm pretty booked out there. But do you guys want June or July for the farm meetup? But I want the farm meetup. I want to bring all the AI people. I want to nerd out, and then we could have a little mini ClaudeBot summit, like we're Chinese people. I don't know if you know, that's what they've been doing, bro. You know that? Right outside of Tencent, bro, in China, you got there's 60-year-olds, there's 10-year-olds, and they're all just going there, setting up their ClaudeBots and sharing their ideas. So it doesn't have to be only about ClaudeBot. and all that. But I do think a little AI summit at the farm would be fun. And then we could all hang out and chill, you know, maybe talk some more, talk planting foods, you know, anything else that comes to mind. But was June good or July? Pretty much. We have to decide soon, and then I could block it off and then set it up. Yeah, it is simple to code some of these ideas by yourself, but I mean, if you've never had coding experience, then yeah. The fitness, oh yeah, I think we should make that part of it. The fitness, yeah, we're gonna have. I know Derek will be there, but yeah, what do you guys think? July or June? That's in 3 months. You see what I'm so still a little bit of time. At least I'm giving you a bigger window to prepare for. Well, because think about June, you have the Juneteenth holiday, so we could even plan it around a 3-day weekend, or you could do July 4th. But I don't know if you guys want to. It'd be cool to be in Cali on July 4th, but then it's also going to be hectic as fuck with all the travel. And then then I don't know, I don't want to take you away from your families. But like, I think early or middle June, whenever Juneteenth is, that's where you get a day off. NVIDIA queried by Senator Warren and Grokdeal. We should live stream it, actually. That would be cool. But then I can't walk around without, like, you know what I'm saying, bro? I want to watch out for a camera. Again, it was cool how we did it last time. Can you bring a cow as a farm warming gift? If somebody is willing to take care of it. So someone would have to stay. Farm is located in Southern California. So you can fly into LAX or San Diego. Doesn't matter where. It's going to take you like an hour to 2 hour drive, depending on traffic and where everything else. So you got to land at the airport, and then you have to make a Oregon Trail ass journey out into the middle of California's farmland. If you could bring animals, if someone's going to stay and live there and take care of them. How about y'all bring like decorations, maybe? Because, you know, like I said, bro, people are booking it out for events and shit. So I don't know, but we haven't, no animals yet until we have a house sitter. All right, we're still, so ever since Aragachi and all of the comments pretty much denying everything, you are going down. Oh, it'll be super hot in June. So yeah, it's gonna be yeah, it'll be very hot. Everything dropped off of that. Explosion reported in Bahrain. So you literally had an attack in Kuwait and Bahrain, and then literally Iran media came out. They acknowledged the meeting in Islamabad, but Aragachi said no talks. Everything over the weekend wasn't real. Total Energies, you keep hearing headlines from them. LEA. Okay. Well, I need to go to the bathroom. War shockwaves ripple. Who is this? American Apparel? President? American Apparel? This isn't the crazy guy.
Part of the
you remember the old American Apparel guy?
Consumers pay. And again, that's not just in our industry. We would see that really across the board. So
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Just our industry, which is very globally focused. You have really a lot of our economy is praying for, looking for a quick resolution. So not only do we see the adverse impacts on oil, but also the adverse impacts on the logistics that have been created as a result of this. And keep in mind, we still have the problem with the Red Sea, which hasn't fully returned to normal. There's some tentative steps there, but that's far from where it should be.
Steve, about 30 seconds left. With some hindsight now, do we know who paid tariffs? Who is paying tariffs?
Well, with hindsight and foresight, tariffs are paid by the importer of record. In some cases, that gets passed along. In some cases, that gets totally eaten by the manufacturer, the importer, whoever actually paid the tariffs. Really, it is a case-by-case thing where you have to, each individual company, and in fact, in many of the different product lines, will have very, very different answers.
So we don't, like, I guess a lot of folks are saying, hey, it's certainly wasn't the exporter, probably. So it's some combination of consumer, the corporate food chains. That's kind of where it's all kind of dealt with.
Exactly right. The tariffs are a cost that's imposed on the supply chain, and different companies will absorb or pass that cost along, and that will change over time. Ultimately, over many years, tariffs are costs that, like every other
in this
cost,
field, and I think that
along.
ensuring that we can keep an eye on how things may evolve is very important.
You get to the stakes of it with things like agents, where there are more security concerns. The EU, though, has been more aggressive in regulating American tech companies, certainly over the last decade. Has anything structurally changed for these companies? Why should anyone believe that regulation will shape how they build AI when we've got fines, but I'm not sure if we've got actual structural change for these companies, even over in Europe?
Well, I think, in fact, it has been quite a success. It was not intending to target any type of company depending on their nationality, but to ensure that anyone willing to provide and to accept to the digital reality can do on a level playing field basis. And in many cases, it has been small American companies trying to get this competition, this fair market functioning, because European market represents around a third of their global turnover. And it is true that we have achieved lots of things thanks to this regulation that was developed at the beginning during the Trump 1 administration. So working together with our American counterparts that have similar approaches in terms of how they can ensure this market well functioning all over the world. And yes, we were focused on interoperability and access to data. And there are lots of small things that have been improving for any consumer thanks to this way to work, anticipating what it must be respected, what are the things that they can do.
Anticipation. Pakistani officials are back-channeling communications between Tehran, Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. Financial Times, Pakistan Army chief spoke with Trump yesterday. So again, this first drop was like a barrage of Iran comments denying it. Senior Iranian official to Reuters, U.S. has requested a meeting with Parliament Ghalibaf on Saturday. Tehran is yet to respond. So again, they're the only thing confirmed then. I mean, if you think Trump is, if you believe Iran or you believe Trump, I mean, that's the first part of this morning. But the second half is that is literally the parliament meeting. That's still on the table in Pakistan. The Supreme National Security Council has not yet reviewed the matter. So they're saying it's not removed. Spy's going down on that now. So again, these comments are coming out. You are back to where we gapped up. So literally, I mean, ironically enough, take a look, bro. Think about it. This was Trump talking in the morning, and now the Iranians talking have pretty much unwound all of it. So this is where we are. Remember, we were watching it today. You had the gap up. That held, even though Iran denied it early. Trump was talking it up. We had our high here, and now you're right back down to pretty much where Trump started talking, a little bit lower now. So yeah, literally, Trump comments one way, Iran comments the exact opposite way. Oil back to $89. So that's moved about $5 from that bottom in the last like 30, 45 minutes. So yeah, they're confirming the meeting, but they're saying that they have not, it's not confirmed. No negotiations have been held with U.S., and fake news is used to manipulate financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel are in. I know. That's why I'm a little bit more surprised that the Iran comments hold almost the exact same weighting intraday as the Trump hyped up comments. It was very interesting. The fog is thick. Well, I mean, at least this time, I mean, the first part about it, whether or not there was talks, that there again, it's just being denied. We don't really know, but the again, this parliament meeting is still on the table for whatever in the next couple of days. So that's where I think it's gonna get. That's where I think it's gonna get very interesting. So again, they're gonna give you an update eventually, but everyone was saying in the next couple days. For now, the extra hype pump after the bell. So think about what's gonna happen next. You're gonna hear Trump. So Trump is gonna do his little intro speech. He's probably gonna say the same thing, but yeah, Trump is gonna be at that Memphis thing, and then we'll probably hear from it again, and then go from there. Parliament Speaker says fake news used to manipulate oil markets. That's coming in again. Well, Trump, yeah, he said 5 days you're going to know. So that's what? Friday? AEP, the energy names are running now. SOC is back. SOC's actually back down to where we played it. But AEP and Battle, some of them are still down, but those are starting to go. The LNG one's actually faded. And then UNG not react. Again, oil, it's all still the range from that first drop. And then Microsoft's coming down, so IGV, the bigger tech names are adding a little bit of a drawdown. SPY's up only 1.3. You hit his highs like 2.1. Russell's still holding, and then NASDAQ at 1.2. It's actually the worst out of the big three. And then the Dow Jones is at 1.6. Saturday night would expire 7 p.m. Oh, yeah, huh? 100%. But I think, though, I mean, I think Trump is taking it. That'd be crazy. So if they actually, like, I don't know. I think this is very low probability. But you are right. The Saturday timeline, assuming I don't know if Trump is going to be that crazy. But if they're like, okay, we didn't talk, boom. If they attack the power plant, that'd be fucking insane tonight. I don't think they will, but that's why I do think hopefully you get a confirmation of this parliament meeting sooner. But yeah, other than that, though, the other timeline he gave would have been 5 days, which Friday, Saturday, in terms of this whole, extra negotiation with the parliament people. Yeah, gold hit a new low. If anything, gold is getting washed on all of this. Dollar back up. TLT back to where we gapped, which is still in a pretty precarious. I think gold is the worst, then it goes bonds, and then dollar, and then oil and stocks are doing the best out of all of it comparatively, because oil's still washed, bro. Oil's still down $10 from the high of earlier. So yeah, and then SPY right back up to right near open. They have hacked their TV a couple of times, but again, they have a very tight control on their internet still. That's, bro, you're lower than where Trump came from. You're back to the opening candle, or right below the first 2 minutes. But a lot of things started selling off of that. I mean, just like even tech-wise and some of those chip moves that you saw earlier, some more than others. He said, Josh, call the Ayatollah. They need a new CEO. That might be the one I do not call, but I appreciate the idea. That's funny as fuck. Dow Jones, 27 still in the green, 3 in the red. NASDAQ, 75 in the green, 25 red. So double the amount of names on the NASDAQ went red, and then double the amount of names on the SPY. 100 names red, 400 in the green. Battle. Well, I think buying time for bonds, like, because you'll see, man, bonds still a little bit of a bid, not as good as it was earlier, but there's still buying time for now. You're still holding the gap up. That's the crazy part. So remember, you're still up about what, 1% right now? So you're giving back Thursday. This level is when we did the little gas field attack, and when that got out of hand with everybody. So that was still an escalatory level. So at the very least, over the weekend, even 3 days now of situation staying the same, you're ending where you were last week for now. And then again, we're going to play this game back and forth. We'll see what Iran says about the parliament meeting. Or again, if we get another update at some point, if they keep hyping it up, we might just play this back and forth. For now, Iran comments were weighted equally by the market as Trump comments, which is fascinating. Because again, same exact move up. You just took it down a little bit faster, I would say. What time was that? That was about an hour and 15, and then you gave it up in about an hour. What happened was Iran came out with a flurry of headlines, and then Aragachi, the guy who usually de-escalates and who's usually been a little bit more favorable the last couple days, he said they did not speak to Trump at all, but they acknowledged that there is a parliamentary meeting potential, but they have not decided on it yet. Pfizer on the low. Anything, it's all inverse related plays, and then a couple of smaller cap energy that were clapped. Iran people demand complete and remorseful punishment of aggressors. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind Supreme Leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiations have held with U.S. and fake news to manipulate oil markets. Yeah, that was a little addition, but that was the headline that brought us down. Make a basketball court, we'll run a tournament. I could do I don't know if I could get a full court pavemented up, but we could do like a basket. Like, you remember how they played basketball when it was first invented? We could put up like a weaved basket, and then I don't know. It would be dangerous though. There's a lot of dirt and rocks, so you got to be careful. Well, oil and SPY are doing the best out of all this. Bonds still holding a gap up. They're still near the danger level. Again, dollar kind of near some of the other areas, but I do think oil is still pretty rocked right now. Which I'm surprised. I'm surprised it even hit 84 an hour ago. So yeah, for now, the first part, the negotiations, you got a very direct confirmation from multiple parties now in Iran saying no negotiations, and then there is now this potential meeting in Islamabad that is still on the table, but they're saying they have not reviewed that proposal yet. And then I don't know when how long does it take to fly to Memphis? Stop trading for a year. You start to concentrate on finance. I'm better. How do I start to get in the market? With a very small budget. Make sure, I don't know if you stop the long term or not, but I would always keep the long term going. And then the best way, you can't blow up if you use 10% of your 10%. The idea with trading should be you have one separate account for long-term investing that is always growing and you're taking advantage of the market. And then if you want to speculate on higher risk strategies that, again, are very volatile, they're all over the place, especially in a market like this, you use a smaller portion of what you are keeping your total investment at, and you could use that for speculative higher returns, so it could pad the stats. Otherwise, too, if they all fail, it shouldn't negatively affect you, and you could go about that on a month-to-month basis as well, too. It's scheduled at 1 p.m. Eastern. Habibi, so in like an hour? Why would Trump say they had talks when they could just deny it? Well, that's the point with everything. This is, again, I hope you guys can acknowledge it. I don't know if you just got here or not, but I was just reminding everybody, just stay skeptical. It's just, this is something you have been exposed to, that's why it's like, eventually, I feel like all of this is like debating what Santa Claus said, right? And you're like, Santa said the gifts will be delivered. Santa said there's no gifts. Then the elves. What about the elf union? And then Buddy the elf. It's like, think about what we're talking about. It's like, we're talking about Santa Claus, right? Why? So that's kind of how I would stay skeptical. You could get caught up in the details of everything, but like we've been talking about week by week basis, next couple of weeks this week and then next week are going to be very critical. But when it's all said and done, you need a definite off-ramp, or if we keep staying on this path, we're going to have to reprice something for a longer amount of time. So we've just seen this a lot before. The back and forth, even Iran says one thing, Trump says another. Trump has his goals, Iran has their goals as well. It's just like, you don't want to get too caught up in I would stay skeptical throughout all of this until it is so obvious and clear on terms of the off ramps or on ramps, and that's really what it's going to be like. Iran Ghalibaf says no negotiations have been with U.S. Fake news is used to manipulate oil market and escape. That's the other comment. That was from Ghalibaf, though. So at first it said Iranian senior official. He is the guy who is supposedly going to the negotiations. So now at this point, pretty much you have a pretty, now they're defining who it was, Ghalibaf. But now you do still got a pretty unified, pretty much all of these guys in Iran, from Aragachi to Ghalibaf to the hardliners. That's who it's, where we're starting to see them all say the same thing. Goldman lifts U.S. recession probability to 30%. Chaos till October. Well, I don't know what type of chaos it will be, but that would play with the midterms. It may be war related, it may not be. The fertilizer, desalinization, food plays, those are all going to be a part of the the next 2 weeks, if we have to reprice everything, and this is not, if the excursion turns into something bigger, then yeah, we're going to go from there. Iran Revolutionary Guard says they had launched new attacks on targets in Israel, U.S. bases in the region. That did happen during here too. I forgot the Kuwait and Bahrain attack, or at least reports of that. You believe Iran? You can't. I mean, my problem that I shared with people a couple of weeks ago, and then all the fucking Sharia law supporters got really mad at me, but I'm sorry, I guess. I just think it's historically accurate. I just don't believe in the power of Iran as many people would right now. And I see people kind of believe in it. Doesn't mean that their statements are incorrect or correct. No, but just remember, Iran lost to fucking Iraq. So if they're with the battle of Iraq and Iran, old Saddam Hussein defeated Iran. You know, the big bad Iran. So that's kind of one of those things where, unfortunately, I do think that the Strait of Hormuz and that's the only card they have, is to be annoying. And annoying is probably the better word for it, sadly. Yeah, eBay a little bit. That was up doing good today, too. Pay attention to anybody who, like, wins. They did. They had the support of the U.S. during that time. Iraq did. And they also had more of the... They also had more of the, like, international community on their side, because they got Iran to lash out, but Iran already did lash out with all the neighboring countries. This time, back then, I think France and the UK, they were much more they were supportive of Iraq, believe it or not. So yeah, but then at that time too, during Iraq and Iran, dude, they were fucking up ships left and right. Like I told you guys last week, go look up the tanker wars. You know what I'm saying? Go look up the tanker wars, and you'll see, like, the amount of ships that were getting clapped was very, very large. We're talking, I think it pales in comparison to in everybody's ship. China was getting ships attacked, Japan, you name it, everybody's ship, everybody got the smoke. That was the last time. That was the last time you had a problem with all of it. I see that was probably the best answer in the chat. He said Iran doesn't need to win. They just need to not lose and buy time for the global economy to collapse. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Being annoying is the strategy. I don't think they need to exactly. It costs you a lot of money. It costs they're not going to beat you. They're not. That's what I'm saying. Iran is not. I'm sorry for those of you who think Iran is a big force to be reckoned with. I do not believe that one bit. But I do think that, again, if they could get in the way enough and, get you exactly a war of attrition, make it long and drawn out, and cause these, small and a death by 1,000 cuts for a long time, and then it upsets a lot of other things, that's where they don't need to win. They just need to not really lose. And that's why, though, again, talking about the energy and cutting off the, some of these more drastic actions Trump was warning about, it would definitely change that. But then it's also like you can't go back from that. You had a dream last night that ChatGPT opened heavy oil futures and you weren't. Dude, I had a trippy dream yesterday too. Bro, you want to know? Do you want me to tell you what my dream is? I got to make dream alerts though. I don't know, because some of y'all just think I'm crazy when I tell you a dream, and then the other people are like, how can I invest on Josh's dream? I believe. So I'm telling you, bro, I just get entertaining dreams, okay? So you should try it. Stop smoking weed. Okay, calm down, bro. It's okay. Here, I wrote it down. It was very simple. Yeah, bro. I had a dream about like AI and deflation. I was like, it had to do with oil, surprisingly, but like, I was like renewing a lease of oil under my house, but then like pretty much like, I don't know, I was like living in the future and like I was comparing it to like 2020 or like 2025, but then I was like, dude, it was like 2040 in my dream, and it was all about AI and deflation. That was my whole dream, and it was just trip, like watching life and how it played out, and it was just so much different than everything now. But yeah, it was very fun. It was probably one of my most entertaining dreams. And then yeah, people were like negotiating oil leases, and then it didn't, like, jobs didn't change as much, but it was more so along the lines of like, I was talking with somebody about how I was like, dude, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and we thought it wasn't going to change that much, but then it was like all about the pricing and how like AI and robots, it was a trip, dude. Very fun. So yeah, I woke up thinking about AI and deflation this morning. Not a recommendation. I don't know if I needed to add that. No, there was something that happened. It was weird. I was negotiating oil leases, but it wasn't like a oil type thing. It was like, that was like a daily part of life. Like, it was very weird. And it was all because of AI and shit. MSOS, Medicare to cover $500 in hemp and THC products for Medicare patients, launching next week? No. Weed stocks haven't moved. That seems kind of crazy. You get $500 for weed. Fossil had a pop 5%, or it was already up 5. I write down my dreams when I wake up because I'll forget them if I don't. Conservative Scottish justice seems sympathetic towards GOP effort to limit mail-in voting during federal elections. And then Petrobras not consider raising diesel prices in coming days. Landman? No, I haven't watched. I think I already finished Landman. You had a dream you were defending the corridor with robots? Yeah, it was a trip. Mine was all AI. But it was just like how different 2020 was from like 2040 to 2050. And I was like, it's not that long ago, but then I was like, damn, we're really into the future. I just kept looking at things. I kept saying 2050. It was very different. Why are those the same price, dude? Interesting. Toyota announces $1 billion investment in Kentucky and Indiana. The news was didn't react. They're saying Medicare coverage, Fed details plan to cover $500 in hemp CBD and THC products for Medicare patients under program launching next week. We didn't move off of that, surprisingly. And then SPY kind of coming back down here. You're slightly, I think you are a low intraday, or you're just above it. You're right near the morning levels. And then oil's at 90 now, 90.80. How low can TLT go in the next couple months, man? That just depends on how motivated your government officials are. Because I've been saying this for a long time. Every time TLT, and there's a lot of people in the finance world, like Bank of America, they're going to go all in at 5% treasuries. on the long end. So anytime the bonds have gotten down to these levels, you've had some level of bullshit. Whether that would be, I mean, again, that was even the bottom. AI, they invented AI. Let me say that again. Last time the bonds got to this level, hey, yo, artificial intelligence, I bring you Sam Altman, ChatGPT. It's going to change the world, NVIDIA. That was literally the last time. And then any other time, whether it was election or anything, again, Trump, God knows what other plans have just, sometimes it's legit, sometimes it's bullshit, but every single time the bonds get near 5%, something ridiculous has happened, and something has changed that trajectory of all of it. No, but you guys don't think that's weird? So the last time the bonds were at the danger level you were at last year, and again, last year you had that was the bottom, Liberation Day, all these other things. You know, the last time before that was fucking AI. It was literally artificial intelligence. This is where we bought Meta. And then they're like, yeah, it's we got Sam Altman. It's like Sam Bankman, but this time it's AI. You guys want AI? You want to try? You ever heard an NVIDIA chip? And then here we are today. So yeah, that was all, even when the bonds were around there. So it could go lower, but there's just some force in the world. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know if it's a force. I don't know if it's a plan. I don't know if it's coincidence, but every time the bonds have gotten to this, you know, big danger level of like 5%, something happens. Whether it's manufactured or, like I'm saying, organic, it's been a mix of everything. But literally every single time. I wish I could be making this up, but no, it's actually hilarious. So again, 4.9 anytime. It's on the 10-year, and even same thing goes for the 30-year bonds too. 4.94, you get AI. Again, or you'll get an election, and then Trump comes in. Trump is going to end the world. He starts pivoting with plans, him and Besant. Every time it would come up, they would come up with some plan, or they'd chill out on tariffs, or they'd offer you a plan or minerals, God knows what else. So yeah, it's I think it's hilarious. But that's why I'm saying it's like they could go lower, but I do think the line in the sand is 5% on the 10-year. Same thing for the 30-year as well. Or I think the 30-year might be a little bit above there, or right below it right now. If it broke below, if we started getting to 5%, I bet you AGI is gonna come out. If it goes to like 5.25, dude. If it goes 5.25, 5.5, we have fucking AGI, or they're gonna cure cancer or something. But like I'm telling you, bro, just even when you look back at it and see the start of AI at that level, and then everything we went through in the last other 2 years, every single time. So it could go lower, but there is an incentive, it seems like, to get in the way every time that happens. NVIDIA Big Energy unlock 100 gigawatts for a data center. NVIDIA partners with AES, Constellation, NEE, and VST to build AI factories. BIAF, that was running in the morning. All right, man. So SPY's now just chilling right below the gap zone. I think we'll move on another headline, but we just need another headline. So first hour of the day, hour and a half, Trump hyping up the negotiation. Second hour of the day about Iran kind of having a united front about saying we're not going to do any of that. No, but then the other one's on the table. And then, yeah, now low ticker's picking up a little bit, but we haven't got anything new in the last like 30 minutes probably. Still the same thing in this last hour and a half. Yeah, ECB comments, not anything important. Have I owned a bond? Yeah, several. I still own some. I bought bonds when the yields were at like 6.5, 7. It was fun times. There was like 2-year, 3-year notes that were really, really high. And then we were getting a lot on our bill too. Okay, Brent is going up and then oil at 91. No headline, but the downside momentum is continuing. You think aliens at 5%? I don't know if that would bring. Would that maybe people are like, oh my gosh, aliens! I need to buy a treasury as soon as possible. Will we fill gap? I mean, it's a Monday, so Mondays are usually good. There is 400 names still in the green, so that's a lot of names that could flip red. I wouldn't say it's a likelihood, but it's possible. I don't think it's too big to fill, but it's definitely you have things that could work in your favor for a gap fill. I wouldn't be surprised if we went halfway because you filled a couple of the gaps to the upside. But yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the next set of headlines, whether that be more if they reject the meeting in Islamabad, then you'll probably drop pretty quick. But then a confirmation of that meeting. You know, they'll deny the first part of today, but that confirmation would help it out. SQQ on the high. Low ticker is going nuts right now. So eyes up. I mean, you're breaking. Like I'm telling you, this is the earlier candle from like where you wicked in the first like 3 minutes, but it's going down. IEA 400 million release, not enough to ease tight market, Japan's Vice Minister of Affairs says. Hot dog. So Japan saying they need more. Again, they're top 3 in terms of oil importers. Jim Cramer was bullish this morning. Jim. I think Oracle would have been at 170 if he didn't fucking tweet. Okay. You've heard me say, uh-oh, hot dog for years. Where did it come from? Dude, I think they canceled. I think they canceled it. You don't know uh-oh, hot dog? I don't know if now's the time to tell you as the market's dumping, but maybe I could mix in news. I'm surprised. I think it got confirmed. I'm surprised none of you brought it up. The OnlyFans, the owner of OnlyFans died today at 43 years old. So we had Chuck Norris on Friday too, bro. Well, this is
hot dog.
I think it's from Mad TV, bro.
From Paris on Flight 46. I'm missing my bag. It contains my papers. I need my papers.
Oh non, je suis désolé, mais je ne parle pas anglais.
No, I don't speak French. Do you speak English?
Je n'ai pas ce que vous dites moi.
Right. Does anybody here speak French? French?
Oui. Bonjour.
That's good. Listen. I'm missing my
Oh yeah, I can't find it, but there's a bunch of clips. Just look up uh-oh hot dog. This is old, bro. It's like 10, 20 years old. Mad TV. All right, man. Oil, BNO, USO on the high. SPY is now in no man's land. You either fill the gap or not. Israel Channel 12 reported that Iran is ready to offer very significant and serious concessions regarding nuclear program. However, Israeli official told the network that the likelihood of reaching an agreement remains low. And then Iran says they fired drones at Israel and U.S. targets again. So again, Israel is now saying the odds are low. That is Bobby Lee, yeah. How do I know that? No, Bobby Lee's not dead. The only founder guy's dead. And I grew up watching Mad TV, bro. Miss Swan, he looking like a man. Prime Minister of Pakistan, I agreed to Bukshekin on an urgent need to conduct dialogue about I spoke with that's the Muhammad guy, about the very deteriorating situation in the region. So he's saying they talked, but they didn't confirm a meeting. Because, again, Pakistan's in the middle of it. So, again, you have two things coming out right now. Pakistan is talking about speaking with the parliament member. And then now you also have Israel saying that there was discussions, or Iran was willing to make concessions, but the likelihood of a deal is still very low. So here we are, my friends. All right, but you're halfway there. How many points would that be? That's 10 points to fill the gap. And then you're 8 points away from the high. So almost the same distance down as if we went that is almost for where we started off and already came down. No, oil, I mean, SPY's more weaker than oil for now. Oil, surprisingly, it's hitting the high ticker, but again, that's why I like looking at the futures here throughout all this. You could see, I mean, overnight, oil was near, at one point last night, 1 a.m., it was at $100, 101. So again, you're $10 lower. You're technically 10% lower from the high, which is still fucking insane. Global oil, yeah, that's global oil consumption, but I mean, remember, the United States is a part of that, so we have our own shit taken care of. I mean, even the places in the Middle East that don't need to export, the problem is Asia importers. That's it, and then Europe. That's why I keep bringing up the bonds, and that's why when everybody is like, I'm surprised Europe is being so sanguine about some of this. They like some of it, but they're not getting involved because Europe is the one. After you go through Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, then it's all European. I think 60% of the energy in Germany is all imported. Israeli official, the Yedioth Aronoth, Washington has set April 9th as the day to end the war in Iran. Where the fuck did that come from? Well, that puts us on the 2 weeks. Just above it, right outside, literally, Israeli official to Yedioth Aronoth, I don't know who that is, Washington has set April 9th as date to end the war on Iran. Yeah, you're just going to get this back and forth, bro. Is Trump live? We're going to hear him on his comments. See if somebody asks him about this. Again, all he's going to do, he's going to start off. Yeah, the White House is live. He's not there yet. Or it hasn't started yet. But you guys understand. He's going to start off, tell you about destroying the military, the Navy. He's going to make his early comments, and then that's it. and then it's going to go into whatever this thing is. Yeah, it's live, but he's not live yet. Watch your speakers. I have it unmuted, so whenever they come on, it should make some noise. An agreement remains very low. That's the Israeli one. Trump-Pakistan call, part of Pakistan's Iran mediation push, Financial Times. I think they're buying time. That's what I was saying from the morning, whether or not, you know, just again, the bonds, dude, the bonds were ugly on Friday. You guys don't remember that reaction? Like, market was down, but that's why I was like, bro, look at the global bonds. Even this morning, even into bonds gap down more than the SPY. So while the SPY may have not been moving, oil was still at the same price. Bonds were hitting a new price. And that's where it's like, again, you now, it's a global issue. It's not, this isn't just the United States. That's the problem. And that's where I think this war and everybody hating Donald Trump and all this other shit doesn't really matter because, again, everyone's getting drawn down by this now. So that's where I'm like, I really think that bonds move slow. So if you could put something in the way, buy you some time, it'll work for now. And then again, oil dropped, I think, a little bit more than expected. But yeah, it's still gonna be this this back and forth shit. But as long as you could buy time with bonds, this goes into that theory I keep telling you about whatever something's gonna happen at 5%, or at least the goal is to stay away from that danger zone. And the sooner you get to 5%, the more pressure you're gonna get. And the sooner you get to 5% in the States, everywhere around the world is also getting blown out too. I think you need to keep that in mind because a lot of people think this is just this is everyone's problem now. If the bonds start to reflect that, this isn't just, oh, look at US made a problem. Maybe that could be Donald Trump's strategy at some point because if the bonds start to blow up, you're taking everybody down with you. Go look at the United Kingdom bonds. Go look at the Euro bonds, Germany bonds. You will see what I'm talking about. I posted it on the video last night on my Instagram, and that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about this, and maybe because you don't want to make this acknowledgement. Like I'm saying, everyone wants it to be a U.S.-Iran problem, but I think it's deeper than that now. If the bonds keep going at this trend. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't think this chart is wild? This chart don't look weird for you? That the United Kingdom bonds are breaking out? So without today's little move, this thing would have probably been taking these are the highest it's been in a decade. What? Gilead. Oh, I thought it was a bond offering. Yeah, Gilead nears $2 billion deal for autoimmune biotech Oro Medicines. Germany, highest in a decade. This is Germany, who, as part of this decade, spent almost half of this decade in negative. But do you see what I'm saying? Look at these charts right now. If I showed you anything, if I inverted this chart or you're watching this thing break out, you would be like, whoa, this is a 10-year chart. So again, we haven't done it. Our bonds are a little more stable, but it's like if these guys are already cracking, and you could pretty much go around to look at, again, Australia. Australia is already breaking out by almost a quarter. So this is where I'm telling everybody. It's like, dude, and this all happened from Friday, last Thursday, last Wednesday. It was there. That's where you could argue it's been like that. It's all stayed trapped. It's just like TLT. So go look at TLT. That shows you, or not even TLT, just look at the 10-year. It's been like this, but they haven't broken out. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why on Friday I'm starting to, pay attention even today, because it's like, well, take a look. These things have been trapped. These things have been staying here, but it's at the same time, it's like you now have a global situation that has the juice to move it, and some of these guys are already breaking out. They don't break out unless something happens. So yeah, I wouldn't be so sanguine about it. But that's what I'm saying I do think is the big issue right now. And unfortunately, it drags everybody down with it. So if you don't know much about bonds, I mean, I could probably do a mini lesson later, but all you need to realize is that this is part of what I'm saying with the repricing. It's one thing of what happens with the economy, but if every global bond yield starts to hit more and more highs, you're going to get volatility, and it's indicating kind of what people are expecting for both the global flow of money as well as global trade and activity and value of currencies. And that's what I'm saying. Those things start to move, you're going to get repricing. Anytime you've seen global currencies move and pricing in bonds, we've had very, very large events. Well, I mean, if we de-escalate, this goes down. Bonds will probably fall back into that range. Maybe they'll have enough juice to get a little bit more cushion. But if this just keeps persisting now, I mean, I think it's going to drag everybody into a problem. And that's why I'm saying it's like, in a weird way, a lot of people, Europe, the UK, you know, they're thinking this is all about U.S., or I don't think they're trying to admit it, but it's going to hit everybody out. It's going to hit us eventually, but I think it's everybody. It's just the whole logic of, haha, your side of the boat is sinking. It's like, no, that means everybody's fucking sinking. So, and that's where I'm saying, I think Europe, the importers, they're going to have the most problems. Again, Japan looks the same too, but it's like then we get the U.S. problem, and then now this situation goes from conflict, whatever you think it was.
Ladies and gentlemen,
holy
the
fuck!
45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Scary. But yeah, then it just turns into like a global economic, where at least I know I'm free, and I save 10% each month and hold that long-term tree, and I gladly stand up next to you. I don't want to they'll copyright me, bro. Communist. Is he early? He is, by 20 minutes? Wow, shit's real. So we gotta speed this up. He said, let me start off by telling you how much we obliterated Iran. They don't even they can't even make a paper airplane, you know that? Okay, I'll tell you. They had planes, they used to. They used to have boats. They can't even make paper mache. Not even origami. They don't even have a paper airplane, I'm telling you. You'd be surprised. And what are they gonna do? And we've obliterated them. That's why everybody should help. But we don't need your help. Why would I need your help? Fuck your help. You understand? If you should have helped, you should have helped a long time ago. But I don't need your help. But thankfully, it's over. It's over. It's just getting started, but it's done. It's pretty much done. Over 5 days, 4 days, 50 days, same thing. I didn't say that. I didn't say any of that. It's a possibility. Big difference. You think I'd tell you? Why would I fucking tell you, dum-dum? Sound like Joe Biden. Dum-dum. I think that's how it's going to start. So let's see. Peter. I obliterated them. I'm telling you, I got obliterated, Pam. They got obliterated. No paper airplanes, no paper clips. Good idea, though. You'll look back at it like the paper clip. It's a great idea. I should have thought of that.
Thank you. Wow, that was a nice place with the best sound system. I don't know who did. Sounds like the finest opera hall in anywhere in the world. Let's come back here more often. So often you have sound systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse, making a speech when nobody can hear you. This is beautiful and it's a great place. And Memphis has to like me because I have a lot of friends here and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of what's gone on and the job that these people and some of the great people, many of the great people in the audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. We're not going to cancel Memphis, but we do have some big things happening, and very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was a name. They showed me 20 names. Sir, what name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taken place, if you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions.
Yeah, reiterates Iran wants to settle. We'll get it done.
We've been
I
negotiating
hope.
for a long time, and this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope.
I hope. I might. Maybe.
So,
maybe not. Okay,
hopefully
maybe.
this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran
The algos are on crack today.
have a nuclear weapon. They would have
Yo,
had one
bro.
if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal they called it.
It should start moving less. If it does the same exact move, dude,
I'll tell you what.
Watch oil,
Martha,
watch
we
the
would
bonds,
have
watch dollar.
nuclear weapons up there.
Holy
when,
shit.
Would you say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launchers at a level that nobody even thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships that down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force.
Yes, sir.
We eliminated
Praise God.
all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader, and they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again, but now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it
much more
quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised, everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000. They say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term.
They don't want to talk about it.
If I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that. And I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that I won't be. We were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll
Helion Energy CEO says Sam Altman is stepping down from company's
so
board.
We're giving it 5 days.
Why the fuck is this dude on an energy
see
board?
where that takes us, and I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition, after the appalling lines and massive disruptions at major airports nationwide last
Trump
weekend,
will give it 5 days.
I began demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their
It'd be good if we don't
disgraceful
have to go
shutdown
forward with
of the
annihilation.
Department of Homeland Security and restore the full funding for airport security and the TSA. They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country.
Bro, I saw people go to the airport 4 hours early and still be late to their flight.
They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the mutilization.
We should be taking care of transportation.
Men in women's
How about
sports.
that? Can we do
But what
that?
they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. Brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask because we have, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands of killers into our country.
You say I'm a big believer
We're
of the mask?
rapidly getting them out, by the way. But they would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't love the look in the airport as you get off the plane. So I made a request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We would also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard. And
Wait, are you serious, Tim?
To help out at the airport.
Are you making a Trump joke?
It's extortion by the Democrats. They're holding up money that's already been approved, and now they're willing to go $5 billion reduction in ICE.
5:30 for a 10 a.m.
in order
flight.
to get the approval on a deal that they approved, the great big
and you
beautiful
didn't
deal,
get
which
through?
is the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest
How?
regulation cut in history. They
I
want
know
to
how, but
basically
that sounds
renegotiate a
unbelievable.
deal that they already approved, and they're doing it largely for a criminal element. So also the Democrats are putting our country at great risk during this period of time, a period that they call a war. They call it a war. We call it a military operation. Their leaders during this time are, as you want to say, they're in a never land. Schumer is gone. I mean, he's a Palestinian. He should be fighting on the side of Palestine. He's actually become a Palestinian leader. I don't know. I've never seen a man change so much. He used to be pro-Israel. Now he's pro-Palestine. I've never seen anything like it. And, he's worried he's going to lose his next election, which it only depends if anybody runs against him. If anybody runs against him, he'll lose. But he's gone very wacky and very dangerous for our country. But we want all of those things. We have to have them. We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship as part of our funding. We want to merge them so that we can get the great, big, beautiful bill in action, and we can get the America and Save America. They called it the Save Act, but nobody knew what the Save Act was. So I said, you have to call it, under any circumstances, you have to call it the Save America Act, because everybody knows what that is. So they want funding taken away from the ICE patriots who are responsible for getting rid of the criminals that Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and his gang of thugs in the White House. You talk about weaponization. They weaponized everybody. When Pam looks at somebody,
Worked
it's
as a security
weaponization.
screener?
They've indicted me. What
No
they've done to
way.
me and everybody else, it's a disgrace.
Yeah,
They're the
dude, that's
weaponizers.
crazy. It
And what
was
they've done
the
to people,
companies.
can never let
Like
that
prior to
happen again. We
9/11,
can
the
never let
airlines
them
had their own
get away with it
private
again.
security.
They are the greatest
But that's why they let
weaponizers.
terrorists on the plane.
Fortunately, it didn't work because here I am with you. So it didn't work out too well. Didn't work out too well. But they want to have people come into our country. And so many of these people are murderers. They're drug dealers. They're the worst criminals anywhere in the world. They want them in our country. They don't want them to come out. They make it almost impossible, but we get them out anyway.
I think he's going to get to the main speech now.
To enter our sacred ground. These people
I
should
told
have
you guys
never-
what was
they
going to
came from all
happen.
over the world.
Y'all still
They came
acting
from all over.
bothered.
came
Said
from
he's
the
going to
Congo
start
in
off with the
Africa.
Iran
They came
thing.
from all over
He's going to
South
go
America,
just dump all of the
everywhere.
same speech you've already
And they were
heard,
from
and then they're going to
jails
get into
and
the
mental
topic of whatever's
institutions.
happening. It moved
They
the
were
market a
drug
little
dealers.
bit, but
They were murderers.
we're either going to calm down or get another headline. Apple announces WWDC conference
the Democrats
June 8th
are
to
being
June
blamed
12th.
by the American people.
2 explosions heard in the
catastrophe
Rumalan,
on right now at our
Rumalian
airports
oil field
and
in
at other
Syrian
points of
city of Al
transportation and beyond.
Hasaka.
And we want the public to know we're not going to let them out of this trap that they created for themselves. And I'm suggesting very strongly that the Republicans, in going for the Save America Act, that you weld it into exactly this, because voter ID is part of Homeland Security. Think of it. We're talking about 2 separate items, but they're really the same. Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. And citizenship, proof of citizenship, is part of Homeland Security. So I think it should be welded in. I think it should be together. You should vote together, because the public has not liked what they've done at the airports. And they've done it, and the public understands it.
Can we unite,
They've
you
gotten
guys?
wise to them. Republicans do
Can we
not
all
settle
sing Kumbaya?
with Democrats and let them
Feel
out
like
of
the
this
world needs it.
hole that they've buried themselves in. You have to take the votes in the Senate to approve. You need votes to approve. We have to get Democrat votes. And at a certain point, if you could get rid of the filibuster, it would be great. It would be great. Get rid of the filibuster and get it all done. So we'll get it done. We want another thing. We can, or we don't have to, add those other items. And by the way, they say they're 80-20 items. They're not 80-20. They're 99-1. Men playing in women's sports is a 99-1. You look at transgender mutilization of our children, that's a 99-1, and we have that in the bill too. So they won't sign it, then let the people reject them, and what we have to do is we have to win the midterms. This is the most important election, because all of the gains that we've made, we built the greatest economy, the greatest military. I built the military in my first term, and we built the greatest military in the world. We're showing it now with Venezuela, with Iran. Everybody knows we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world. And we're in a position that we haven't seen. We're respected. You know, our country now is respected all over the world. A year and a half ago, we were a laughingstock. We were a laughingstock. The King of Saudi Arabia told me a year and a half ago, he said, "President, I can't believe what's happened to America. 1 year ago, you were a laughingstock. Nobody thought you could ever survive. Now you're the hottest country." Use that expression. He said, now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we are now. Congratulations, because we're all partners in this deal. You're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's really amazing.
Back
so
from Guatemala.
I congratulate you. It's a great feeling.
Welcome back, baby.
Because we were
Glad you made
laughed
it
at
safe
for
and traveled
4
easy.
years with this guy that should have never been president. So I'm tying Homeland Security into voter identification with picture and proof of citizenship in order to vote. And those 2 items are the most important thing.
So now they're
having to do
bundling
with
that into the
Homeland
bill?
Security. So it should be part of the Homeland
That's
Security
crazy.
bill. And I'm requesting that the Republican senators do that immediately.
So now it's going to be even harder
You don't
to
have
open
take
everything
a
up.
fast vote. Don't worry about Easter going home. In fact, make this one for Jesus, okay?
Woo!
Make this one for Jesus. That's what I tell
I don't.
them.
I like Jesus.
It'd be a damn good thing. The
This
most
is a damn
important
good
part
thing
of
from
Homeland
Jesus.
Security is voter ID and proof of citizenship. Nobody can vote on Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. And you can't have Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. So we're tying them together. So now, if you don't mind, let's get to the reason why I'm in Memphis and why you're doing so
Now
well.
we get this speech.
Because Fred Smith, everybody know Fred Smith? He was a friend of mine, and he created from a sort of failed report at like Harvard or whatever. He did a business report, a concept he had, that was his thesis, a concept he had to build a company, and it was FedEx. So he gave this thing where he takes packages, he delivers them. Who the heck knows what he put down? Bottom line is they gave him a lousy mark. I don't know if they passed him or not, but they didn't give him a good mark. They say, this is the most ridiculous business plan we've ever seen. Fred, go back to the drawing board and try something else, because this won't work. Well, he decided to go for it, and he built FedEx, and it's an amazing story. And he was a very good friend of mine. But he would tell me that he didn't know what to do about Memphis. It was so dangerous that they would have a board meeting, and the board members, they would demand it, that they could not walk 1 block to their hotel. You know the hotel I'm talking about. It was so dangerous. And now they tell me this is like an entirely different place. It's like Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., we had the same thing, and now it's amazing.
Why do
Such an honor.
the claps don't sound as
If
strong?
only more governors, your governor called, and he said, we love it. Your mayor has been terrific. Your mayor has been terrific. But look at the results that you've got. Look at the results. And everybody should do it. You know, if I was Chicago, Pritzker, he's a failed governor. All he has to do is say, President, we're having a problem in Chicago. Could you come in and fix it? We'd have it fixed in 2 months. It would be good. It would be good in 2 months. It would be great in 4 months. You'd have almost no crime. But he can't do it.
Okay,
And
you're
it
going to
just
get way
keeps
less
going the
random
same way.
headlines. I mean,
So,
market's been pretty
that's
unreactive
the
after that
reason
first
I'm
little
here
pop.
to tell you how well
What time is it? 10? So
you've
we've got
done, how well we've
you're
done.
past
I mean,
zero
I just
close.
came in, and people greeted me, sir, thank you very much for what you've done. I said, oh, where are you from? Memphis. What did I do?
CF
You
on the
stopped
high.
crime, and your sheriffs are so thankful.
Why is that not loading?
And, oh, you haven't seen it yet. You know, we've just been here a short while. In another 2 or 3 months, you're going to have, like, no crime. And, you know, we take these criminals. Is that our handsome senator down there,
No,
Bill?
that was their
Is that our
claps
handsome
don't. My
Senator
clap
Bill?
sounds stronger than that, bro. Are you
got
kidding me?
both of them down, but you're gonna have a
I'm
new
the
governor
clapping
here
king.
soon, I guess, huh? Gonna have a very
You know,
new
my
governor.
girl gets embarrassed
You
when I
stand
clap
up
in
as
public.
senators. Please stand
She's
up.
like, "Why is this
Two
so
of the
loud?" I'm
greatest
like, "It's
people-
art." You don't hear that? It's an art,
Two of the
dog. It's
greatest
force.
people.
Shout out to Philo.
They never let me down, you know? Some let me down.
What is
they
he
never let me
boxing?
down. Thank you.
DEA evidence?
Last September, my administration launched the initiative modeled on
Yeah,
D.C.
keep the
Safe
shot tight. I don't-
Task Force in our
Who made
nation's
this
capital.
is that
One
a
of the
gun?
most amazing things.
Dog, that's a
I mean, I hate
fucking
to
Glock.
say it. Now I can say it. But our nation's capital was one of the
You
most
see it?
dangerous places on earth. People were being killed that go in from Iowa.
Yo, for a
that go
guy
from
who got
Indiana
shot
to
at, that's
see
a
the
lot of
Washington Monument.
that's a lot of
And
firearms.
their parents would get a
right
phone
in front
call
of
they've
the
been killed.
stage. That's amazing.
And it was happening a lot. It was really bad. And like this, actually,
Zillow and MLB
this was
strike
at a level
multi-year
higher, to be
real
honest
estate
with
deal.
you. It was really bad.
Official real estate
But it
home
was
rental
happening a lot,
partner of
and now you walk
MLB.
down Washington, it's like everybody that sees me in Washington, we've been doing that another couple of months longer. Everybody
That's a
sees
Smith
me in
& Wesson
Washington, they say,
SD9VE.
thank you, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Man.
And I immediately know what. You know, they could thank me for a lot of things. I said, are they thanking me for the economy? I know immediately. We have people working in the White House, young women. They walk, I would say normally beautiful young women. Ever since I got elected, I don't like to say that, because usually when you say a beautiful woman,
but I'm gonna
isn't
say
she
it
beautiful,
anyways.
that's the end of your political career. So I never say that. But young women coming up to me and they're saying, sir, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. I say, how big a difference is it? They say, we walk to work. We were afraid to walk into an Uber. We were afraid to walk into a car. The car would be, it didn't matter. The car was being robbed when we were in the car. And it was much more than being robbed. Being robbed was the least of it. And we took out over 3,000 people. And you know, there's an expression that 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the population. And when you hear that, you realize why we could do such a good job. We moved 3,000 people out, permanently out of Washington. These were career criminals. Many of them came in through the Biden open border disaster. They came in, they weren't there, they came in, they said, we want to live in Washington where they'll take good care of us, give us plenty of welfare. And we got them all out. We moved them back to their countries. Sometimes we'd put them in prison because they were so dangerous. We had one person who killed 4 people in a short period of time. Many of the people, 11,888, 50% of them in our country, they came from jails. Other countries opened their jails and let them into our country because Biden and his great border czar, the border czar who never once went to the border, never once called Border Patrol. But his great border, perhaps you've heard her, Kamala. Has anyone heard of Kamala? She was the border czar.
Kamala.
It was like having nothing as a border czar. And they poured into our country, and they made our country very, very unsafe. And the job that ICE and Border Patrol have done, they don't get the appreciation they deserve. They are great American patriots. They're incredible
Your
people.
friend in finance said to accomplish, you have to go to school for what you're. What do you want to accomplish? I don't know what you're trying to do.
So we brought together 22 federal agencies, state and local police, and
Okay. Be on the lookout if there's any comments on the wire.
incredible National Guard to smash the grip of the violent
Otherwise, he's not going to
criminals
say
of this
anything about Iran anymore.
iconic
This is all about the
American
crime
city.
Memphis
The city
thing.
is incredible. People love it so much, but they're just fed up. They can't stay, and now they're staying. I had somebody backstage say, "Sir, I was ready to leave, and now we're staying." I said, "Don't worry, it's going to get much better."
Now we're staying.
Just takes a little more time. Like our D.C. efforts, the Memphis Task Force has been led by our Director of U.S. Marshal Services, Gadi Seralta, who is incredible. Where's Gadi? Gadi, you are unbelievable. And I want to thank you for the work. He did a job in Washington. So when I heard Memphis, I said, I want the same guy that did Washington. Because that went, you're going to tell us when you get up which was more difficult, all right? But members are known all over the world as the home of Graceland. You know I'm going to see Graceland after this? I think, is that right?
Wait,
I love
is that Elvis?
I never met Elvis. Everyone said, did you? I met them all. I met Sinatra. I knew all of them. I never met Elvis.
I was going to say, he
Sometimes
met
I feel
Elvis.
I should tell the little fib, said I knew him well.
Yeah, I tell you
love
guys, I've been
Elvis,
on an
but I
Elvis
never
thing
met him, but
lately.
I'm gonna go
I
see
like
Graceland
Elvis.
after
Now
this,
I'm
I
into
think.
EDM. I don't know
I'm
how
sure
that
it's not gonna be a
happened.
very long
But
stay, but I want
Yes.
to see that. But
I'm
for
looking
years
at a
prior
mad
to
woman.
our involvement, Memphis had become known for something else, being the murder capital of the USA. That's not a good title. It was averaging far more than one murder per day.
Wow.
With a crime rate higher than Colombia, Mexico City, or Baghdad. In the year, I shouldn't be saying this, but here's the good news, it's been fixed, all right? I hate to say this because it's so negative. It's so negative. In the year before I took office, Memphis saw more than 12,500 violent assaults, 429 rapes, and 7,600 burglaries and armed robberies. And I mean, it was getting worse. This catastrophe was a result of years of local politicians, judges, and prosecutors who sided with violent criminals over law-abiding citizens. Basically, liberals, or now they like to go with the word progressives. You don't hear liberal, they're liberal. I don't like progressive because it's a beautiful word. You know, they use progressive because that's the only thing they're good at, politics, I guess. You know, they're bad at policy because all these policies are bad, but they're great at politics, and they do stick together. They stick together, they're good at politics, but they're bad at policy because they can't sell open borders, they can't sell transgender for everyone, they can't sell men and women's sport, so they can be the greatest politicians in the world, and that's why I'm here instead of them, I guess. But just as we have in D.C., here in Memphis, we've achieved one of the largest, fastest declines in violent crime ever recorded. So that's something, right? Ever recorded. In fact, you're half a percentage point away from the record, so we'll catch them in the next month or two, all right? I think that's going to happen. But that includes a 60% drop in robberies, a 74% drop in carjacking, and motor vehicle thefts. We have always achieved numbers that are good. These numbers are right on line to be among the best that we've done, and wherever we do this, we have very similar results. We were in New Orleans, where the governor called us, as you know, and we went to New Orleans. They just had Mardi Gras. They said it's the first, it sounds terrible, but it's the first Mardi Gras we've ever had where there was no murder. Can you imagine? Doesn't sound too good, but
by chilling right near the low of the morning.
And they said we had
I'm
going to
go to the bathroom.
That we've ever had.
I'll be flying blind for a second. But if Trump's making an announcement, I'm going to make an announcement.
So we've achieved
I don't want to talk about it too much. We will after Philo, maybe.
In this took place.
But for those
In
of you
total,
who are
we've arrested
interested,
7,000 criminals,
I have now
seized more than
reopened
1,100
stream alerts.
illegal guns,
Good
taken
luck.
more than
Not a
1,000
recommendation.
pounds of illicit narcotics,
You must watch all
and
of that
rescued
video.
More than 150
Okay, I'll be right back.
Missing
And then Instagram,
children,
you're getting your
making their
watch list,
parents
even on the
beyond
YouTube
happy.
shorts. I'll BRB.
So I'd like you to please join me in thanking, I tell you, every single law enforcement hero here today. We have a small number compared to what's doing the job, who helped make Memphis safe again. Memphis, just so you know, with all of the things we said, you have now developed a reputation as a city that's coming back stronger than any city in the country because of what's happened with crime and because your political leaders had the courage to do what they did. So I'd like you to also say a special welcome and hello to the Tennessee National Guard, the Memphis Police Department, ICE, CBP, the ATF, DEA, Homeland Security Investigations, the U.S. Marshals, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and all of law enforcement. Everybody got together and they said, we're going to make Memphis great again. And they really did. It's so good. But, you know, I talk about how good it is. We're at 75%. Some people say 80, 81%. That still leaves 20%. You're going to be down in another 2 months, 3 months, I think, Addie. We're going to be down to almost no crime. You're going to be an almost crime-free city. You're going to be so proud of it. People are going to stay. They're going to actually come back because you have everything going, but you have that one horrible cloud over your head. And essentially, people know it's happening, but essentially in another 2 months, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have a virtually crime-free city. So today I'm pleased to announce that the Secretary of War, used to be the Secretary of Defense, we made a minor change. We like the sound of it better. That the Secretary of War has just signed a directive to ensure that all National Guard members serving on this task force, as well as in D.C., New Orleans, and our border security missions, will receive the same benefits as active duty troops because you deserve it.
Yeah, it doesn't work in Texas still.
That's not bad.
No, separate. We'll talk about it because even then, locked in might be better for some of you. Because the ones that, like some of these quicker ones, if it's like a real big daily snake, I don't even have time to send that out on a stream alert. No Texas. If you have a number that's not Texas, you could get on.
Before we
other
leave,
than
I
that,
want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I don't know if it should be the
Secretary of War
first
Pete
link.
Hegseth. These are great people. Chief of the National Guard Bureau
I don't know
General
if it works, actually.
Stephen Northouse.
I haven't used it in a long time.
FBI Director Kash Patel. Wonderful guy, actually. You got to get to know him. Once you get to know him, he's a wonderful guy.
Great guy.
I've known him too long, right? He's a good guy. DEA Administrator Terry Cole, what a job he's done. Acting Director of ICE, where's Terry? Good job, Terry.
Microsoft text names are dropping right now.
Acting Director of ICE,
and Bitcoin.
Todd Lyons. Todd, great. Thank you, Todd. Good job. Head of the ATF, Rob Cicada. Rob, thank you, Rob.
The Google numbers are
Head
just
of the Tennessee
hit or
Highway
miss.
Colonel Matt Perry. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah,
And head of
Bitcoin
the
went down, or
Tennessee
MSTR, and
National
then
Guard,
Microsoft.
Major General Warner Ross. How are you? You guys look central casting. These are central casting people. What did you
Wow,
need
they're
us
so
for?
beautiful.
You didn't need us. Anyway, they had to let you do your job, right?
Try
They're
this
letting
one.
you
Does
do
this
your
link
job
not
now.
work?
Thanks as well to Tennessee Governor Bill Lee for
Otherwise,
the
I'll have to
outstanding
get it
job.
set up.
Thank you very much, Bill. We appreciated your call.
Yeah. Well, you could have expected
Bill called
Trump
me up. He said,
first
"We
party
need
was
a
going to
little
talk
help in
about it, but
Memphis,
then
sir.
after
Would you get
that,
over
then
here,
no.
please?" He said, "I have no pride. We just want this thing straightened out, right?" So thank you very much. I'm glad it worked out. Oh, you haven't seen
down?
what you
Really?
see. In 90 days
Why
from
does it work
now,
on mine?
You're going to see numbers that blow these off. You're down 70, 75%. You're going to see numbers that you're going to be very proud of. Senators Bill Haggerty and Marsha Blackburn. Great people. Great people.
It works. Too
You have
many
some
redirects.
real
Use that
warriors,
link.
too, as your congressmen and women. David Kustoff, Andy Ogles, Diana Harshbarger, John Rose, Matt Van
And then
Epps,
you won't get added. It's gonna
and
take.
Chuck
You have to get another
Fleischman. Will you all
confirmation
stand
email
up?
too.
Warriors all.
So like I'm saying, we're gonna do it a little
Everyone.
different than how we did it in the past.
Great.
So you're gonna have to have some
Great
different
people.
communication. So make
you don't
sure
get
that
better.
form is accurate.
It's not the easiest job, is it? Huh? Speaker of the, you know what I like about them? They're not 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, I get a call from Mike Johnson, Speaker. Sir, we have a problem. What time is it, Mike? 3 o'clock, sir, morning. We voted 9. We need, it's always the same. You know, it's like 8 or 9.
Helicopter in the back.
Sir, could you call them for us and see if you can get their vote? 3 o'clock. Call them up. Hey, Jim, how you doing? Hello, sir. I'm not
Fed
there.
GDP Q1 2%. Previous
Well,
2,
you gotta
3, 3.
get there. 9 o'clock, you got to vote. Sir, could I have a little breakfast so we could discuss this bill? You know, like a perfect bill, like, you know, voter ID or something. You know, the bill.
No, long-term sub is different.
Do it.
That's why you got to
So
watch
could
the
we have
video
maybe a
before
little
anything. I
breakfast
think I
at the
make it
White
very
House, sir?
clear. I got
So,
an
'cause
updated
I
video,
could get there, but
even
I'm
telling
just
you not to
there. Come on
gamble,
over
how
for
to not
breakfast,
blow up your
man.
account, and then you see kind of what's in it.
I got a lot of them too. I have about 9 of them. But these are the people we love. These are the people we love. So I want to thank you all. Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives, and I hear this guy, I hear he's fantastic. Cameron Sexton, where is he?
Where is
I
he?
have heard such good things about you. And you're working on a very specific bill right now. I know all about you. That's great. Let me know when it's finished. You know, you got to send me a copy, okay? That's great. Thank you, Cameron. You're doing a great job.
Great job.
Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Thank you, Floyd. National President of the Fraternal Order of Police. Oh, that's a big one. He gave me his endorsement. Patrick Yost. Where's Patrick? He gave me his endorsement. I said, well, what's your endorsement worth? How many members? He said, sir, we have 490,000 members. I said, that's a good endorsement. Patrick, do you think anybody outside of, within law enforcement, did anybody vote for Kamala that you know of? Don't say it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't say it. But thank you, Pat. That's great. We had an unbelievable, I do believe we got 98, 99% with law enforcement. And why not? President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's just going to go
Thank
over.
you, Chris.
SPY coming lower.
Stand
Again, you
up,
had
Chris.
weaker GDP numbers. I mean, think about that with the
Well, why are
economy
you
and
so far back
repricing
there,
stuff.
Chris? You deserve to be in the front row. The National President of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Matt Silverman. Great guy, too. All great guys, all guys we know. All guys, thank you, Matt. They're all guys that supported me, Pam, every one of them. For years, our leaders allowed entire cities in America to be destroyed by crime, drugs, and gang violence. Tolerating this violence was always a choice. 19 of the 20 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats. I'm surprised. I thought it was 20 of 20. I don't know why it's 19. I don't believe it. It's like, I heard it was 25 out of 25. Well, I'll find out about it. 'Cause I don't
find
believe it's
out.
right. Whoever wrote that statistic is wrong. But under the Trump administration, we believe that no city or neighborhood should be left behind. In Memphis, the crime became so horrible that residents were made prisoners of violence in their own community, in their own home. But with the help of the great people right here at this table and right here, it's a whole different
Explosions
story
reported
right
at
now.
American
It's changing
bases in
fast,
Bahrain.
and it'll be
Bahrain.
record-setting in a very short period of time, and I'll be here to celebrate it with you. You know, it's a very special state to me. I won this state bill by numbers that nobody's ever won it before. We have the all-time record for votes. So I happen to like the state. I love Tennessee. Maybe someday I'll move to Tennessee. I might have to move. No, I love it. You never know what that is. You know, you just have a relationship with the state. It's a lot safer than relationships with other things, I can tell you as a politician. But I especially want to thank Speaker Sexton, who's
What does that
working with
mean?
the task force to pass model bills that will be toughen crime, to deliver permanent safety to the people of Memphis. And really, I don't know if you know, but they're looking at this all over the country, what you're doing. They're studying it. That's why I know your name so well. And all over the country, they're studying it. And so I hope you do a great job, as simple as you can and as complex in the sense of we want to be tough. We want to be strong on crime, because that's the thing. We want to have heart. We want to have fairness, but we have to be tough, because some of these people are bad people that should have never been allowed to be here. Since I took office, we have successfully arrested or removed from the country over 500,000 hard-line criminals. And under our leadership last year, the murder rate nationwide saw the single largest decline ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's something. That's something. And this is despite the fact that they allowed 25 million people into our country.
So
Many
listen,
of those
man,
people should
fucking
never
do
have
it.
been allowed into our country.
Okay?
So
I was
now
banning
I'd like
y'all
to
for that
ask
dumb
Director
shit last
Gaddy,
year. I'm just going to tell you to do it now.
who's really
Okay?
a special guy.
We have brought back
And
stream
I've lived
alerts.
with him because
You
of
guys are
Washington,
on your
D.C.
own
I saw
now.
what he did.
Okay? I will
But to
give
say
you
a
the
few
best
words,
advice.
and
I will be very
congratulations for what
straightforward.
you've
But
done
now,
everywhere, but
do
today
it.
we're only
Just do it,
interested in
bro.
one place.
If that's what you want to do,
Memphis,
don't talk
Tennessee.
about it.
Thank
Do
you
it.
very much, Gaddy.
Okay? Just fucking do it. You got to live with it. It's your life, bro. Just do it. What are you going to? Come on, man. So, you should know the truth, bro.
Today
You know the
we
truth.
celebrate the
I've shared
successes
with
of
you
this
the truth.
incredible
Do it.
mission in all our federal, state, local, and national.
So I said we're getting to that point. I've heard this a lot subtly in the last week. Remember, I had like 3 of those. So now y'all want to play this game. Just do it, bro. Just do it.
To lead this amazing task force.
That's it. Until enough people do it, I won't know the bottom. So do it, bro.
Decisiveness in responding.
He said, "Can you help me?" Do it, bro. I gave you a video on how to do it last year with the farm. Do it. Do it.
Just over 6 months ago, when you signed the executive order restoring law and order in Memphis. At that point, the city of Memphis was overwhelmed with unprecedented levels of violent crime, to include some of the nation's highest per capita rates of murder, robbery, and aggravated assault. Memphis residents could not safely enjoy a walk downtown. Parents were fearful of their children playing outside, and local businesses struggled to prosper. The mission you gave us was clear and concise. Crime will not prevail in Memphis, period. The city will not be surrendered to lawlessness. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. We had a blueprint, quickly restoring order and reducing violent crime, given our success with Operation Make DC Safe and Beautiful, as you mentioned. We began our deployment to Memphis and commenced operations on September 29, 2025 with 20 partner agencies and 200 task force members. Now we partner with 33 multi-agency teams throughout the Memphis area. We have the support
Phase
of
4 of
over
Josh.
2,700
Well, dude, like I
officers and
told y'all,
National Guard
man, I was very
members
clear
who
with everybody
comprise the
last year.
Memphis Safe Task Force,
I made
most of
literally,
which are
I
out
took a
here
lot
in
of
the
things
audience.
away. I had a
In
very
just over
strict
6 months,
standard.
the Memphis Safe
and
Task Force has made
I
over
do believe in everything. I think it was the
7,342
benefit of everybody, and I
arrests
think
since
I
last
pushed
week's
some
numbers,
people to a higher level.
with charges ranging
And then at the
from
same
homicide,
time,
there was 44 of
some
those,
people really made me the bad guy for trying to help them.
94 drug
Trying to
offenses,
talk people off the ledge. They'd be like,
812
well, you work for the fucking vest company? You work for the parachute company, huh? I'm like, okay, man. So y'all know the truth. I've been very clear about it. Y'all know what we've done. I mean, everything I've done hasn't really changed much. So, but yeah, you guys got to do what you want to do, but I'm not going to hold it against you. You should know what I agree. The chat does not represent what I believe. You know, I represent what I believe. I hope y'all do the same and be wise. But you are either going to listen or not, but I can't be forcing you and pushing you anymore. I did at the right time, I think. And at the same time, I've spoke my piece. I've gotten it all out of my system, and you know where I stand. So you got to do whatever you want. Do it. Fucking do it. Just do it.
Chasing down and detaining
Apple
a fleeing
plans
murder
to introduce
suspect on
ads
Christmas
in
Day.
Apple Maps. That sounds terrible.
and providing immediate life-saving medical aid to the occupants of a vehicle collision on I-40. That's just a few of the things they've done. Similarly, our Health and Human Services Tactical Med, we call them TACMed, they're our doctors. Their team has treated almost 500 task force officers and related injuries during our operations. The fraud cell, the Memphis Safe Task Force fraud cell, has been a key contributor in targeting
Clicking
federal
on an
benefits fraud, organized crime, and other complex fraud matters. The fraud cell has more than 80 open investigations, 33 cases active with the United States Attorney's Office. Their recent efforts have resulted in 2 indictments of convicted sex offenders living in housing paid for by Housing and Urban Development, and 1 indictment for stealing benefits from a Social Security beneficiary. I would also like to recognize the work of Attorney General Bondi's incredible staff at the Western District of Tennessee. Their stats tell a remarkable story as well. They have increased the number of defendants charged by 221%, and the number of cases indicted by 204% when compared to the same operational period last year. I see you smiling, Mike. Congratulations. Without question, without question, the public safety outlook in Memphis has improved dramatically. In the past 6 months, collectively, our efforts have resulted in a 43% reduction in total serious crimes, 37% reduction in murder, 40% reduction in sexual assault, 56% reduction in robbery, 68% reduction in motor vehicle thefts, and the most impressive of all is a 65% increase in the solvability of the crimes that have been committed. These numbers are so impressive that it's often easy to just recite them.
Vance and Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed the components of possible agreement to end war with Iran. Vance spoke by phone on Monday with Netanyahu and discussed efforts for negotiations. Axios. No, we'll have a philo. What time is it? It's already 10:30? Damn, son.
Improved safety outcomes as demonstrated during the December 6, 2025 St. Jude Marathon, where 22,000 runners.
I'm assuming it's going to end soon, but maybe give it like another 10 minutes and we'll get in a philo.
Downtown burglary, compared to multiple incidents in the prior year. Perhaps the most telling of all is one of our special assistant United States attorneys recently reported that a traveling emergency room doctor, expressed his appreciation for all that the task force had done. You see, he said that in years past he would see 3 to 5 gunshot victims per shift, and now he sees an average of 1 gunshot victim every 3 or 4 shifts. Mr. President, the Memphis Safe Task Force underscores one simple truth. When federal, state, and local agencies work together as genuine partners, we can reclaim even the most troubled cities. I am extremely grateful to you for the opportunity. To all our partner agencies, it has been an honor to work alongside you, and I look forward to sustaining and building on these partnerships as we continue to make Memphis safe again. Thank you.
Thank you, Getty, very much. And Pam, I think, thank you. What a great job. And I think, I see them sitting out there, your U.S. Attorney and your Assistant U.S. Attorney. You do a great job. Would you please stand up?
Michael Donovan.
Michael Donovan, Thank you, Michael. Thank you both. Great job. Thank you. Pam Bondi, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Some people choose to tolerate crime, but you chose law and order. And that's why this task force worked. It was all of us, as Gowdy said, working hand in hand with my FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals, ATF, with Cash, with Terry, with Rob, with Gaddy. Not only that, with Pete, with Department of War, with Homeland Security, with all of my agencies working hand in hand with the National Guard. When you went out there, when we came to Memphis, you could not tell who was with what agency because everyone was working so well together. Our U.S. Attorney, Mike Donovan, was out there. And not only this, everyone needs to know, we met with this president multiple times about this endeavor. The president knew what was going on here. The president cared. People like Alice Johnson sitting in the front row, who is a Memphis resident, she told us what a horrible crime problem there was. And I think the unsung hero in all of this is Stephen Miller. Stephen is the architect of making all of these plans work. Stephen, thank you. Thank you. And just two very brief examples. There was a horrible murderer, Arsenio Davis, who last October committed a gruesome double homicide. He killed his mother and dismembered another person. And based on this task force working hand in hand, he's off the street. Another example, a horrible monster who's charged with raping a small child. This task force, all of these members working together, arrested him. We can give you countless examples of that.
Oh shit, I was muted? Yeah, it's popping up. I think it could be off the Vance comment. Did you guys hear that one?
And we know there's no
I didn't know I was muted. But yeah, there was the JD Vance Netanyahu comment. That was the only one.
But know this, Donald Trump and this administration, we have your backs.
Okay, yeah, you heard that? That's the only headline. Otherwise, there's nothing.
Thank you. Thank you, Penn. And Pete Hegseth, who's been unbelievable at what he's doing, is nobody better. That was a wise choice. Pete, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your historic leadership on Operation Epic Fury. The success you've laid out is only possible because of the military you rebuilt, as well as the historic success here in Memphis. And I want to start by thanking every patriot in this room, in law enforcement, and the nearly 1,500 National Guard members for your heroic efforts in this operation. This is more than a task force. This is a statement not just in this city, but across the nation. When I look around this table, I'm looking at people that we work with every day: Governor, Cash, this team, the National Guard, Pam, Stephen, as was mentioned, Gaddy, the Speaker, at the federal level and the state level, working hand in glove. It doesn't happen any other way. You see, before President Trump, our nation was set on a perpetual course of decline. Our defense industrial base had been hollowed out. Our military had lowered its standard, prioritizing equity over merit and lethality. And right here in cities like Memphis, our people were focused on enduring just what seemed to be the status quo of rampant, vicious crime. Well, they let their cities burn to the ground, literally, in the name of hollow humanitarianism.
Okay, still going on that.
Leaders, and that's what it is. It's weak leaders previously provided sanctuary for hordes of dangerous, illegal aliens who preyed on our most vulnerable. Soft on crime, defund the police nonsense tied the hands of our brave law enforcement heroes while the bad guys ran wild. And the most basic tenets of public safety, the foundations of any civilized society, were labeled as too toxic to implement. Well, not under President Trump. Such engineered chaos combined with a wide open border. By the way, thank you for agreeing to sign that declaration for the Memphis troops, the DC troops, and the troops on our border. They'll now be paid and get benefits just like folks on active duty. Thank you for that, Mr. President. It's an important step of demonstrating how serious this mission is to the Department of War. It's common sense. And it was that same common sense that brought President Trump back to the White House. People were sick and tired of the never-ending crisis.
Yeah, air alerts.
And under President Trump, we will
you got
not
attack
allow
in Isfahan and then Saudi Arabia.
Suicidal ideologies.
Again, I think the Netanyahu negotiation comments, that's what gave you the
pop.
No
longer will we sit idly by while illegal aliens and savage criminals rape, murder, and poison the good people of this country. Because every American, without exception, is entitled to safe, clean, and beautiful cities. Cities where you can walk in peace, cities where law enforcement can do their job. And to that end, the Department of War stands shoulder to shoulder with state and federal partners so that our streets can be defended once again. Kind of like the visual I'm looking at right here. I see a lot of civilian leaders and police, law enforcement leaders in the front. And who's behind you? Men and women in camouflage, having your back every single day like we do in this mission. So thank you for working tirelessly to protect this state and restore law and order. And the results, they speak for themselves. That your presence has led to a massive reduction in crime, a reduction the good citizens of Memphis deserve. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in restoring street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood. You are saving Memphis, Tennessee, and the country, and we are grateful for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Mr. Governor, please. Yes, sir. Welcome back to Tennessee, Mr. President, especially to the iconic, great American city that is Memphis. We oftentimes say Nashville's the heart of Tennessee, but Memphis is the soul. And great businesses here, remarkable people, a true, rich cultural history, but a serious
Senior
problem.
Iranian official, Trump does not have authority to set conditions or deadlines. Washington still refuses to accept two essential conditions.
I'm a man who has loved this city all of my life. My grandparents, my mom, born
I just
and
got you
raised,
back up to
my
VWAP.
family here. As a young kid, spent time with my cousins roaming the community, the neighborhoods in this city. But sadly, for decades, that was not possible for children to do safely anymore. And to watch this great city be plagued by crime like it has for decades was a very tough thing for Tennesseans to do. But as was said earlier, what's happened the last 6 months has changed that story entirely. And because of your leadership, Mr. President, putting together the Memphis Safe Task Force, putting these people, this leadership team in place, funding and making possible resources that have never before been made available to a city like has been made for Memphis. Because of that, because of the leadership here, and these, especially these men and women of law enforcement and the National Guard who have, in fact, gone shoulder to shoulder with not only the multiple agencies involved, but with the people of Memphis. What has happened here has created generational change and will create generational change, and it could not have happened except for what's happening and what we're celebrating here today. So the people of Memphis are grateful. This governor is grateful. I thank you for the work that's happened. And we are looking to the future. We believe that great things lie ahead for this city. There's a lot of work yet to be done. The General Assembly, and we are working together with the General Assembly to create legislation that will make certain that this is a lasting effect for our city. I'm very hopeful for the men and women of Memphis that have prayed for a long time that the violence would stop, for the businesses that have held strong to create jobs and opportunity for Tennesseans. I have a lot of hope for the future. I do believe and have believed all my life that this is a great city, and now it is on a trajectory of greatness beyond where it's been in the past. Thank you for that. And I will say,
thank you.
I want to introduce Stephen Miller to speak next. There is one person who showed up here early, actually multiple people at this table, but he said his commitment to whatever we needed for this city and for this task force to be successful. He committed that when this began, and it has happened. And we're not done, but the statistics speak for themselves. What Gaddy just read out a while ago is hard to imagine when we first started this just 6 months ago that these were going to be the results. There's more to go, but we're grateful for the work. And Stephen, your commitment to us Tennesseans truly are grateful for it. And your commitment to President Trump's strategy, not just to make Memphis safe, not just to make Tennessee safe, but to make all of America safe again. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first and most importantly, thank you to President Trump, whose vision and courage and determination has achieved something that if you had predicted it 15 months ago, people would have said it was impossible. If you had said 15 months ago that we would achieve the lowest national murder rate, not in 5 years or 10 years or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40, but in the 125 years, nobody would have believed it possible. And President Trump did exactly that, and it is a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Just think about this for a second. Under President Trump's leadership, the largest reduction in murders in American history, the largest reduction in violent crime in American history, the largest reduction in drug overdose deaths in American history, the largest reduction in fentanyl in American history, the largest reduction in illegal immigration in American history, and the largest number of criminals arrested, removed, or deported in American history, all done in 1 year.
I mean, I respect his hairline. You know?
If
he's unashamed in his beliefs,
if we had an honest
he's
media in this
unashamed
country,
in his hairline.
the statistics
Y'all don't
I just gave
understand.
you would be 24/7 on the news.
I think this light,
Nobody could have ever predicted such an achievement would be possible. The second thing I want to thank President Trump for is assembling the greatest national security and public safety team in American history, because President Trump believes in merit, in competence, in people who get things done. So you look around the table of who President Trump chose for these jobs. You start with Rob or Gaddy or Pam or Pete, Cash, Todd, Terry, the whole entire team. What President Trump put together has never been rivaled in history. That's how you get things done. He chooses people based on their skill, their competence, their ability, their determination, their dedication, and their loyalty, and you're seeing the results. So I just want to again thank President Trump, and of course thank the governor as well, who picked up that phone, called President Trump, and said, I want you to help make Memphis safe, although I bet the governor would agree he could never have imagined this safe, this quickly, this many people behind bars. And let's just remember that because of the work that President Trump is doing, not only in Memphis, not only in Washington, D.C., but all over the country, ultimately, it will save and is saving tens of thousands of American lives. It is, and I'll use that word again, what President Trump has done on border security and public safety is a national miracle that will be studied not only for generations, but for centuries to come. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, Steve. So, Cash, see if you can top that. I don't know. That's a tough one, Cash.
That is tough. You know, Mr. President, as I look around this venue, I see, and I'm reminded again, why we have the greatest warriors on God's green earth, the men and women serving in uniform, the men and women serving and wearing the badge, and law enforcement, our police, our sheriffs around the state of Tennessee. I'm reminded that Americans exist to protect this country day in and day out, and they've done it like we've done it here. But what we didn't have was you. We didn't have a commander-in-chief who backed the blue, who resourced the blue, who funded the military, who did whatever it takes to safeguard every single life. And here in Memphis, Tennessee, you have put on a show for the world. You have allowed us to go out there and capture gangbangers, rapists, murderers, drug dealers at record historic levels. And for me, a first-generation Indian-American kid whose parents fled a genocide in East Africa to become the 9th director of the FBI, I'm living the wildest dream you could possibly imagine, sir.
Just
but
got
it's thanks
blessed
to
with
you.
the hairline
But more
comment.
importantly,
Amen,
what I
bro.
see when I look out across our
You
great
should see
partners
mine,
here
bro.
in the interagency, and our
You
great
should see
legislatures,
mine.
and our great prosecutors, and our great attorney general who has the guts to go out there and make arrests, turn them into prosecutions, and put people in prison, you are giving that dream to every single child in the state of Tennessee. You are inspiring the nation and law enforcement to come up and wear the badge and wear the colors of this country and safeguard our men and women for generations to come.
All right,
This
bro.
is an enduring mission,
Let
Mr.
this
President.
finalize,
because you
and we'll
have
go
made it enduring.
Get me a
It is gonna
carbo,
go on
and then
for
we're gonna move into a
generations
quick
to come.
philo.
They're going to
I
try
don't
to
think they're
achieve
gonna
what
say
you
anything
accomplished
else.
Here, what Stephen said in just one short year, and they're going to be doing it for decades.
My reaction to the
because
Pearl
America was
Harbor
smart
joke?
enough to
Oh, you
elect
weren't
as
there?
our commander-in-chief.
I thought
So
it was
while we're out there
hilarious.
fighting for the dreams of our
Apparently,
children,
the
just know,
Japanese
Mr.
people
President,
didn't get
how
mad
many
by it.
millions of dreams
They said it
like
was
mine
a
are
sign
going
of
to be
healing.
lived Thanks to your brilliant
You know what I'm
leadership, Mr.
saying?
President.
People got to
Thanks for
heal
delivering
together.
America the safest country on God's green earth.
Thank you very much, Pretty good.
Thank you. All right, I'll BRB.
You did pretty good. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, please.
It's great to be here with you today. And obviously we're in the hottest country, in the hottest state, and now the hottest city, thanks to you. So we appreciate your leadership in that endeavor. Also, it takes strong leadership, Mr. President, to do what you do. We thank you for that and have a strong team as well. But I'd like to say that I appreciate how resolute you are in your belief and your attitude. And I think that's a testament to making America first. Also, I want to thank you for delivering freedom. When we talk about crime, a lot of times we talk about normalcy. But people get used to high crime. They don't understand what low crime is. And in this city, unfortunately, it became a normal thing, seeing high crime. But you deliver freedom to the residents here in Memphis, as well as Governor Lee did. And it's as little as watching a kid or a child who said they had a bicycle in their living room and now they're able to ride it outside. We take that for granted. We take that freedom for granted, but because of you, now here in the city of Memphis, kids can ride their bicycles outside, which they never had experienced before. And now what has happened, when you have freedom, Mr. President, you have opportunity. You now have hope, you get independence, and then comes prosperity. And that's what making America great is all about. They can be anything they want to be. It doesn't matter where you start out. You can end up wherever you want to be, and that's exactly what you're doing, Mr. President. And then we can talk about crime statistics, but I want to thank you for saving hundreds of lives. And I mean by saving hundreds of lives, it's those individuals who were not shot and killed in the city of Memphis. Those are saved lives that have something else that God's going to give them to do in their life other than be a crime statistic. In your short period with your team's approach, there are 10,000 less victims in the city of Memphis. Think about that. Hundreds of lives saved, 10,000 less victims. That is an accomplishment that you have never seen in this aspect. And I appreciate your strong team, all your individuals here, also a brilliant mind, and Stephen Miller, who I've been able to work with. And we are working, as you said, on legislation, not only illegal immigration that we're going to lead the country in, which is working its way through the General Assembly, but we're going to Soros-proof the state of Tennessee once and for all. And we're going to take on bail, we're going to take on woke and soft on crime DAs. We've already done truth in sentencing. We're working on three-strike legislation. But we have a strong General Assembly that will support the governor and me and Lieutenant Governor McNally, who's a great advocate in this endeavor. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. President, is I appreciate your resolve to not allow people's words to distract you from your destiny. Stephen Miller just laid out what that destiny looked like, which is untouched in our history. Thank you for being resolute and not allowing those who want to take you down or to cause you harm, to allow you to continue fighting forward to make the America what we know it can be, as well as the city of Memphis. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now we have the ICE director, very important. He's done a fantastic job. Todd, please.
Law enforcement officer, thank you for letting us do our job. That's the key thing. The men and women in this room that wear the badge every day, we know that we have a president that has our back. So because of you, we can go out and we can make America safe again. But honestly, sir, if you just look at what we did, this is what happens when strategy actually meets execution. Your model is delivering real results, securing communities and making neighborhoods safe. And if more cities would just take the lead and have the strength and constitution like the governor does to make their major cities safe again, this is a prime example of how to do it. This is a direct reflection, sir, of the model that you put in place. This and the Homeland Security task forces that you put into action with your executive order are really what's going to make a difference to this country. One thing, and Gaddy brought it up, was the Memphis Interagency Fraud Cell. That's key to your promise to the American people that honest Americans that need that funding will get it. What we're doing is we're having a reduction in fraud when it comes to SNAP benefits, mail fraud, and Medicaid fraud. And that's key and important for true Americans that believed in you that you're going to make a difference to make this country great again. While this wasn't an immigration-led operation, sir, we did have 619 illegal aliens arrested. 7 of those which were Venezuelans that were paroled into this country or TDA gang members, 1 El Sal that raped a child, and another Honduras male that raped several children. Because of your leadership, we were able to get these violent criminals out of our neighborhoods, and serve Memphis going forward is going to be the example, as Mr. Miller said, for decades to come. So on behalf of the men and women of ICE, the special agents of Homeland Security, we thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Judd. And just, if I might, so you're at the front of a storm. The Democrats have caused lots of problems at the airports and all other places too.
Oh, I was just about to end it. He's talking now?
Especially when we're in conflict.
No, he's gonna. If it goes to the next guy, we're
But
gonna
how are
move
you
to
doing,
FILA.
and how is ICE doing at the airports and helping out?
Oh, you know, sir, to just have the opportunity to help our other fellow officers at Department of Homeland Security, we're doing great. We're going to make sure that your promise is kept, that we're going to help those lines move, and we're going to make people safe. And no one should be nervous to go to the airport, because we're going to make sure that every traveler in spring break has a safe journey.
I appreciate it. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Rob Cicada, please.
All right. Carbo is a carbonated beverage. It's been a popular question over the last few days.
Our ATF and all of our state and local partners to focus on the most dangerous criminals operating in Memphis. Violent repeat felons, many walking the streets despite having 3, 4, and 5 felony convictions, are no longer doing so. They're no longer walking these streets without the fear of federal and state local and state law enforcement getting together and taking them off the streets. We focused our efforts on the most violent gang members operating in Memphis, so much so that we've decapitated the leadership of the Rich and Ruthless gang and the Vice Lord gangs operating here in Memphis. Their leadership, their membership is currently running the streets without any sort of direction. The gang members are falling apart. They're weakened. Their ability to coordinate and commit violent crimes are broken down because
Sorry,
of the
Trump.
Memphis Safe Task
I know we're the
Force.
hottest right now.
We've also been able to
But Philo's
identify
pretty hot
numerous
too.
firearms
You guys
trafficking
down for a
task force,
Philo?
and the evidence
We'll go
items
back
that
to
you
this
see
if it
here
still keeps
were
going.
recovered from.
But yeah, we're the hottest in the country right now. Hottest in the world. But get ready for Philo.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Man. See, let me show you how a clap should sound. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for philosophy. So I got a quick one for you. I don't think it's going to take too long, but, I really, really like it. I really, really do, man. I think Philo in general, man, I don't know. Did you guys have a good weekend? I don't know if you saw it, man. I'm telling you, I was shooting that video for you on the beach. Every weekend, bro. I hope you guys know I chill. I go to my secret place. You know that. I be walking barefoot. I be grounding. I don't know, man. For as much of the world that we deal with, I like being a little hippie in my secret place, man. And I hope you do too. Just above all, man, remember, critical, accurate thought. And like I said, man, there's a lot that this world throws at you. And I'm telling you, if you could learn to remain peaceful and quiet on your own time, bro, and if you could do it, imagine when everything starts flying. Imagine where it gets intense, bro. If you could find a way to get peace and quiet prior, you'll be able to handle anything. I believe it, bro. And I'm telling you, man, the mind, just let me remind you to start. The ultimate killer of accurate thought is fear. Just keep that in mind. So I was telling y'all on Friday, man, the world is very loud. And there is a lot of things, bro. And I know a lot of people, dude, it's even, again, if you haven't done it, I don't know what drugs you dabble with. I don't know what thoughts you dabble with. I don't know what you do in your free time. But I think some people would realize one of the hardest things to do is sit alone with yourself quietly and quiet your mind. Okay? I'm telling you, bro, it's one of you're gonna go through some noise withdrawals to say the least. And just, I don't know, man, everybody's looking for a way out, and I don't believe in a way out. You know that? What? You know that? I don't believe in a way out. I think at times I've gotten out of bad situations. I've gotten out of financial situations. A lot of things go outwards, and everybody is searching for a way out. That's why I said, bro, if you think anything on the stream, you think a stream alert, I don't know what you're looking for, man, there's no such thing as a way out. You know that? I hate to break it to you. The only way out is in. That's the irony of all of it. I think one of the greatest tricks ever played on man is that man is always looking for a way out when the whole time everything is just hidden inside of you. Do you realize that's what I believe? Do you realize that is what I'm talking about with Philo? I honestly believe that's what Jesus was talking about. That's what he said. The kingdom is inside of you. He said it's all within you. The light inside of you. You are the light. So think about that. If the only way out is in, imagine how futile a lot of efforts are. And that's what I'm saying. That's why don't look for things outside of you. Don't look for the external. You could go chase a lot. People lining up at churches. They're lining up at courses. They're lining up at drugs. They're lining up at all these things outside of them. That's why I said, above all else, bro, I do believe in the power of you. I believe in the power that you all possess. And I hope you actually look within yourself and utilize it. Because, again, I got people all the time, bro. We live in the world, the simulation. Everything's a simulation. It's like, dude, I think the greatest trick on man is getting him to look everywhere but inside. Imagine if I told you had all of this, you had a gem inside of you. And everything, all the noise, all this other stuff just hid that fact. And you are looking at everywhere and everything and everybody except what has already been hidden inside of you. I don't even think it's hidden. I just think we get distracted. So, only way out is in, my friends. Only way out is in. So that being said, it kind of relates to the first thing I was going to tell you today. The first thing I was going to tell you is there is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I be yelling, Jesus, that's the Son. The Father, the God, every religion, everybody believes in it. Well, if you're in a monotheistic religion, a lot of people, a lot of the main religions will agree on the one God. That's the Father. But what about this Holy Spirit thing? And I heard this the other day, and it was kind of trippy to think about it. And let me ask you this. How many of you are only operating on 2/3 of God? 2/3. Imagine not using the full potential of it all. I feel like it's very easy to get into the Jesus. Again, there's like we talked about, knee deep. You got ankle deep, knee deep, waist deep, and then too deep in it. But are you using only 2/3 of it? Just like your brain, you might only be using 10% of it. But why do I say this? Because think about what I just said, bro. The only way out is in. You realize that? This Holy Spirit. This is what it kept saying, bro. This is what the book keeps saying. It says, he says, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to leave, but I'm going to give you something. I'm going to leave a spirit inside of you. And I don't know, maybe we call it a Holy Spirit, a Holy Ghost, but there's an element inside that I feel like is so in this physical modern world, all the noise, everything else. It's very easy to just go off the words. It's very easy to go off of the tradition, the religion, what you've heard, what everybody else. But what about the last part? That there is literally a helper within inside of you. That's that thing, bro. Sometimes you're not really gonna know everything. You know that I'd be lying to you, bro. If you know, y'all have seen me be right, y'all have seen me be wrong. You've seen me handle the easy stuff. You've seen me handle the world in a different place. But like, dude, there's this, you know, what is this intuition thing people keep talking about? Somebody talk to you and they lying to you and you know it. Where does that come from? You ever been in a situation and you got out of it? You didn't know why? Again, bro, there's just a deeper level. There is a spirit inside of you. That's what I've been talking about. That's why I'm saying the only way out is in, my guy. You could look at the words, you could read the book, you could do all of these, but are you only using 2/3 of it? There is a spirit inside of you. And I don't know, man. I think the problem is some of us, this sounds weird. Especially depending on, some people grow up hearing about this and they never really dive deep into it. Some people never heard this in their life. You guys know that, right? Some of you grew up, I say Holy Spirit, you at least, some of you giving me quotes. Some of you understand it. You say that to some people, they're like, what do you mean? You got Casper inside of you? What is this soul everybody talks about? So, I just wanted to start off by telling you, man, there is a whole third, another 33%. Not only what you know, not only who you are and living, but like, bro, there is a spirit inside of you. That is the part of the within. Looking in, you are going to activate this thing called the spirit. I think all of you has a spirit right now. I don't think we could disagree with that. What separates you between an animal? You have a different spirit, soul, awareness, all of that. It's called the Holy Spirit. I think it's deep. But remember what I was just telling you about holy. You want to know what holy is? It's alignment. Holy means I'm going to say what I mean what I say. I'm going to do what I said, all of this stuff. Holy. That's why God, Jesus, is holy. He did what he said. He said what he meant, everything. You get that alignment, it's going to be there. Iran Revolutionary Guard spokesperson says no need to mine the Hormuz as Iranian armed forces have full control. An air defenses shoot down explosive drone over U.S. consulate in Iraq. So they did not mine the Hormuz? That's coming out now. I don't know if Trump is still talking. I mean, he said a couple things earlier. Yeah, they're still live. So yeah, man. Don't forget about the spirit, dude. And that's what I'm saying. I think at now, as we move forward, history, the world, AI, you name it, bro. Listen, bro, you can know all the words. You could follow tradition. You could follow religion. I think you need to follow the spirit. What good is living off of 2/3 of everything that we believe? I can't get behind that. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're not going to live off only 1/3, but just don't forget about this spirit, bro. And that's the whole idea, bro. All of these things that try to pull you away, the noise, it's so that you don't really feel the spirit. So you don't strengthen it and know how to interact with it. Because I'm telling you, bro, that's the other day I was just telling you, bro. I was like, man, I want to negotiate with God. I woke up. He said, there's no negotiation. It's done. That's what there's a spirit. You got to know when to respond to it. How are you going to even recognize when it's there? That way too, like I said, the resistance in your mind. Some of these thoughts are going to be good. Some of them are going to be bad. There's a conductor in there, bro. And I'm about to break out another Feynman on you tomorrow. But, it's like, that's where the spirit comes in, man. Yeah, Spy got a little cheek lay on that, on the no need to mine, surprisingly. Even though it insinuated they didn't mine it. So that's the first part. The second part, I love this one, man. And I always gave you, this was one of the earlier philos that I've given you. I think some of you will remember this. Oh, I think you'll remember it. I'd always tell you guys, Netanyahu pushed Trump to jointly assassinate Khomeini in calls less than 48 hours before a strike on Iran. Sources. That's coming out now. And then Pentagon officials weighed deployment of air troops to Iran. Wow. We usually get those on Friday. So see, that could be that red cheek lay on that candle. So yeah, the philo I would tell you guys, the first miracle done in the Bible by Jesus. Does anybody know what it is? Trump and Netanyahu reviewed updated intel on Tehran meeting between Khomeini and top aide. Sources. Does anybody know the first miracle that Jesus did in the Bible, chronologically? This was Jesus' debut of miracles. Yup, you guys get it. I love this one. The first thing he did was turn water into wine. And I would tell you guys, I was like, man, it kind of just, I think Jesus, that's crazy. That's Jesus' first miracle. So it's so like, forgive me, I'm not trying to be blasphemous, but it seems like it's so meaningless. What do you mean? This guy, the Holy Spirit, the Savior, the Son of Man, all of this, bro. And the first thing he is at a wedding and they run out of wine. That's the first miracle. And it would always highlight, man, I don't know. It kind of just shows you, I don't think little or big. I think Jesus is involved in all of it. IRGC spokesperson, Iran will deploy all capabilities as needed to ensure security. So I gave you a philo on this back in the day. But I want you to think he says something. He says something during this water in the wine, and it brings up something called wine skins. Again, wine. There was a lot of biblical, actually, analogies related to wine. Wine came up a lot in the Bible, believe it or not. So, do you know what a wine skin is? It's very fascinating. So back in the day, before they had bottles of wine, they would take like leather pouches or animal skins, and that's how they would store their wine. It was kind of like a flask, but it was made of like leather, essentially. No, it wasn't even a barrel. It was literally a sack. It'd be like goat skin. It would be cow skin. It was a wine skin, literally. So it was this little like pouch that allowed the wine to actually stay fresh. This wine skin would expand and move, so you could move wine around. This was before they had bottles and corks. And what does Jesus say about the wineskin? He said, he said, what happens if you put new wine in an old skin? What's going to happen? And then the space stocks are going. He said, you put new wine in an old skin, it'll burst. So yeah, you could keep the wine in there. You could keep it in there for a decent amount of time. But then again, once you poured it out, you want new wine, you put it in a new skin. That's what he would say. That was actually how the process worked. So yeah, bro. I love this one. See, he said this during the first miracle. And this, I'll just give you the main point right now. As long as the wine is flowing, the wineskin stays relatively fresh. The moment you leave the wine in there and let it get old and then try to put more in, that's where it breaks. That's where you can't hold it. Let me put it another way. Back in the day, bro, you know how it worked? If you tried to bottle up the wine using these wine skins and you tried to bottle it up, try to make a vintage, you try to keep the new wine forever, my brother, it didn't work. That's how you would ruin the wineskin. It was good, you could hold it for a long amount of time, you could travel, but eventually there was no such thing as making a vintage wine back then. Have you thought about that? You realize that's a modern thing? When people started finding out barrels and bottles, you didn't have vintage wine. It was always flowing. Oh, I don't, Chad. Do you feel me? I hope you feel me. Because that's the whole point. The whole point is you gotta, if it's new, you gotta keep it new. You're gonna keep changing your mind. You're gonna keep growing. My brother, everything has to grow with you. You got a new mindset, you need a new wineskin. And you gotta always let it flow through you. You know why? You know what a big human temptation is? To bottle it up. Come on, bro. You're telling me you haven't got something and try to keep it forever? No. You figured something out. Man, imagine the first time you found a working strategy. Let me guess, you thought it was going to work forever, huh? You try to bottle it up. The first time you heard one good thing, you're like, wow, I'm going to base my whole belief system off this. No, you got to keep flowing, bro. This don't mean get tossed and turned by the wind. This does not mean not have a foundation. No. Don't get it twisted. It means be prepared for more. It means keep it flowing. New mindset, new growth. You need a new skin. You're not going to keep the same mindset. You're not going to, and again, I'm not telling you anything weird or esoterical beyond, bro. The container, the cup needs to match what is flowing. I warn you all from trying to store it up. Both your blessings and spirit on earth and then above. Do you not get it? The problem with humans is we found the bottles. We found the barrels. Back in their day, it was wine and wineskins. The moment you tried to bottle it up and create a vintage, that's honest. Sadly, this is the problem, I think, with a lot of churches nowadays. I think there's a problem with a lot of religion. You don't get it? What happens? Something flow in, and they're like, wow, that's God, and that's it. This is how we're going to do it. And then you know what they do? They try to bottle it up in a wineskin. You know what's going to happen? It's going to burst. It's going to go rotten. You got to keep it either flowing, or with new growth comes a new wineskin. So, Chad, what I'm telling you today is don't bottle anything up. Don't try to hold on to forever. Oh, man, some of you are going to see the greatest future ahead of you the moment you're willing to let go of everything you're trying to keep in an old wineskin. And my brother, with new growth, new mindset, new ideas, new everything, what's going to come with it? Don't you dare make the mistake of trying to put all of this new stuff into an old container. Even the damn farmers back then would have told you, what are you doing? That man, that's deep. There's a lot of things around you now. As you grow into all of this, and you build off of something, you progress. My guy, it's going to be new, even with your spirit. That's what I'm saying. This whole quiet your mind. You're going to really change into using your mind. You're going to really change. You realize how different that is than people in this world nowadays? Go tell your friends, I'm going to go sit in a room quietly. What do you do every day? I sit down for 30 minutes. I don't say a word nor think. Oh yeah, there's a lot of noise. I put my phone down for an hour or two on the day. I try to look within, my guy. That's gonna think about it. It's different. If you're gonna, what are you studying? I'm studying electricity. Those are new things. Some of them old in a weird way. But as you grow into new things, my guy, the skin and what's around you is gonna change. Don't make the mistake of trying to keep it the same. So, Chad, it's very simple. If you want the blessings to keep flowing, you, my brother, must keep flowing. That's it. You put new skin, you let it go through. The wine keeps moving through the skin. There's no problem. You know that, right? You could use that wine skin over and over and again, assuming just like the wedding. You're pouring it in, you're pouring it out. You're using it as for what it should be. Container, storage, that's it. The moment you try to bottle it up is the moment it bursts. You want a simple word, simple phrase for today's philo? I love it. I think about this all week, bro. Keep it flowing. That's all you got to do. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts and the boot camp and the real estate. It's all there. It's all there for you, my friend. And now here is some uncle. Yeah, the Trump thing is over. Only way out is in, baby. For real. For real. I could go on that concept for it's messed up, bro. You know that? They like the media controls us. It's a simulation. Nothing matters. No, bro. The greatest trick ever played on humanity is that they got you to look at everything else but what is inside you. Got you chasing everything, trying to get out when it's inside. That is the psyop. You don't, they don't feel me, dog. Oh, I already. Lord. Amen.
Call, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Long term. It's a cult, baby. Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game, I just want a little more. Haters ain't new, I just got a little bored. Stepping in the pace, I be speaking with the store. Tell me what's the store, China on the store. Ready on the land, know you heard this shit before. It was 2018, making videos in the car. Now everybody got a long term, looking for some more. Big bank,
I don't see that headline confirmed yet, but oil is coming down. I don't know if that's legit or like right now, but Iran has agreed to freeze missile program for 5 years, according to Israel Channel 12. Need more verification on that. But watch, if you get a big candle, that'll be it.
Already know it though.
Gotta confirm it.
Whip, I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself. Stop back at Cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical. Fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language. I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hit like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit. Trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy. Think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins. I ain't talking about the smoke. I'm back to the mission. Lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it.
Yeah, we kept getting that headline back and forth. It might not be it. But just in case, just because oil's at the low, could be algo play.
Talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a God vision. I be COD with it. Cindy, I keep flipping. No, I'm all about a dollar, but I'm all about a mission. Who we kidding? God is always in it. Ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. You could build it in a year, but you could lose it in a second. You could use the tongue for life, or you could use it as a weapon. I already know I don't care about your whip. I got a crib on my portfolio.
All right, well, welcome back. Let's see, I was still in front of the screen, bro. I down my protein though. I got my pro. Woo! Well, yeah, again, just because look see if the SPY spikes, but just because oil's at the low. So notice SPY is still where we opened, but oil is back where you pretty much had the SPY up. I know. Honestly, I think a lot of it is just going back and forth. Khalif discussed the Strait of Hormuz with U.S. officials. Seems like they're reiterating the old ones from the morning, so be careful. But yeah, the whole like kind of part of the nuclear plan and suspending it, that was part of the stuff even over the weekend too. It's just a matter of this back and forth. I do believe the next like gap up, gap down type news, it's gonna be if Iran confirms the Islamabad meeting. They confirmed that they're talking about it, but they have not confirmed that they have made a decision on it. So keep that in mind. But you're right below VWAP, and then again, oil is the one at the level. It's 11:30, baby. So yeah, Chad, we're almost done. We are almost done here with the day. What a Monday. A wild Monday, an emotional Monday for some. A lot of back and forth, my friends. A lot of back and forth. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Tired of fake news? Yeah, man, we'll get used to it. Welcome to the fog of war. I don't know what I could remind you guys of is what happened with Ukraine and Russia. So again, eventually the market and everybody stopped responding to Russia, Ukraine. I don't know if you guys recall. But remember, those first couple of months, dude, it was insane. And you had a lot of information, both true and false, and you played the game back and forth. I would argue this is more important because, you know, Russia spiked oil, but we already had inflation and other stuff. Russia was worse for Europe, and then we committed to a lot of other things. But, like, you got to think about it. With the Hormuz makes this one a little different. UGRO? Whoa, this is already up 100%. It just did 30% of that right now. I don't know. Let me check with this one. It's already up in the morning. Meta recruits ex-Google and Stripe executives from AI startup Dreamer. You grow? Urban grow? What do you mean the Urban grow? Why doesn't Joshua grow? You know, he's still short. Should we go on Reddit short, man? Has a 3.4 million market cap. Be careful. And it's already up. I thought if that was a spike right there in the last second, I'd be down, but it's not. Is it Indonesian? Copper? Oh yeah, I don't see. I think it's just gapping. Do you think it'll fill the Liberation Day gap? I don't know. I don't know. I think the one thing that I've made very clear, and I think a lot of you guys, and I'm proud of you, some of you definitely saw it this morning and kind of how today played out. And just understand, I don't know if this is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I am, you know, the one thing my uncle told me was that certainty is death and that certainty will kill you. So that's like I was even saying, maybe it goes lower, maybe it goes higher, maybe it never bounces, maybe it never goes down at all after this. Who knows? Again, I would just, the head on a swivel, be ready for all of it. But this is what I was talking about, where if anything, the bounce, the failed big bounce, that's the one that I would be looking for. Other than that, I'm not going to really trip on it too much. That's what I was saying. Even right now, most of this move has already happened. A good thing we freed up the OPEX, but at the same time, there's still a lot of, you know, a lot of people have been expecting these things to happen. And again, it's not even contrarian to believe that oil is going to go up. So like I'm saying here, it's just, this is what I was talking about, where look out for a little bit more downside. Maybe we'll get a crazy run up, but it's after, if you get a big run up, that run up doesn't have to lead to a downside. But if it did, that's where I would be more preparing for what's going to happen. But like, I don't know if we're going to go to the liberation. If that happened, you might come down to one of the lows, or you might come down to Liberation Day. We're back, you know, just on Friday, we were where the market was at near like September-ish, September almost into the July levels. So, you know, it's a possibility, but it's kind of just how we move in terms of updates. This next week, and then the other week, there was that rumor about April 9th as well. But it just depends how the situation plays out and whether or not we have to reprice the economy. Like I'm telling you, bonds, you know, give it like a week or two, and let's say the market feels really good, and then the global bonds keep getting blown up, I would probably be a believer that we're going to come back down. But then vice versa, if the bonds chill out, the situation gets better, oil stays below 80, 75 bucks, then that's going to be more like maybe we don't have to come down until we get a whole nother set of BS that maybe isn't related to the war. It would be historical, unusual to do it twice. That would be correct, because and there's already a gap though. So you'll notice like this year is still pretty different. And yeah, lightning might not strike twice, but remember, we are in a weird 3-year setup. Remember last year, I was coming into last year, and what was I telling you guys at last year? I was actually telling everybody something very specific as to why I was excited. Why was I excited last year? Even without Trump. So if you're going to be a little weirdo about it, you're going to be like, Donald Trump. It wasn't because of Donald Trump. Even if we had Kamala, I would have still been excited about last year in terms of what the market could have done. Does anybody remember why? Uh-huh. Well, you're close. You're close. Crude futures close at 88.13, tumbling 10%. Not the new Fed. Sam was the close one. Remember the back-to-back 20% years. So that's what I was telling you guys. You get those back-to-back 20% years, usually the third year is crazy. So guess what? There's only been 2 other that we did, and then we did another 20%. Or something like that, right? 15 or 20, but like that doesn't, the only time that's ever happened was like World War II, and then I think the Great Depression. So even on this year number 4, we're at a very, if history was a guide, we actually moved quite a bit. So I don't think it's as guaranteed as last year was. So yeah, the fourth year that you've only done it twice. I twice, maybe 3 times, but I'm pretty sure 1929 and then post World War II. So that's why it's like this type of setup is already very, very unique. So yeah. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Well, we're moving up. Again, oil futures are closed. Zero Hedge is posting the 5-year news now. That's what I was saying. Just watch if oil goes there. This is like the info we've been going over day by day. But yeah, just watch how people respond to that. Amazon Project Cooper to accelerate satellite launch and double annual launch rate. There's a lot. I mean, it's the same story of Trump says negotiation, gives you a 5-day target. Iran says no, they didn't talk. And then the big floating question mark right now is this Islamabad meeting. Israel official to Channel 12, Trump will not sign a deal with Iran that does not achieve the war's objectives. Again, we heard something, again, there's a lot of like slight updates or like somewhat the same headlines we've heard earlier. Netflix is gapping. High ticker is fully gassed though. So whatever it may be, I mean, they're all moving. And then again, you have Amazon satellite space shit as well too. Those are already going. And then uranium and then drones. Yeah, it's like a remix of the older headlines, just different sources and then different things. Israelis, Netanyahu confirms call with Trump. I don't know when. So remember, you got a little pop on the J.D. Vance call, and now they're saying Israel Netanyahu confirms call with Trump. That's coming out now. There was just a headline on them talking 48 hours ago. I don't know if it's the same one or if there's a new... No, that one's coming in now. I think that one's new. And then oil starting to drop and UNG on the low. Market did the same thing last week. We started off really good on Monday. We did even better on Tuesday. Last week would have been a great week if it wasn't for the escalation with the oil fields. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, again, in a weird way, just be careful. I mean, if they attack the power plants and yeah, that was a very interesting way to look at it. Spy Interior Secretary Burgum says there is an engagement with Iran about a possible solution going forward. CNBC. Is that right now?
The central.
Yeah, this is him right now.
In the National
so yeah, you got U.S. official pumping right now.
Record-setting
you got call
Wednesday.
with Trump.
It wasn't just the names you mentioned, but ConocoPhillips.
You got call with Trump. Then you had the old remix Channel 12 headline,
Santos,
and then now you got Burgum adding new comments.
Companies and the ones that were there said "Wow, we were hoping to get more acreage than they did. We had 187."
Remember, like tracks, I was just telling you, last time oil was here, you were trading a lot better. So now SPY starting to do it.
Huge interest in that. And when the Prime Minister of Japan was with the President this week, you know what she said? She said, we want to buy more oil from Alaska. We've got a pipe that's only running at 40% up there. We don't even need the new infrastructure. More oil production coming up, and some of those folks that have been up there working are going to see first oil coming this spring.
How does the war and the problems at the Strait of Hormuz change your thinking, or should change America or Canada's, to be fair, our partner to the north, our thinking on energy supply chains? Because people knew how important it was. I don't know if, I certainly didn't. I want to be very clear on that. I did not realize, I knew it was important. I didn't realize how important it was. How do we change our thinking on energy supply chains?
Well, I think, I don't want to say, the Trump administration knew this on day one. President Trump declared an energy emergency on day one, and people question him, why is he doing that? We've got all this supply. No, he did it because he understood the risks that exist in the world in these supply chains. We've been working on this problem since day one. We were working on it last June when our military was trying to take out their nuclear production in Iran. We have been completely aware of this thing. We're aware of how everybody in the Pacific, the whole Alaskan LNG pipeline and unleashing Alaska energy was President Trump understanding that our allies, our territories in the state of Hawaii, and even the state of California, when this conflict arose with Iran 3 weeks plus ago, California was importing 63% of their oil from foreign countries. The number one import was coming from Iraq through the Strait of Hormuz. There is zero reason.
Into California.
Into California. There's zero reason. So every day there's oil.
Why? And I know they're getting fuel from the Bahamas because of the Jones Act, and they had to ship it from Houston to the Bahamas, change ships, and come back. So the Jones Act's been suspended. So should we, number one, should we just kill the Jones Act forever? Because with all due respect to the American shipping industry, it's not what it was 120 years ago or whatever it is. And number two, why is California importing oil from Iraq?
Well, this would be a good question for Gavin Newsom, but there's ships coming in every day to San Francisco Bay and Long Beach with both oil and with refined product. It's going to be more and more refined. Here we are in Texas, 36 refineries in Texas, a new one being built, the America First one, $300 billion project. California has 8 versus 36. 8 is going down to 6 refineries. Chevron and Valero already announced they're closing down. So the state that has more internal combustion machines than any other state has vehicles is, through policy, restricting their supply of transportation fuel.
They're going to have 2 new pipelines, I think, coming into California pretty soon, aren't they? They're going to have to.
They have to. I mean,
they have to. I mean,
and we've got the energy to supply them. I mean, every American deserves to have his opportunity to have affordable, reliable, and secure energy, and that's what President Trump's working on. But if people think by blocking pipelines with American natural gas or American energy products is going to save the planet, you're actually just creating a national security risk for the country, and you're raising the prices for everybody in your state. And we see this in New England, we see it on the West Coast, and we're fighting to make sure that everybody has access to reliable, affordable energy.
And by the way, Governor Newsom's welcome anytime on this network, on this show. Be happy to come out to San Francisco and sit down with him as well. But I'm happy to sit down with you right now, Mr. Interior Secretary, head of the National Energy Dominance Council, Doug Burgum. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just told you the same
folks,
thing,
just
in a different way.
Or not a reminder, I'm going to let you know we've got a new energy-focused newsletter coming soon. It's going to have more content, more longer-form interviews.
Energy-focused, great timing. Power Inside. Great timing. I mean, again, it was just, I don't even think that was, he just said the same thing. It's just coming from a different source if you think about it. So most of these comments, again, are getting different, like just like the Iran thing, different people said it than Trump and then all these other guys. So Burgum, I think that was just a mix of like 3 or 4 different things. I'm in a cup. You said the IRGC will drone the farm? Inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. I have very good insurance. I make so much money if that happen. You know, I feel bad for whoever there. Maybe they'll track me for when I go, and then I go see Jesus. But either way, sound like win-win to me, Habibi. Called the hedging, Habibi. Hedge it, hedge it. I hedge my soul, and then I hedge the property. So good. So good. But I don't know, bro. Should we report him to the FBI? You guys know that? I probably won't report you. You know, I'm just playing with you, but I would be careful. There was a guy who was making threats like that on YouTube, and they actually put his ass in jail. He was like going on YouTubers and making like bunch of like terrorist ass death threats and like weird shit like that, and they got him the other day. Damn, they said for the lulz, bro. I'll show him grace, bro. I'll show him grace. mines in the Strait. Well, the other Iranian official said that, what's it called? The other Iranian official was talking about, he said they don't need to mine it. Yeah, CBS Strait of Hormuz is dotted with about a dozen Iranian mines. Yeah, citing U.S. officials. That's not bad. A dozen? 12? Habibi, it's not a lot. Again, whatever UGRO is. It's funny, bro. Who was the other one? You just had another one. You just had another, oh, I guess CBS or CNBC. Oh, no, the New York Times one. Like I'm saying, you just got a bunch of public, like the bigger mainstream media headlines. It's very interesting. Again, the New York Times one, and then now that. They both, again, this kind of feels like a Friday. So usually these would come out on Friday, not Monday after. Dude, today has been propaganda central on every side. There's a lot of fucking headlines. And then even like the timing of them all. We do have 15 minutes till power hour and then an hour 15 left in the day. But holy, my friend. This one is crazy, man. You know, very crazy. No, I think there's just a lot of fog, and then even the algos, bro, half of it, Trump pump even went down on the denial, and then now this was just like a series of both mostly good headlines, and then even without them, oil was already dropping to the low, and then you got then you're getting a couple of bad ones mixed in there, but dude, this has been a headline onslaught. But let's see, none of them are causing like any crazy spikes. Like I'm saying, just I'd be watching oil. Where's our bonds? Talks are not confirmed. The offer is confirmed. So the offer of talks in Islamabad and all that has been confirmed by both sides. Has Iran accepted? That we do not know. And that has not been confirmed at all yet. Too fast, too Persian. So welcome. Do you have a quarter? What does he say? Do you have a 10-second mind or not, brother? Huh? You think you could handle? It's more than a straight line in the Strait of Hormuz. You have a 10-second mind or not? There's no such thing as second place, only obliteration. You went to the 90210 mass this weekend? Like mass, like Catholic mass? That sounds fun. This weekend, I went on a drive with my girl, and then I kept playing all those damn EDM songs, and she got really mad. She was like, do you have any other music to listen to? I said, no, listen again. It's very good. Doesn't it get you excited? She didn't get as excited after the 18th listen. And then I had to listen to fucking Bridgerton music in the car. So I guess it evened out. The market doesn't make sense. Huge difference. Well, remember, just different locations have different prices, and like one thing I kept ranting on last week is that there's different oil for different, not like there's different oil for different deliveries, different prices for different deliveries. So, you know, there's oil right now. The April contracts you can't trade anymore. The May contracts, those are the high price if you need it now. If you have delivery in like 3 months versus 6 months versus 12 months, those are different prices. And then again, like Asia, the prices are at like 150 for the people who need to import it right now. You were at an EDM concert and they played which song? Which one? I got like 3 of them that I like. You were bumping the days? I know, dude. It was bad. I bumped all of them. They're great. Balance is key. No, I'm gonna fucking run it till that shit gets... I don't ever want to hear it again, but till then, it's great. I can't wait to work out today. You know that? I can't wait to work out today. You only want to long time by the pool when you're in the mood. I'm sorry. All right, well, SPY's working its way up. I'll keep my eye out for any headlines. But in the meantime, we need Reddit Global. How about Reddit Global? So yeah, guys, let's do a quick little Reddit run so you guys could understand the difference in life views that people have. Okay? I hope you guys all are aware of it. But, you know, the thing is if you go on Reddit and you're depressed, it will only make you more depressed. And if you are happy about something in life and want people to brag about it with, Reddit is a great place to go. You will find your community. Okay? So that being said, let me go through Reddit real quick and see the homepage. Trump postpones military strikes after that's number 1. Wow. Am I what's TJ? The jerk for refusing to pretend I don't speak Spanish at my own family dinner? ICE agents in ATL doing nothing. Today I fucked up by gaslighting myself for 10 years thinking I was caffeine immune while drinking only Monster Energy Zero. Today I learned humans neurologically enter adulthood at the age of 32 on average. Trump justifies his decision to replace airport security with ICE by talking about invention of paperclip. Which fruit is 100% looks but zero taste? A group behind Project 2025 has a chilling new plan for America's women. Actor Alan Richardson is in an altercation with neighbor. Best live action that passed off as a SNL parody sketch. Okay, not too bad. A little bit more politics today. So yeah, let's go to r/short now. Iran Aragachi discussed region with Omani counterpart. And full U.S. coordination with Israel in place, but odds of Iran deal remain low. That was the one earlier. Dude, a lot of remix or reiteration today. Okay. So again, you get one remix headline from earlier, and then Aragachi talking about meeting with somebody else. Don't get it confused with the Islamabad thing. Wow, Ava Gardner, 5'6", and Mickey Rooney, 5'2", 1942. That was the last time the short guys were in control. 50, have a great Sunday, 5'7". They seem happier today. Height isn't the end of the world. I'm a female. Oh, come on, female. The female ladies, y'all don't, I'm just saying, tall female, short female, y'all live in a different world. Being dominant women possible? I want to dominate boys, but is that even possible if I'm 5'2"? Okay, man. How do you talk to tall girls? Don't take this the wrong way. I know the usual advice is just be confident. And yeah, that makes sense on paper, but in reality, it feels a bit weird sometimes approaching girls who are taller than me. There is a subtle feeling you're being perceived as less dominant or less masculine, even if that's possibly just in my head. It's not fear exactly, more like an awkward mental block. Anyone else feel this? How do you get past it and act normal? Okay, there you go. Nothing makes sense After this realization I've came to. 5'3" male. I just came out of a 2-year relationship that was founded on my heightened security. What the fuck? Yeah, Aragachi discussed Strait of Hormuz situation with Oman's al-Busadi. I don't want to go into it, but I'll say enough to give you an idea. I was desperate for a connection and lied my way into a relationship. I had no real intention of marriage, which the other person didn't know. I loved them, but ultimately it was founded on a lie, and I was just stealing years of their life. Did they ever meet? Or I'm confused. Puzder says U.S. close to critical mineral deal with EU. Is Puzder a company or a person? Optimistic EU lawmakers will vote to push cuts on tariffs. Yeah. EU near critical mineral deal. See if any of those go. That's a European guy. I didn't know if it was a company or a person. Okay, this one's too long. I'm confused by this. I don't know if he ever met the girl or if he just said, I want to marry you. And then he didn't want to. He's like, I just need somebody tall in my life. How do men who are 160 centimeters deal with clothes? Just realized I'm 5'7"-ish in the morning. Not that it changes much of my daily life, but I realized I had strong anterior pelvic tilt. Looks like a J. I guess it was from my inactive life a few months back. Did the quick fix, squeeze glutes and zipped abs, gained a centimeter. Now I measure 171.5 instead of 170 in the morning. It's only temporary, but I gotta keep doing it. This explains why I look and felt awkward these past months. Wondering if anybody has similar issues. Young sister, super tall. I'm 5'7", my younger sister is 6'2". She's noticeably taller than me. If any of you had a female sibling who is tall, if not taller than you, do people usually comment on this fact? How is your relationship with your sister? It's uncommon to see my female siblings taller than their male, so I'd like to know, is there any comments, stares, or anything else you receive? Wow. Short users, what chair do you regret? I hate when my feet swing over. What's with the short sub growth lately? Imagine things are short sub like this. Broke 100K. 100K visitors a week because we like laughing at you all. A big question I have regarding heightism on social media. I need to know what's considered short. A lot of people are saying below 5'6" or 5'7", but then I have people saying 5'9" and 5'10" is short and that 6 foot is average. I really don't understand. It just doesn't make any logical sense. Okay, not bad. Not as depressing as some of the other ones. The one guy's disappointed in his sister. The other one apparently faked a marriage because he was short. I didn't understand that. Other than that, not bad. Are you ready for the other one? I wrote the sister one. I just needed advice. Okay. Now r/tall. You guys ready for this shit? Look how fucking gleeful they'll be. Watch, their biggest problem will be silk sweatpants. Question the Dutch people and every man around you is 6 foot. Been seeing this shit going on. They're glazing Dutch people's average height. This guy's not even tall, I could tell. Curious what your experience is with e-bikes and bikes. I got an e-bike for Christmas and I'm beginning to ride it. I'm 6'6", which says up to 6'6", but that's pushing it. Oh, I can't ride my bike. Oh, so hard. Fashion, is it still considered a crop t-shirt if it's just a regular size t-shirt? Oh, leg room is so limited. Oh, you poor thing. Look at all his support. Joey Ramone, 6'6", claimed to be 6'8" to 6'9". What an imposter. We still love him. Recommendation for European outer brands that look really good on tall people. Help me shop, you guys. I'm not claustrophobic. I just don't want to get stuck. I saw a video of a lady on vacation in Vietnam. where you could go into the VC tunnel. She was pretty small and it was a tight squeeze. I'm both big and tall, and imagine getting stuck in the transport tube. Oh man. Former blogger and influencer, YouTuber 62140. Wow. The one few that dare me to mock the tall guy. They got time for fucking 30-minute clips on here? Tall and girl. I don't know what the fuck that mean. Why I got 700 likes on it. Look at how much tall store for chinos in LA. Do any of you tall men feel like being tall does not benefit you with dating? I'm above average, well groomed. I have a decent amount of muscle. My belly could be a bit smaller. At 30, I've never been in a relationship. I started being interested in dating at 25. I'm pretty introverted. I've pretty much given up on dating. This guy, this is a flawed case. I don't know what's wrong with him, bro. He talking to an AI girlfriend. Being mocked as a slim man. Honestly, this kind of balanced out today, bro. You know, honestly, they're not. These guys, they a little bit more worried about clothes and bikes. It's a big ass baby, bro. Jeez. All right. So not bad. Stereotypes about tall women. Weed stocks keep going up. Honestly, that wasn't that bad today. They were a little. I feel bad though. I've never seen a tall guy on there complain about dating. Usually they're like, oh, how do you stop all of the unwanted attention? That's weird. Do any of you have a chick repellent? All these girls harass me. Nobody cares about my personality. Do you have any advice on how to keep these hoes off my back? That was the first tall guy who's like, I'm 6'5". He said, I didn't start wanting to date till 25. So yeah, I don't know. I think that was just a little different. It's interesting. Maybe the tide is turning, bro. We need more propaganda on r/short. So if you guys want to help out, if you could please get on r/short and come up with a story to encourage them, you know, I'd like it. Be like, have any of you short guys noticed that I wake up with money in my pocket every day? That's weird. Be like, hey guys, 5'4" here. Do you have any advice on managing 12 girlfriends? So ever since I got into online dating, nobody stops bothering me. Can I help you understand why is the market going up if Iran denied the talks? Why are they buying the story if one party denies it ever happened? Two parts, because one aspect of the de-escalation is still on the table, the meeting in Islamabad, and number two, because Donald Trump de-escalated his escalation over the weekend. It's kind of circular, but he pretty much took the striking power plants off of the table. And then, yeah, the other part is how much do you believe the IRGC? But I think the first two reasons, if you really wanted to look at it simply, that could explain why we're not as high as we were. Oil is down a lot, but like I'm saying, there's one potential de-escalation off the table, and then Trump de-escalated his escalation. So you could take that how you please, and then whether or not, you know, who you necessarily believe in the middle of the fog of war. 3,000 American paratroopers are heading to the Middle East as the U.S. continues to build up land forces. A Jerusalem Post. That was the New York Times article. So that's getting reiterated. You're 5'11". Do you qualify for short? No, man. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? You guys, you middle children, all you guys, you're not tall, you're not short, you just perfect. Must be nice, man. Must be nice. Welcome to the middle of the curve. Okay? Sorry. You could go on the rest of Reddit. You got a, oh, my session expired? What the fuck? Yo, Carlos, how tall are you, bro? I've been meaning to ask you. Kalshi to block athletes and politicians from trading? I'm just me, bro. So, you know, it's a good way to put it. You guys, you don't get no special community. of tall or short, okay? You don't get that here. Tell me why. On gold? Well, I think it all depends on the situation. I mean, again, gold has already dropped 1,000. But pretty much if oil and the dollar stay up for longer than this month, 2 months, it's going to be pretty bad. That again, it's playing out like the 70s. Otherwise, if oil and the dollar could chill out, then I think gold might be back up on there. But yeah, last time you've had a Middle Eastern shock, and then all of this other stuff happened in the 70s. That ended, because even in the 70s, gold made a crazy run-up, and that kind of ended everything. So yeah, it was very, very sad. IDCC? I don't know what UGRO is. We saw that earlier. That one just keeps going. BB, earlier today I spoke with our friend President Trump. He believes there's a chance to leverage great achievements of IDF and realize the war goals of the agreement, an agreement that will protect our vital interests. At the same time we continue to attack, we sanctify the missile and nuclear programs. So yeah, it seems like he's saying a little. Again, all the other sources said Israel doesn't think there's a chance, but maybe Netanyahu will be down. I don't know. Did they do the DraftKings thing with the sports betting? So again, they said they're going to stop sports betting from Polymarket and all that other stuff. But LIF. And then get ready. It's Power Hour. We're actually 5 minutes in. So not bad, Habibi. Not bad. Tell me why. There was a guy claiming to be me, and you asked if he was Josh. He said, Hefe. Oh. You should just ask him for his Bible streak. Or again, my Instagram. Now you guys, again, you know I'm verified on Instagram? They made me famous. But yeah, just ask them their stance on the Lord Jesus Christ. And then ask them anything else. But you didn't answer my... Carlos, how tall are you, bro? Why are you dodging the question, bro? This guy just dodging, bro. No, I'm his cousin? No, man. The BB1. We'll see. I mean, we found out last week fucking Benjamin would move the market. That was pretty surprising. That was all BS too, that delay. Iran and Pakistan emphasize importance of safeguarding stability and lasting security region in a phone call. Yeah, we still haven't had a confirmation on that. That's going to be the next one. It's probably going to happen tonight or tomorrow, but then again, it doesn't have to happen right away. I mean, just keep in mind, they did say that this could even be towards the end of the week. So yeah, the speed and timing might be a little different. The video of Justin Timberlake going to jail? No, I didn't. Why'd they put JT in jail, dude? I mean, I haven't been following Justin Timberlake for a while, but yeah, man, that's no, I didn't see that. What video did I see? I keep seeing a video of like people like my girlfriend showed me this, but it's like girls dressing up like dogs that are like really realistic, and then they're like scaring people by like sitting on the bed and it looks like a dog, and then it's a human wearing a fucking dog suit. It's from 2024, just released. Oh, I didn't know that. The sports betting with the Caesars takeover. We haven't heard much about that. And then weed stock's still going. Again, that one's between Carl Icahn and Tony Fertitta. But then, did you see it? AOC, bro. Even AOC was like, gambling's bad. Gambling's so bad, you guys. Stop gambling. I'm like, now you guys want to say it? But like I said, I mean, if Polymarket and Kalshi can't sports bet, I mean, that's their fucking whole entire market. Like I was telling you, I was concerned about it for a little bit, but I'm not even, once you look at the reality of the money flow on the prediction platforms, it's a small fraction is going to anything but sports. It's actually crazy. These talks feel like Russia-Ukraine round 2. Yeah, pretty much. But then again, what happened? So are you ready? Maybe this will be a kind of a crazy statement to say, but maybe I might say it. Worst case scenario, if we put troops on the ground, we don't destroy a power plant, but we put troops on the ground, what should you do? Anybody have if this was going to be like Russia-Ukraine, right? Let's say you go a month, 2 months back and forth on, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Then, well, let's say you get worst case, troops on the ground, no power plants blown up. What would be your action as an investor? Yeah. Unfortunately, you would probably buy calls. You know that? Because I remember telling you guys this during Russia and Ukraine, and motherfuckers thought, you guys, this was before Trump. Trump was probably, I think, being investigated. So you couldn't even call me a Trump supporter. But this, you know what I'm saying? But I said buy the invasion. Do you guys remember that? Remember we were saying before they even got invaded, and we said buy the invasion, and oil was up and everything. So yeah. As sad as that may, I hate to burst the bubble for some of you, but yeah, buy the invasion. So worst comes to worst, we invade, you should probably buy the invasion. As sad as that sounds. I think I said the same thing back then too. I told you it kind of sounds sad, but if you know anything about the market, yeah, buying the invasion has usually been a good strategy. Ask Russia, Ukraine. But yeah, a lot of it is similar. Just different, I think higher stakes, but at the same time, I mean, I think a lot of people forgot how noisy it was with the fog of war. Was the last time we were talking about fog of war was during Russia, Ukraine, and then it got pretty active, and then after that it went crazy. You're not going to sell the long term? Well, that's good, bro. I'll probably see you here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to sell it, fucking sell it. But all of you, I'm going to sell it. I'm definitely not going to see you in the future. Not because I don't want to, but I just know how y'all don't. What happened to that motherfucking buy puts every day guy you guys were seeing the last 2 weeks? He said buy the 690. It's going to stay there guaranteed by tomorrow. I ain't seen him once. It's been Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. I haven't seen him in like a week and a half now. You don't see, and then you can't get mad. You cannot blame your political opponent for your own decision. Okay, let me remind you, my sister tried to do this last year. That's all. I wouldn't let her. I told her she can, though, actually. I said, it's your life. Do whatever you want. My answer is always going to be the same. Don't you love stability? I love stability. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like getting the same answer. Nothing like knowing the truth. So, yeah. This was my sister last year on her account. Is her shit up? She's up year to date. That little... No. What? But, yeah. This was what she tried to do last year. Look at Liberation Day, bro. So, she hit, what, 13,000? And she was like, oh, I'm down to 11. Let me sell. So as Trump was getting at Trump's worst, she was like, oh my gosh, I should sell. She's like, I'm not a millionaire. She said, I should stop my 401k. She sounded like a post on r/short, to be honest. And that's why I told her, I said, wow. I said, do whatever you want. I wouldn't sell. I told her, presidents change. Conflicts change. The long term is forever. You are on a long enough time frame. None of this shit will affect you. I cannot stress that enough. I cannot stress that enough. So, yeah. That's why I'm saying, though, like, if she did that, she would have been even more mad. So now she still is mad at Trump. I mean, everybody still get mad at Trump, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, she would have got even more mad. And now she has 30% more money. So, but now she's 30% richer and then like maybe like 10% more pissed. I don't know how that works. That's a personal thing, but So yeah, bro. Yeah, that's it. Y'all are on crack if you think an invasion in the Middle East means certainty. I don't know how new you are to this. Believe me, at one point in my life, I would have agreed with you. See, y'all don't understand how the stock market warps your mind, okay? Thankfully, I have ADD. I have multiple personality disorder. I have a lot of things wrong with my head. That's why I could be here for so long, every day, consistently for several years. So, but sadly, I just know how this dumb shit works, man. And it's not like anything you've ever seen before. But, yeah, unfortunately, it works like that. No, I'm telling you, that's just... Do you realize that is exactly what happened with Russia-Ukraine? The Russia-Ukraine war is still going on. Or oil went up as high as like what, 120 to 140 on crude? Did it go 150? It might have even hit 150. And yeah, and then we spent hundreds of billions of dollars and everything else. And that war is still going on. Territory taken, oil price caps, bans, sanctioning of assets. All of that happened, and then the literal bottom was when Russia invaded Ukraine. No exaggeration. So, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from. I don't know how new you are to this, but there's a lot of other examples back in the day, but the war has a history, or the market has a history of bottoming on intense war excursions when they actually begin, believe it or not. Again, even Iraq was bad for oil, but you think about it, Iraq was 2003. You crashed in 08, 09. You crashed 5 years later, and it wasn't really related to everything that was going on there. If anything, we were getting towards the back end of it. Yeah, some of you have got to witness it, but unfortunately, that's just how it plays, man. I wish I was making it up. That's why I said it during Russia-Ukraine. It's sad to tell people this, because then they're like, what do you mean the market's going to bottom on a conflict? But it's like, that's what happens historically. The market's cuckoo. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I like LMT, but it's up a lot. Up a little too much on the multi here. They could go crazy, but when was it? That Russia and that Iraq. I thought we were talking about the market bottoming out on conflict. I'm telling you, there's multiple, every single war in history. The market bottomed on World War II. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know, man. I'm just too into this shit, dog. I'm telling you, it's not. This is deeper than rap, dude. This is deeper than rap. It's not what you think. I have no other way to explain it. So look, right here, you see this big candle? You literally bottomed, ripped up, you came down a little bit, and then until Jackson Hole, until Powell raised rates, that bottom out candle was the first like bigger invasion of Russia, Ukraine. And then throughout the conflict, the worse the conflict got, you started ignoring it. This all became about rates and then what Powell was doing. And then if you really zoom out, I mean, you could see the Russia-Ukraine was at 410 on the SPY. So just be cautious. You have to be 50 or more and trading for 30 years. Well, I'm not that old, but I like history and I paid attention. So you guys too, it's just like you kind of look back at it. And then you've seen, I think a lot of you have gotten you've gotten a lot of hints at it. You've got to see it play out in very different ways. So 2022 is just your best example because again, that was at the height of the war. That's when we started ignoring it. And then you had one more week of volatility and then that was it. And then by the next issue was rates and then the federal policy and the bonds changing and then the start of the bond bear market, which again, that's kind of where maybe it's culminating now, or we're still kind of entertaining that as well. One of the weeks you were saying you were like 50 to 60 and I took your word for it. I think I was saying that sarcastically, but yeah, man, that'd be crazy if I was like 60, bro. I'd be so dope. I can't wait till I get old though. Like I'm already losing my hair, but like I can't wait till I'm old enough where like motherfuckers have to talk to me in public because they feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I already told this to my girl, like, bro, I'm just gonna hit on a bunch of girls when I'm 60. You know that? Because they have to talk to me. I go, what's up? What's up? Hey, I can't call you pretty because that's political suicide, but you're pretty. Come here. You want me to tell you about the Russia-Ukraine war? You want to talk about the Russia-Ukraine? I can't wait. I can't wait, man. It's going to be a good time. Being old and unembarrassed and just out and about. It's not bad, bro. Was there, still here. You could either believe Josh or regret it. I mean, that's why I said though, sometimes though the people with the regret, I just never see them again. They just walk away. It's like, that's why I don't want to like challenge people too much anymore. That's why I said do whatever the fuck you want, because then you're gonna like somehow paint me mentally as the bad guy for trying to give you the warning in advance. So just do whatever you want, man. Maybe I could be wrong though too. I'm not gonna come into these situations unprepared. You know what I'm saying? You're 60? Shut up. You're not 60. Are you fucking with me back? There's no way you're 60. See, well then good for you. I've never heard you talk with some of y'all. I don't know. You guys got good vibes in the chat. There's no fucking way. Really? That's awesome. Bro, then why don't... I don't know. What do you do? Like, do you do that? Do you just talk to everybody? I would if I was like, I don't know, maybe you don't look too old, but like if you're 60 and look old, bro, you could just talk to anybody and they have to listen. You know, even in California, bro. The other day we were eating pizza and we were like by the beach, bro, and there was just this old dude he was probably like 70, and bro, he was just talking to everybody. Anybody who would sit down, they had to engage in at least a 5-minute conversation. He was telling them the history of the beach. He was telling them about good everything. It's great. It took you a year to... I banned you at 60 years old? I'm so sorry. I didn't. My bad. Well, we're going to unban everybody, but a good thing you got unbanned already. What did you say, bro? What the fuck? Maybe you are 60. What did you say to get banned? You probably just saying whatever you wanted, huh? That makes a lot of sense now. Now it's starting to line up. Yeah, fuck you, Josh. Yeah, what? You're fucking me with little, you young kids. You prick. Yeah, fuck you. You're 69? I don't believe you. Okay, no 69-year-old. You're 70 or you're 68. You're 67. No, I don't believe you guys. Some of you guys talk like 12-year-olds. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've had a bunch of good conversations with Jackson. I figured you were like 27 to 37, 10-year range when it comes to cult maturity. You're either 10 years younger or 10 years older. Welcome to the 10-year plan, my friends. But yeah, bro, it's crazy. Some of you are like, I'm 70. I'm like, bro, do you not? I read your chat facts. Okay? You have no idea. I've given you a lot of grace. No one's going to believe that shit. Dog, if I would have already lost faith in America if y'all were 70. Okay? Have some more convictions. You think you got banned when Josh was a liberal? No, you probably just didn't understand. I don't like anybody on the extreme side. Do you understand? Nobody gets that. That's why the fucking crazies they get mad. That's why this whole radicalization, they don't get it. I don't like extreme right. I don't like extreme left. I don't like extreme Islam. I don't like extreme Zionism. I don't like extreme anything. And for that, I have become everybody's enemy. But I am friends with the Lord. Amen. Amen. That's it. That's all it comes down to. I can see your chat facts. I can. You're actually 5? Is that why you cry about... Never mind. You know what? That was halfway grace. I'll just let you fill in the blank. Well, that's halfway grace right there. See? Yeah, don't give me an easy setup. Come on. Really cool though, bro. Really cool. I can't believe it. Well, yeah, I like the older guys. That's it. Just don't. That's why, like, some of you, so technically 60, you're a boomer. But yeah, as long as you guys are, just don't make us pay. Have you ever, bro? Did you see it? I posted it in one of my videos, so you guys know I have a clip of the No Kings protest in New York. It's just all old people. Even on 4th of July, bro. 4th of July in San Diego, there was like this environmental booth, and it was ran by like 70-year-olds. And they're like, save the environment. I'm like, so you mean to tell me you've been alive for 70 years, you got to pollute the environment with a V8 you bought for $700, you got to do everything, fuck up the world, do all of this stuff, and now you're like, oh, I want to pivot to making everybody not use straws. Oh, okay, and I support Taylor Swift's jet, but you should watch for the environment and give all your money to Ukraine missiles, okay? So, yeah, but that's why I was very disappointed. Don't boomer me. I know, I'm sorry. Like I said, I love the boomers. I really do, but, like, the boomers who are, like, menaces, I'm like, I can't do it. I can't. They're like, I'm like, y'all had your chance, bro. extreme saving and extreme investing is great. So a classic liberal. I am. Thank you. That's it. I wish, man. I wish. You know how nice it would be to fit in one day? Okay, go listen, man. Go back to your fucking Groiper shit. Go find your little community that you have subscribed to everybody else's. You know how nice it would be to fit in one day? If I could just, I wish the Lord gave me, but no, he didn't. He made me like this for a reason, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand, bro. Okay, it would be very nice. I've been like this since grade school. I would get in trouble. I said, that don't make sense. I don't like these groups. Even in church, I got beat at church and they kicked me out of church for the questions I would ask. Okay, they did the same thing in philosophy class. They did the same thing on Wall Street. Everywhere I fucking went, dog. So, you know what? Amen, bro. Amen. You know, enjoy the blessings while you have them. One day your mind will open, my friend. And you're going to be like, oh, shit, I understand it now. Mm-hmm. Iran says war continue until all sanctions are lifted. Reside damages to Iran must be compensated. Same remix. Remix. You're hitting Unk stage, been thinking about silver. Mine was when I started worrying about debt. Like, I'm telling you, even if you remember me, bro, like 2020, even 2021, bro, like I never gave a fuck about government debt. And then one day, a couple more hair follicles fell off the top of my head. And then I was just like, the debt is unsustainable. I said, what are we going to do? And then like all of a sudden, I'm like, did you read the budget? And then, like, I've known about it my whole life. I'm telling you, I've been reading those political economy books, bro. Debt to America. Yeah, bro. Yeah. No, I'm an economic liberal. We all are. All of you in the fucking stock market, you guys are economic liberals, whether you like it or not. That was my lesson in 2024. So, yeah, amen. I'm very liberal economics. We all are, whether you realize it or not with your iPhone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What will happen with this war this week? I have no idea, dude. I think they're either going to blow up a power plant or they're going to keep playing the circle jerk of there's a deal or not. But yeah, other than that, I'm kind of looking for the price action. And like I said, though, I do think this situation is more higher stakes than Russia-Ukraine, as weird as that may sound. But if we do get troops on the ground, I think that'll open up a window for a bottom, as history has kind of played out, sadly. Last week, they both agreed to not touch the gas fields, but I'm surprised oil's down 10%. That wasn't what I was expecting. Again, considering how stable we were after the escalation, it's crazy. What would you do if you had control over the Fed? So if they made me Fed chair, I would use some way with like the quantitative easing or whatever tools at my disposal. I would fire everybody, and then I would make an order to never reinstitute the Fed again, and then I would fire myself, and then problem solved. But other than that, I have no idea. I'd probably raise the rates to 20% and say, fuck everybody. We need to get this debt under control. And then they'd be like, Josh, we don't like you anymore. I'm like, okay, fair enough. I'm going to go build a $20 billion skyscraper. And then I'm going to hire fucking legal. I'm going to hire a bunch of chads. And I'll be like, listen, all you got to do is just trade in between meetings, okay? And that even if they ask you what you're doing, just say you don't know what you're doing, okay? Very, very simple. All right, thank you. But yeah, otherwise I'd fire everybody, including myself. Or I'd go full Volcker. I don't think there's any in between. But you know what? Maybe I'm not moderate enough for this job. Get me in on this. Princes of the Yen? No, I did not. What's it about? Sounds fascinating. Before that, you need to reclaim the stolen money. I'll just fucking hire Nick Shirley or something. Listen, man, I'm like, we can't go backwards, but if I could stop this institution now. Honestly, bro, this feels like the movie Interstellar, but the Fed edition. That's it, bro. I may not return, but we gotta make sure that we gotta stop this mission now. I would fire everybody. Nobody's getting hired. That's the problem. You see, do you guys understand? That's it. We need to just remove all of it and call it a day. I told you the other day, bro, the moment, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, I should have known when Janet Yellen made a bunch of people a fortune. But, like, again, I was young. I was naive. And I benefited off of it. I still do, but it's fucked up, dude. Like, I don't know, man. The way these guys at the Fed are all insane. Again, even Kevin Warsh, I'm not too excited about Kevin Warsh. I'm really like, bro, I wanted to do it, bro. I want to make a video, but I don't want to embarrass my girlfriend. So I have to do this solo. She's just always with me. I just want to drive down the middle of like a public place and just be like, Kevin Warsh was in Bilderberg, and then have everybody stare at me and then be like, you guys don't understand. You don't understand. But so there's so many things, but you know, I think just maybe one day, if worse comes to worse, I think I'll have a shot, you guys. You know what I'm saying? And if that comes time, just, you know, either one of the Chads becomes president, you appoint me to the Fed, and I'll do what needs to be done. Because they're insane, bro. They're all batshit insane. Even fucking Fed Moran is like, we should cut rates right now. Like, what? He's like, oil's at 120? Well, that'll lower inflation because they can't drive. I'm like, are you sure? Oh, man. Oh, man. Feel Yosh would come out? No, I would do a Powell speech. But then I'd be like, and if you want to know the real answer to the economy, watch this back in Klingon. Have a good day. And then I'd leave. And then that would solve the problem. You get what I'm saying? Because then the people who really care and not the algos would actually listen. Look at that. I've thought this through. Kratos selected by Sky Perfect JSAT to deliver 5G NTN. Estee Lauder news. Speaking of Kevin Warsh. Oh, Estee Lauder got clapped. Iran's supreme leader Rezai war to continue until all sanctions lifted. Did anything come across the wire? Estee Lauder's tweaking. I don't see anything here. Then you got Kratos news, and then EL. Lauder nears deal to combine with John Paul Gaultier owner Puig. What? Yeah, Estee Lauder's dropping now on that. That was a great call. So yeah, Estee Lauder combination. I don't know if that's going to end up down. That's crazy though. They're going to do a merger now? Let's see. I don't know if they moved yet. Yeah, very wide spreads. There's one on May. That was actually not too bad. And the May one, there you go. Oh, Chads are buying it. It hasn't changed yet. I don't know who's going to be the fucking winner of that. With John Paul Gaultier. What stock is that? I think it's foreign. Jean Paul Gaultier stock. All right, the 25s are gone. You guys took those. Yeah, it's French. Netanyahu had worried U.S. may reach unfavorable deal. It's the Cologne JPG. It's French. So it's a French stock. We can't. Only one you could trade is that. All right, all the plays are gone. You had a window there. I was looking for the sympathy. I thought we would have missed, but that's 3%. That triggered. Gaultier. I'm not that sophisticated. I don't know how to say it. Gaultier. Gaultier, Jean Paul Gaultier. What are you talking about? The owner of Puig. A Puig. Puig stock. Puig. Like a pug, but a Puig. Yeah, Puig Brands. Puig. I don't know if there's a... Oh, yeah, there is. Puig ADR. Oh, does it not load? PUGBY? That could be the sympathy right there. I don't think you could trade any option. What's it already up? It's already up 10%. So Estee Lauder down 5, but they're small. Near's deal. Speaking of a dime. But yeah, the ADR is PUGBY. You could only trade stock on it. Nobody's trading it. Elf reacting too? That's weird. They're going down off of that. Pug B is a fun ticker to say. They 440'd all the options though. The bids aren't moving. Speaking of a dime, say that 10%. Yeah, that's hitting the wire now. Jean-Paul Cologne. Alright, Estee Lauder's still dropping. Yeah, that play hit 100% if you took the May one. Last trade just went through there. But yeah, otherwise, the sympathy shit, Elfin, EL moving. I think that's it for now. Speaking of a dime, BXGI Partners explores sale of American residential service, could value at 3.5. Remember, that was telling you this headline this morning, bro. They were saying that these real estate like owners like Compass, even Blackstone, they said based on their valuations, they're valuing their portfolios at like a median price of $250 per home, when the median right now is at $415. Yeah, Pug. That's so weird. That Pug thing. Sorry. But yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, if you think about it, they're saying nearing a deal, but you haven't even heard a rumor or everything. Boots on the ground means the bottom. I mean, sadly, I'm starting to think that within a week or two that I think it's a possibility. I think it's a strong possibility. So, like I'm saying, I think it's very high stakes right now. And, you know, oil and demand destruction and time frame. But yes, depending on what happens with those boots on the ground. But, you know, like we talked about earlier, I don't think Iran needs to win any war. One of the Chads said this, and I agree. I think it was one of the best comments I read today, was that, you know, Iran doesn't need to win the war. They just need to keep all of this shit up long enough to disrupt bonds and oil and cause other problems. So that's why it's like, if boots on the ground, you know, if this is compared to other conflicts and that changes the course of things and speeds things up and prevents this, you know, winter storm, kind of like, remember people were talking about the winter with Ukraine. Damn, Estee Lauder, that's hitting the wire now. So you guys had a big jump on that, but now it's starting to react. Woo! The one I left you did good. I should have took that, man. I went straight to the simps. Speaking of a dime. Wow. I think the answer is in the bonds. Like I told you, bro, it's so funny. Can we just have a quick reflection? Just remember, last time bonds got to the danger zone, they literally invented AI. You know what I'm saying, bro? Pug confirms talks with Estee Lauder. Yeah. That was, again, we had that in the first minute. But yeah, there's only a couple of plays on there, but now anything taken on the downside. Those ask someone, if you got one of those 50s, that ask is fucking on fire. You should be able to get 400% on it, I think. That's where I'd put my order in. Yeah, I'm telling you, so I don't know. The bond, like, you guys don't think that's funny? I think it's hilarious. That's why, again, I've been reminding you of this bond zone from all of last year in the danger zone. But that's why I'm like, bro, look, even in 2023, you had, it got below there, people were freaking out, and then they fucking invent AI. Literally chat GPT. Borlex said to explore going private, halted. BRLXF. What is up with all these tickers? Very illiquid, but yeah. Yeah, it was 11%, dude. So we caught it in the first like 2 or 3%. The 3% was the trigger. You all, even if you had a delay, I mean, again, you guys had a 10-minute jump on that headline. Oh shit, 10-minute rigged? Oh shit, the market's about to close. So even then, whatever the terms of the deal is, you're going to hear more. I thought there'd be a news headline. Straight out of Hormuz.
Got a bow, you ain't passing.
Oh.
Straight to Hormuz opposition.
That's pretty hot, dude. Got a bow, you ain't not passing.
Smoking on Hormuz, light it up. Passing through, no you ain't. Ay, ay, ay,
we go hard. Why is this going so hard?
Make Hormuz walk a flock of flame.
Dog, what the fuck?
Straight to Hormuz,
I never thought I'd be vibing the fucking Strait of Hormuz.
Straight to Hormuz. They trying to swarm us, but I ran enormous, and we eating hummus.
See, this is a product of an American, though. You know what I'm saying? The fucking IRGC, they got their own propaganda. That's a good memer right there. Straight to Hormuz. You ain't passing. That's crazy. Straight to Hormuz. Straight to Hormuz. The one bow bow. All right, well, 10-minute rig, Estee Lauder, that was 11%. It's back to 6. I just moved 5% in 2 minutes. Gun lock, rate hike unlikely given the current price structure. That's it, bro. You stayed pinned at VWAP. Oil closed down a long time ago. So $88, but still 10% on the day. It's a little bit less. So yeah, the next thing you're gonna watch for overnight, any new headlines. But we're gonna see if there's if there's anything else in terms of the confirmation on Islamabad and that Pakistan meeting. So that's what you got to see. El Coyote tagged me in that song. Gucci Marks, straight out of Hormuz. Bro, this only has 35. Is this your boy, bro? How did you find this? Yeah, dude, El Coyote, how did you even find this? This is a brand new Twitter account. This is great. I'll retweet it, bro. This is, how did you find this shit, bro? Dude, this is like untouched. There's no way, bro.
Pouring oil in double cups. Smoking on Hormuz, light it up.
Pouring oil in double cups.
No, you ain't. Ay, 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 ay. We go hard in the paint.
This is such propaganda, but I love it. See, bro, this is what I was trying to tell y'all, bro. This is what I was trying to tell y'all. I'm glad it balances out, bro. Because when I saw the fucking White House propaganda, I'm like, man, this is propaganda, but I love it. This is this is propaganda too, but I love it, bro. Oh man, that's some good shit. Straight up Hormuz pouring oil double cups. Yo, I love it. I love it. I know, bro. A banger's a banger. It's the dude who made the Hassan song. I didn't even hear the Hassan song. Is it something about shocking your dog? That's great, bro. That's good work. I like it. Yeah, he's on YouTube. He only has like 50,000 subscribers, and then that was his only tweet. He has 600 followers. That's a banger, though. Run that up, dude. That shit's fire. You know that y'all were getting mad at me when I was like, rest in peace, Khomeini. He got hit by a bazooka. I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom. I like this type of humor. I like political war humor. You know, all you could do is laugh. But yeah, that kind of went hard, bro. Thank you, pass it, though, you A.
In the paint, ay, ay, ay. Make Hormuz walk a flock of flame. flock of flames. Straight up Hormuz, our domain. Straight up Hormuz. They try to swarm us, but Iranian enormous, and we eating hummus. Straight up Hormuz.
Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. But I love it, bro. That goes hard, bro. I think it is. It sounds like Suno. I might make one then. I might make me one on Suno, because it does sound like all of those. Yeah, huh? Dog, oil in double cups is so wild. The Hassan song? I don't know. That's it, man. I don't know. I have a dog. I have my girl's dog here, bro. I ain't trying to expose him. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous. I think it is Suno. There's an app where you could do that with songs. Can Suno make me a, what's it called? Can it make me a EDM song? I might need to start playing with that. I mean, it's all propaganda, dude. That's it, but I love it. If it's good propaganda, you guys, oh, do you want to see it? I have real propaganda. Would you? I don't know if it's too late. Oh, I hope I saved it. I got some fresh Chinese propaganda on the war. Yeah, do you guys want to see this? Y'all don't want, bro, it's good. I don't, maybe I'll have to play this when it's 5 minutes, and we only have 5 minutes left. So you got to stick around, bro. No, I have real, like, CCTV propaganda, and it's, like, good. Like, it's a good story, but, like, ooh, like, it's propaganda, bro. You got to read the subtitles, though. It's fire, bro. It's fire. So, I don't know. The problem is that some of you, I show you propaganda, and if you're still, like, susceptible to it, then you're, you know, fucking tomorrow you're gonna be like, I stand with Iran. I'm like, why? They're like, Josh, you don't understand. I'm like, man, okay. Should have blamed the algorithm. Fuck. Straight up Hormuz. NOC, a couple of defense stocks still selling. Estee Lauder coming down, 800 million to the sell side. Palant is running up. So Chad, Rapparooney. Send that to your Marine buddies. They love getting pumped to that. That's terrifying. Because I know what you're saying. They're like, oh yeah? They're like, I'm about to light it up. You know? That's why some people, there's just, you send them, the propaganda works as propaganda, and then it could also, you know, I think the Russians found this out. It also motivates the other side. And they're like, oh yeah? Bet. Well, 3 minutes, man. Wrap it up. Straight up Hormuz, light it up. Dog. Yo, that's crazy. Why is it so catchy? I think that's the Suno effect. I don't see it. I don't see the dog song. Oh, shock my dog, I can't stop.
Shock my dog, I can't stand.
Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shock my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shock my dog until she.
It's a banger, bro. I might work out to that in the gym today. Oh, man. All right. Keep your eye out for 416. You're right. Once everything settles. Again, it's a little different on Monday through Friday because there's still like 24-hour trading. And then remember, futures open back up at like 6. So, yeah, it's you might get a little bit. But other than that, whatever happens overnight, we're going to see wheat is actually coming up into the bell, surprisingly. Shot my dog, I can't stop. Dude, straight up Hormuz. Straight up Hormuz. This is terrible, bro. This is terrible. Oh, man. A discount? FedEx on the law. There's no, I mean, right here, there was like J.D. Vance and Netanyahu. Then there was a flurry of headlines from deploying air troops. What was the other one? 12 mines. And then one guy said we don't need it. And then Burgum made comments. But all of the headlines after the first, you know, rumor and then Iranian denial, everything kind of got watered down. And then oil settled very low. And then here we are. But yeah, so nothing too crazy. I mean, but bro, today was a swarm of headlines. I don't know if that's the right word, but yeah. I mean, I think YouTube lagging you all out. Maybe too many controversial plays right now. Shot, my dog, I can't stop. Oh, wait. 30 seconds! I got too into it, bro. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize your plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Time to wrap it up. You got less than 10 seconds remaining. Get ready for any headlines. I'm sure tonight, tomorrow morning, it'll be wild. If you're on the locked in, I'll hit you with the watch list. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chad Adonia. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Chad Adonia. I need a GG in the chat, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. What a day, bro. Today was a wild one, man. From the early morning rumor to the flurry of headlines. If you made it through with your head intact, even beyond the propaganda. Today was a propaganda foggy day. We got a lot more in store. Get ready to wrap up March, but good game and GG, Chad. That's what I'm talking about. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table contributed, made the most of it, vibed out. And even without rules, you still follow rules. You know what I'm saying? They don't kill me, dog. God bless y'all. Some of y'all are very enjoyable. You know that? So I hope y'all do the right thing. And if you want to do the wrong thing, do it. Do it, bro. Do it. Do it. Stop being scared. Do it. But good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. God bless y'all, man. Thank you for your time. Have a good rest of your day. You have a lot of time to go and drive and relax and get ready for all of the flurry of headlines tomorrow, baby. We're going to be here. God willing, baby. But I love you. Shout out to Chad. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me less talk. Ooh, Space Coupe. I kind of like Space Coupe, bro. I think we can run Space Coupe. How about SGD? Trying to hit big. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, we opened up stream alerts. I think I should tell you now, you're not going to get added as quickly. So, and if you did already sign up, you should get a confirmation email you need to respond to. Okay? Okay, yalla. That's how you get added. That's all. It's very simple. Oh, wait, where is it? I don't even know where it is. But, yeah, God bless y'all, baby. That's the day. Oh, wait. Here. Sorry, I can't play this. I need to play you the propaganda. I wanted to show you this. I took the wrong one. So, yeah, bro, look. This is real Chinese propaganda. They made, like, a story about Iran in America. Oh, can I make it bigger? I want you to see the... Fuck, dude. Because if I make it full screen, my screen is too big. Hold on. Let me see if I could add it. Window capture. My dog. That's my dog. Oh, is it big enough? Okay, yeah, it is good. So yeah, here, let me pull it up on the other one. You guys got it. You have to read the subtitles. You guys want then, and then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna play you 5 minutes of propaganda, and then that's it. That's all I could do for you today. But this one was great. This one, you're like, holy shit, dude. This is real propaganda. Y'all don't understand, bro. Y'all really don't understand. Y'all ain't seen real propaganda like this. Okay, you have to read the subtitles. So if you don't know how to read, it's not going to have the same impact. You know what I'm saying? But, hold on. I can't even see the chat. Yeah, stream alerts is open back up. The first link, same link it's always been in. So yeah, good luck.
在天下咽喉这古道之下，埋着天下至宝玄铁髓，铸刀、炼药、生火、续命，样样离不开它。而白鹰盟立了一条铁规，买髓只收白鹰金票，控住了髓，便控住了钱，控住了钱，便控住了天下。
波斯战在圣火窟深处炼制邪火，还有胆拒不拆除地下核心炉，着实可恶。
报告盟主，属下已截获波斯寨最高密令，现下正是拔掉这颗眼中钉的最好时机。
好，我白鹰盟坐镇武林，
Bro, this is like Chinese. This is their real propaganda. This is their
没人
AI
比我更懂
propaganda.
斩首战术。
But this
我要
is
这地
real,
界
bro. It's crazy.
从此为我白鹰盟号令
It's a
是
great
从。
story. It's about the war. What? You have to read it. You gotta read quick.
谁在那儿？
Bro, that's Khomeini. That's Khomeini the cat. Oh, they don't feel me, bro.
你们。君臣，无死之后各自为战，圣火不灭，亦可燎原。不应该老寨主已死，波斯寨群龙无首，早就该乱作一团。他们现在不过是回光返照、虚张声势罢了，他们的破烂家底儿绝对坚持不了3天。白头鹰，接下来我可就不客气了。报，波斯猫疯了，放了一堆破木板做的木盒，破铜烂铁，何足道哉？看我们的防空金针，全给他们打下来，一只苍蝇都不准飞进来。盟主，不能再打了。怎么？我刚才算了一下，他们的破木鸟造价顶多2两银子，可咱射出去的一根防空金枝，造价数百两啊！这不是打仗，是拿银库喂狗啊！你闭嘴！堂堂白鹰盟，岂能被几只破木头吓住？继续射，射到他没有木头为止。
盟主，对面山头出现大量工事和人影，像是准备要强攻。
哼，想摸黑偷营，天堂有路你不走，地狱无门你闯进来。传令，夜空惊雷准备，对准那些碉堡，给本座炸平了。就这么12枚惊雷，8400两，炸了一堆稻草人。
Y'all watching real propaganda, son. It's a great story, but it's all propaganda, mind you. You must be aware.
名门正派竟对无辜之童下此毒手，此血海深仇，我波斯猫全族
Dog, wait till they bring up the
不
string.
休。
Y'all don't feel me, dog.
为了报仇雪恨，波斯猫族封堵了西域玄铁髓的唯一
The
交易
only
通
trading
道，
channel of the
破了
Western
白鹰盟
regions.
的买卖。
Cut off trade with the White
波斯
Eagle
猫，
Alliance.
你疯了！道锋两断，我们这是与天下所有生灵为敌。商会的各位，助我剿匪，除
Help
此
me
打坏。
eradicate.
白头鹰，你一刀再快又如何？受了一线天，我就能断你活路。谁敢帮他，我连着一起打。
Who dares to help him? I will hit them too.
凭什么？神仙打架，凡鸟遭殃
Why do
啊
immortals fight and ordinary birds suffer? I paid first. I was there to win. That's you guys complaining. What? See, they're trying to hide. Man, y'all don't feel me.
饿了半个月，商会那群软骨头也该熬不住了吧？骆驼他们是不是已经在门外跪，捧着金子求本盟出兵护航了？盟主没来，一个人都没
No
来。
one came to help.
当家的，商会那边静得不正常。
It's not normal for Chamber to be this
商
quiet.
会应该急得跳脚才对。
They should all be terribly anxious.
难道全饿死在外面了？
Have they all starved to death already? Propaganda. See? Good shit, bro. Good shit.
会长，走这条路上新道虽然慢了几天，玄铁髓不走一线天，从北面草原
Now
绕
they're
过，
going around.
但再也不用
No,
看
this is
白鹰
going
的
around
脸
the Gulf.
色，只是
And now
不
they
用
don't
白
need
鹰
to
盟的金
deal
票
with the golden
咱们
eagle.
有什么？江湖从来不是
Not
打
for
打杀
violence
杀
and，strife.
江湖是人情世故，
Zhonghu,
更
worldly
是买卖
wisdom, buying
生意
and selling.
商会内部早就通了气，以后买卖
In the future, we can barter directly or mint a new coin. The sky is big. Let's find new allies. Take a new path.
白英盟以为刀快便可胁迫天下，殊不知青山不改，绿水长流。武之极致不在歌，而在止。
It's not in the fighting, but the stopping. Isn't that amazing? Well, there you go.
刘景谷乃天下咽喉，这古道之下。
Yeah, if you find him, you search White Eagle and Persian Alliance, Persian Cat. So, Chad, I hope you had a very fun day today. I hope you learned some things. I hope you should have got exposed to info early and quickly with some good objective analysis. So I hope you enjoyed your Monday. Let's get ready for a wild week, man. We're getting into an interesting stretch of all of it. But thank you for your time. God bless you all. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, it always got to keep flowing. Always got to keep flowing. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia. Have a wonderful Monday. My locked in bros. I'll see you tonight. I'm gonna try to get you a video out on Instagram. If you don't see one out on YouTube, go to my Instagram, because that's where I've gotten it. And then I have to well, we do have stream alerts now. They might have a sponsorship video. You're better off doing that at night, so that way you could get updated by the morning. Otherwise, please take a minute moderate to severe to take a minute to just hear from our sponsors of the stream, Long Term Monthly. So thank you and have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly